including the source of weapons and their intended destinations. More than 500 devotees have begun a 151-kilometer long Bol Bam Kanwar Yatra from Amarkantak to Bhola Ram Deo Temple. Now led by the BJP MLA Bhavna Bora, the devotees are collecting water from the Narmada and began their journey through the forest, the hilly terrain and natural streams. The Yatra, which is in its second year, will conclude on the 16th of August. Ahead of the Independence Day, Tiranga rallies were held in Ramban and Kolkata under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. In Ramban, the district administration organized a Tiranga rally and patriotic activities in Sansar, promoting national pride and unity and also patriotism. In Kolkata, West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari also participated in the Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra. Students and activist groups in Manipur have held protest demanding that the National Register of Citizens be updated before the census exercise begins in the state. The group said the NRC, based on the 1951 baseline, is necessary to address concerns over illegal immigration. Protesters said that they have been raising the demand for around 1.5 years and are willing to hold talks if proper channels are followed. Coming up after a short commercial break, China's Long March 7A rocket explodes 85 seconds after liftoff, losing its payload. Rocket was on its 18th mission. All of this after a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
और निश्चित रूप से
तबीयत तो दादा कल जब डॉक्टर आए हैं तो शुगर बीपी सब लो हो गया है और जो है सो डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं पानी लीजिए। लेकिन हमें लगता है कि अब इस राज्य के लिए, इस मुल्क के लिए हम अपने आप को त्याग कर दें, अपने जान को, अपने जिस्म को त्याग कर दें, क्योंकि सरकार जाग नहीं रही है। एक टीम भी बुलाई तो उधर से बुलाई, इधर इस मंच से बुलाई नहीं। आज मैसेज किया है कि जो है सो इधर से भी बुलाएंगे। अब बताइए कल क्यों नहीं बुलाए? हम लोग दो गुट में नहीं है दादा। ये 25 तारीख को ये यहाँ से देवेंद्र नाथ बाबू जो है उनकी अगुवाई में बापू वाटिका से ये आंदोलन शुरुआत होती है। आप देख लीजिए बैनर में भी लिखा हुआ 25 जुलाई से। और ये जिस तरह से उलूल जुलूल बात किया जा रहा है, आपके चैनल पे मैं बता दूं कि बता दिया जा रहा है कि जो है सो सीएम साहब से बात नहीं होगी, उनके मंत्रियों से बात होगी। मैं सीएम साहब को कहना चाह रहा हूं कि आप बिल्कुल ही ये आंदोलन को और लंबा करना चाह रहे हैं। आपसे मैं पहले भी बोला था, आप ही के चैनल पे बोला था कि सीएम साहब आपसे डायरेक्ट बात करना चाहते हैं, वो भी उसमें भी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग के साथ बात करना चाहते हैं। नेशनल न्यूज, इंटरनेशनल न्यूज और राज्य का न्यूज, सभी न्यूज के सामने बात करना चाहते हैं और बंद कमरे में नहीं, खुला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
This Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave, an Independence Day special a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride, the conclave brings you powerful conversations on courage, service and patriotism. A day to remember those who put the nation before self. Nationalist Collective Conclave. Their sacrifice, our freedom, only on Republic TV. Now let's have a look at the top headlines. Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters, subjected to lathi charge and brutality after assembly march. Face of Jharkhand protest, Devendra Mato, hospitalized after deteriorating health conditions during protest, was on hunger strike for last 9 days. Cloudburst in Chamoli, Uttarakhand causes flash flood. Bridge vehicles swept away by overflowing Tamak River. Powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador. Over 111 dead in massive earthquake in western Colombia. Several remain trapped under debris, rubble. Search and rescue underway. China's Long March 7A rocket explodes 85 seconds after liftoff. Losing its payload, rocket was on its 18th mission. Viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we are getting, and this is about Donald Trump and it's about the West Asian conflict. This is US President Donald Trump, who has indicated that any discussion on reparations related to Iran would be reciprocal, stating that while Iranian officials requested compensation for damage inflicted by the US, he countered by proposing that Iran should instead pay for the harm it has caused over roughly 50 years. He framed this as a fair approach if damages are to be addressed at all, leaving the precise next steps and deliberately vague with the remark that people will find out. So Trump says Iran must pay for the damages for last 50 years, and Trump's U-turn on paying compensation to Iran, because Iran is demanding compensation in this regards because of the damages that have been done to Iran because of the strikes conducted by United States of America. Let's listen into what exactly Donald Trump has said.
They asked for reparations, you might say, or they asked for money for the damage that we've done. I said, that's a good idea. Well, we're going to ask for money for the damage they've done over a 50-year period. Whether you go SS Cole or whether you go all of the people that were so badly hurt, so badly wounded or killed, many thousands of people, and maybe damages for the 52,000 protesters over the last 4 months that were killed in Iran. We think their family should get damages for killing their person or their child or mother, father that were protesting. It's at least, it was 52,000 a month and a half ago. So now what is it? So if there's damages to be paid, I think Iran should pay those damages.
All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that breaking news. This is US President Donald Trump, who has asserted that the United States Navy currently holds exclusive control over the Strait of Hormuz, describing an infallible blockade as a steel wall that permits vessels to enter and exit only as the US allows, while explicitly barring any ships from proceeding into Iran. Now, he emphasized that America maintains 100% control of the vital waterway. So this is Donald Trump once again boasting about his victories and achievements. However, he makes conflicting remarks, and this is not always true also what he says. Trump is asserting now that the US Navy is in complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. However, Iran is countering this remark, these statements, and this is Donald Trump claiming that 100% of Hormuz is under US control and all the ships have to pass as per our directions. All right, let's listen into what Donald Trump has said.
We're taking a lot of ships. It's open now. Look, the only one that has control of the Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy. We have a blockade that's been infallible. It's a steel wall. And we let people in that we want to let in, and those people come in, and they've been coming in and they're going out. So it's actually open now. We do not let them go into Iran. They're not admitted into the Strait to go to Iran. But it's open for others. Now, a little bit complex because they will, on occasion, drop a mine, and we find the mines. You know, we've mine swept the entire strait, as you probably maybe heard, maybe you didn't hear, but we control the strait 100%. Now, can they make trouble? Yeah, they can make trouble. But they're broke. They have no money. You know, Iran is broke, totally broke. And they're not paying their soldiers. They have inflation of 300% as of last night. I heard 309%. So we'll see what happens. But they've been bad for, they say 47, it's actually 50 now. You know, 47, they've been saying it for 3 years. But for 50 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East. What they've done is terrible. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people. They've killed people, they've wounded and maimed people with the legs, the arms, you know, with the roadside bomb is their bomb. They're very proud of it. And now they're paying a price.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Fresh developments have emerged in the investigation into the Air India Phuket Delhi flight that suffered a sudden 300-foot altitude drop. Now, DGCA sources say that the pilot in command's initial toxicology screening was reported as not negative, and a confirmatory laboratory report is still awaited. Now, both pilots have been removed from flying duties as the investigation continues. At the same time, Republic has learnt from IGI sources that 9 technical snags were recorded in the aircraft's automated post-flight maintenance report. But DGCA sources caution that a toxicology finding alone does not establish impairment and prove that it caused the altitude drop. Take a look.
The latest development in the Air India flight probe centers on the pilot in command's toxicology screening. DGCA sources say the initial screening was reported as not negative, with the confirmatory laboratory report still awaited. While both pilots have been removed from flying duties until the investigation concludes. But a DGCA source makes an important distinction. A toxicology finding does not by itself establish that a pilot was impaired while operating the aircraft. Impairment has to be assessed separately to determine whether any substance affected the pilot's ability to perform his duties.
The pilot may have failed a drug test, and the pilot may have boarded the aircraft and piloted the aircraft under the influence of some substances. That, if true, is a very serious issue, and that, if true, needs a very serious investigation, very harsh punishment. The airline certainly must be pulled up, and certainly the authorities, and particularly the DGCA, which is the regulator, must keep improving. I always believe that even if you're very good, there's always scope to keep improving.
The toxicology finding, therefore, cannot be treated automatically as the cause of the sudden 300-foot altitude drop. Separately, Republic has learned from IGI sources that 9 technical snags were recorded on Air India flight AI 2379. The information comes from the aircraft's automated post-flight maintenance report, which records technical alerts, system faults, and operational abnormalities during the flight. The Airbus A320 suffered the sudden altitude drop on the 4th of August while flying from Phuket to Delhi, reportedly throwing passengers and crew around the cabin. 17 people were injured in the incident, including 13 passengers and 4 crew members.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. A political controversy has erupted over claims that Congress leader Sonia Gandhi intervened in 2004 in a government investigation involving Tehelka and its financier First Global. Now, BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi has alleged that Gandhi sought relief for Tehelka and urged then Finance Minister P. Chidambaram to resolve the matter on priority, after which a ministerial group was formed and the investigation was dropped. The BJP is now questioning Congress leaders' silence over the issue and the support extended to Tarun Tejpal over the years.
उमर खालिद जेल में बैठा है 6 साल से। आपको पता है शर्जील इमाम बैठा है, आपको पता है सुरेंद्र गैडलिंग बैठा है जेल में अलग अलग केसों में। भाई इतने नहीं है, कई दर्जनों लोग हैं, तो मैं भी उनमें से एक हूँ।
For decades, he was the darling of the Lutyens elite and the ruling class of the Congress. Sonia Gandhi was a fan of Tejpal, so much that she even intervened for him in 2004 to stop an investigation against the company that funded Tehelka. Sonia Gandhi wrote another letter to the then finance minister.
2021 में तरुण तेजपाल ने, जब वो लोअर कोर्ट से बरी होने में सफल हो गए थे और हाई कोर्ट ने उस निर्णय को पलट दिया है, कांग्रेस पार्टी को धन्यवाद दिया था कि उन्होंने इस रेप केस में उनकी बहुत मदद की। अब मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूछना चाहती है कि आप स्पष्ट रूप से बताएं कि आप दोनों के बीच में ये क्या संबंध था।
To ensure no harassment to Tehelka and its financiers.
श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, जो यूपीए के समय में सुप्रीम लीडर थी, उन्होंने 25 से 27 सितंबर 2004 को तत्कालीन वित्त मंत्री पी चिदंबरम साहब को पत्र लिखा कि साहब तहेलका और इसके फाइनेंसर्स की किसी प्रकार की प्रताड़ना नहीं होनी चाहिए, उनके साथ सकारात्मक व्यवहार होना चाहिए। तो मैं आज कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपकी सरकार थी, आपको लग रहा था कि आपकी सरकार अनफेयर ट्रीटमेंट कर रही है कि 2010 में तत्कालीन लॉ मिनिस्टर वीरप्पा मोइली साहब ने इनको जर्नलिज्म में एक्सीलेंस का अवार्ड दिया। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहते हैं कि आपकी सरकार ने जिसको एक्सीलेंस ऑफ जर्नलिज्म का अवार्ड दिया, उसकी आज यह स्थिति है और आपके मुंह से इसके ऊपर एक शब्द नहीं निकल रहा है।
Cut to 2014. The Lutyens media backed him, began shaming the victim when the scandal broke out. Today, the same Lutyens media is giving these articles a platform of Tejpal's daughter claiming her rapist father was a political victim. Those who defended Tejpal, shamed the victim and defended rape are now nowhere to be seen. But they must be called out.
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the top developments from the world of business now in Business Wraps. Government e-marketplace marked its 10th foundation day as Union Minister Piyush Goyal outlined plans for an AI-driven and more inclusive procurement platform. He called for greater use of AI in price intelligence and marketplace integrity, along with wider participation from states, PSUs, panchayats and cooperatives. Goyal also highlighted GEM Suvidha Kendras and credit initiatives and outreach to young innovators. Brookfield India, REIT and Prime Offices Fund have signed agreements to acquire Grade A office space in Mumbai for 1,700 crores. Now, the equal partnership will acquire around 2.64 lakh square feet of office space across 3 floors in BKC. The property is being acquired from a Brookfield private real estate fund. Equitas Small Finance Bank is targeting 1.2 lakh crore rupees in advances over the next 5 years, up from around 45,000 crore rupees currently. Now, MD and CEO P.N. Vasudevan said that the bank expects to grow at about 20% annually. The lender has also met key asset quality conditions for becoming a universal bank. Microsoft is reportedly seeking capacity from TSMC for more than 3 lakh next-generation Maya AI chips for delivery in 2027. Now, the company is expected to unveil its Maya 300 chip this autumn as cloud giants look to build alternatives to NVIDIA and strengthen their own AI infrastructure. BlackRock has signed an agreement with organized labor aimed at connecting construction workers with jobs created by new data centers and energy projects linked to the artificial intelligence boom. Now, under the agreement, BlackRock and its Infrastructure Partnership will share details of upcoming projects with North America's building trade unions, which represents more than 3 million skilled workers. Certificates of deposit have overtaken government securities as the largest holding in debt mutual fund portfolios. Now, their share rose to 25% in March 26 from 15.9% in March 24, while G-Secs fell to 14%. Overall debt scheme assets grew 6.7% to 24.34 lakh crore rupees in 25-26. All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you the other top developments now. What began as a peaceful student protest in Ranchi has now taken a dramatic turn. Job aspirants and student leaders marching towards the Jharkhand Assembly over irregularities in JPSC and JSSC examinations faced water cannons, lathi charge and tear gas from the Jharkhand police and security forces. Take a look.
After the talks failed between the protesters and authorities, job aspirants and student union members in Ranchi announced a peaceful march to the Jharkhand Assembly. Yesterday, security was tightened ahead of the JPSC-JSSC aspirants' call to Vidhan Sabha Gherao. Section 163 was imposed near the Jharkhand Assembly. Several BJP leaders supported the JPSC students and were detained while protesting outside CM Soren's residence. Student leader Devendra Nath Matho, while in critical condition, joined the Vidhan Sabha Gherao march. The situation took a dramatic turn when peaceful protests escalated into violence when the Congress government unleashed water cannons to stop the students from protesting. Later, Jharkhand police and security forces showed brutality and resorted to lathi charge and tear gas against the protesters.
हेमंत सोरेन जी, आपको ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। शांतिपूर्वक हम लोग आंदोलन कर रहे थे, हम लोग कोई शब्द भी नहीं बोले हैं। अचानक पीछे से पुलिस आती है, लाठी चार्ज करती है। ये अच्छा नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई ये अच्छा बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहे हैं। मेरा नाम विक्रम कुमार हुआ, हजारीबाग।
BJP raised how Congress failed the student protesters and questioned Rahul Gandhi's absence from the Ranchi protest.
राहुल गांधी को झारखंड रांची के छात्रों की गूंज सुनाई नहीं पड़ रही है। बताइए, जो जाके दहाड़ते और चिंगाड़ते थे कोटा से लेके और प्रयागराज तक, वो रांची पे मिमियाते हुए भी नजर नहीं आ रहे हैं। यह दर्शाता है कि उनका उद्देश्य छात्र हितों की बात करना नहीं, अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थों की पूर्ति करना है।
Under the cover of night, security forces once again attacked the students, leaving many of them severely injured.
हम सभी अंदर में बैठे थे, हम सभी शांतिपूर्ण धरना दे रहे थे। हम लोग का पीछे आगे पूरा लाठीचार्ज किया गया शाम के आड़े में। ये तानाशाही सरकार है, ये हम सभी गरीब बच्चों का सब काफी अन्याय कर रही है। देखिए किधर, देखिए।
Union Minister J.P. Nadda slammed Rahul Gandhi, questioning his support for the students of Jharkhand and accusing him of misleading the people over the protest at Jantar Mantar.
आज जब इस बात पर चर्चा होकर के तय हुआ कि जंतर मंतर के विषय पर चर्चा होगी, तो वह अब लोगों को गुमराह कर रहे हैं और गुमराह देश को कर रहे हैं कि संसद में जंतर मंतर में गोली चली, बल्कि वहां कोई गोली नहीं चली। आज उनको झारखंड में छात्रों की आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है क्या? आज उनको, और मेरी जानकारी बताती है कि उनके इशारे पर वहां कटीली तारें लगाई गई हैं। उनके इशारे पर जो सरकार के पार्ट एंड पार्सल हैं, वो सरकार वहां चला रहे हैं।
क्या उनको छात्रों की आवाज वहां सुनाई नहीं दे रही है?
Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju said the government was ready for a discussion on the students' protest, with Home Minister Amit Shah prepared to respond in Parliament.
सरकार का तरफ से बहुत ही साफ शब्दों में कह दिया है कि छात्र का आंदोलन और उसके गतिविधि जुड़े हुए जो भी चीज पूरा डिटेल में चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है। मैंने बीएससी में भी बता दिया कि छात्र आंदोलन पर स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, युवाओं के लिए पूरा डिटेल में चर्चा दिल्ली में और देश भर में जो भी छात्र से संबंधित अभी जो भी आंदोलन चल रहे हैं उसका चर्चा हो सकते हैं।
Meanwhile, back in Ranchi, Devendra Matho was taken to the hospital after police unleashed lathis on the protesters. Visuals later emerged of the student leader hospitalized, where he had to be put on oxygen support. Following this, the ABVP and the student protesters announced they remain committed to continue their Vidhan Sabha Gero March today. Meanwhile, the BJP has called for a Jharkhand-wide bandh. Ranchi remains on the boil. After the violence that took place yesterday, the situation is only expected to intensify in the coming days.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, face of Jharkhand protester Devendra Mahato hospitalized after deteriorating health conditions during protest, and he was on a hunger strike for last 9 days.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Security has been intensified across Jammu and Kashmir ahead of Independence Day celebrations. Security forces are conducting vehicle checks, frisking and verification at multiple checkpoints across Srinagar and other sensitive areas. Similar measures are underway in Baramulla, Kupwara, Kulgam and Anantnag, as well as Jammu, Samba, Rajouri and Poonch. Enhanced surveillance is also in place along the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway and frontier areas. Nine people, including children, died after Omni van carrying 11 passengers was swept away by strong currents in the Solan Jhiri stream near Padana in Rajgarh district. Now, the two people were rescued while a search was underway for the 11th passenger. The rescue teams recovered the bodies while the district administration is assisting the families. The Chief Minister has also announced financial assistance for the bereaved families. Police have seized 44 illegal weapons, including 22 swords, 15 daggers and 4 choppers in Jalna. Acting on a tip-off, police arrested the accused Sheikh Majid, a person, and recovered the weapons reportedly worth around 1.34 lakh rupees. Investigators are now searching for other accused, Imran and Imma, and now probing the alleged supply network, including the source of the weapons and their intended destinations. More than 500 devotees have begun a 151-kilometer long Bol Bum Kanwad Yatra from Amarkantak to Bhoramdev temple, led by BJP MLA Bhavna Bora. The devotees collected water from the Narmada and began the journey through forests, hilly terrain and natural streams. The yatra, which is in its second year, will conclude on August 16th. Ahead of the Independence Day, Tiranga rallies were held in Ramban and Kolkata under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. In Ramban, the district administration organized a Tiranga rally and patriotic activities in Sanasar, promoting national pride and unity and patriotism. In Kolkata, West Bengal, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari also participated in the Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra. Student and activist groups in Manipur held protests demanding that the National Register of Citizens be updated before the census exercise begins in the state. The group said the NRC, based on the 1951 baseline, is necessary to address concerns over illegal immigration. Protesters said they have been raising the demand for around 1.5 years and are willing to hold talks through proper channels. The Cyril Shroff Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad GC Leadership Academy will focus heavily on areas beyond law and technical subjects. This aims to bridge the gap in training general counsel and in-house legal professionals for the broader leadership roles they play within organizations. Now, according to Parid Adani, founder, family and partner of Cyril, Amarchand Mangaldas.
We realize that there is a very big gap in terms of helping general counsel and the legal community which works in-house get equipped and trained for roles that they have to play within organization. We hope to fill that gap with the launch of this academy. We will focus heavily on areas outside of the law and outside of the technical subjects.
Time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, more details on the 111 killed after a massive earthquake. Death toll is expected to rise. Now, several remain trapped under rubble. Search and rescue operations are underway.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला I wake up wearing someone else again Don't let it slip I'm losing I don't wanna be safe anymore Underneath there's a finding myself That's my moment of Sarah
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट और निश्चित रूप से
तबीयत तो दादा कल जब डॉक्टर आए हैं तो शुगर बीपी सब लो हो गया है और जो है सो डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं पानी लीजिए। लेकिन हमें लगता है कि अब इस राज्य के लिए, इस मुल्क के लिए हम अपने आप को त्याग कर दें, अपने जान को, अपने जिस्म को त्याग कर दें, क्योंकि सरकार जाग नहीं रही है। एक टीम भी बुलाई तो उधर से बुलाई, इधर इस मंच से बुलाई नहीं। आज मैसेज किया है कि जो है सो इधर से भी बुलाएंगे। अब बताइए कल क्यों नहीं बुलाए? हम लोग दो गुट में नहीं है दादा। ये 25 तारीख को ये यहाँ से
Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters subjected to lathi charge and brutality after assembly march. Face of Jharkhand protest, Devendra Mato, hospitalized after deteriorating health conditions during protest, was on hunger strike for last 9 days. Cloudburst in Chamoli, Uttarakhand causes flash flood. Bridge vehicles swept away by overflowing Tamak River. Powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador. Over 111 dead in massive earthquake. Death toll expected to climb. Several remain trapped under rubble. Search and rescue underway. China's Long March 7A rocket explodes 85 seconds after liftoff. Losing its payload, rocket was on its 18th mission. Well, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a top focus story. Now, Iran is refusing to declare the Strait of Hormuz safe as long as the United States maintains its naval blockade of Iranian ports. Now, Tehran says that the blockade amounts to an act of aggression and is demanding its removal before the key waterway can fully reopen. At the same time, Iran has responded to a new Saudi Arabia-Turkey-Pakistan defense pact, saying regional countries are increasingly looking beyond the US for security. And in another significant development, President Masoud Pezeshkian says Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has called for unity and cohesion amid economic pressure and US sanctions. More in this report.
The Strait of Hormuz remains at the center of the Iran-US standoff, with Tehran now refusing to declare the waterway safe. Iran says the strait will not be safe as long as the US naval blockade of Iranian ports remain in place.
مادامی که محاصره دریایی آمریکا ادامه داشته باشه طبق قطعنامه 3314 مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد، محاصره دریایی از این جنس به مثابه عمل تجاوزکارانه است. مادامی که سایر نقض‌های آمریکا تداوم داشته باشه، خب شرایط لازم برای اینکه بگیم تنگه هرمز تبدیل به یک آبراه امن شده وجود نخواهد داشت.
Tehran says the blockade amounts to an act of aggression and wants the US to lift the blockade before the waterway can fully reopen. Iran is also demanding compensation for war damage, the lifting of economic sanctions and the release of its frozen assets. Iran is separately discussing transit arrangements with Oman, including a possible temporary shipping corridor, but says reopening the strait depends on talks with Washington. Tehran has also responded to a new NATO-style defense agreement between Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan.
خب دلیلی وجود نداره که همونجور که اشاره کردید دو کشور همسایه ترکیه و پاکستان و همینطور عربستان، سه کشوری که ما باشون دارای پیوندهای عمیق دینی، تاریخی و تمدنی هستیم، نگران باشیم که این پیمان علیه ایران باشه.
Bagai says the pact instead shows that regional countries are seeking their own security arrangements rather than relying on outside powers.
این تحول نشانه مهمی است از اینکه کشورهای منطقه به این نتیجه رسیدند که نمیتوانند به ادعای تأمین امنیت از سوی آمریکا و برخی دیگر از بازیگران خارج از منطقه اتکا بکنن، اعتماد بکنن.
Amid the external pressure, Iran is also signaling the need for unity at home. President Pezeshkian held a 7-hour meeting with Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei on the economy, livelihoods, employment, housing, and the impact of US sanctions. Pezeshkian says Khamenei's key message was that Iran must prevent divisions and maintain unity. From the future of Hormuz to regional defense alliances and calls for unity at home, Iran's latest signals show the war's confrontation is far from over.
A powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck western Colombia that left at least 111 dead and several others trapped under the debris, shaking parts of Ecuador and sending residents run out of their homes and buildings. The tremors was strongly felt in the Colombian capital, Bogota, where authorities say that the impact was moderate and no structural damage has been reported so far. But officials in the worst-hit Choco region are assessing reports of injuries and serious damage.
A powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake has struck western Colombia. Setting strong tremors across the country and into neighboring Ecuador. The epicenter was reported near San Jose Del Palmar in Colombia's Choco region, around 400 kilometers west of the capital Bogota. The earthquake struck at a depth of around 107 kilometers, according to the US Geological Survey. In Bogota, residents rushed out of buildings as the powerful tremor shook the capital.
Es un temblor muy fuerte, nos sorprendió y pues hombre, evacuamos lo más rápido que se pudo.
Mucho tiempo sin esto, ¿no?
No, bastante tiempo, no. Recuerdo que hace aproximadamente unos 3 años quizás, pero no se había sentido tan fuerte aquí en Bogotá como por lo menos en este sector.
¿Tu reacción, tu primera reacción?
No, pues no, yo estaba despierto y mi primera reacción fue, mi esposa sintió el movimiento y ya pues llamamos a nuestros familiares para estar en calma, pero realmente fue algo que nos motivó a salir porque no sabíamos qué iba a pasar. Además, pues por lo que pasó en nuestro vecino país, siempre es muy preocupante.
Bogota Mayor Carlos Fernando said the impact on the capital was moderate, with initial assessments finding no structural damage.
Ante el sismo que se presentó cerca de las 7:34 de la mañana en el occidente del país, que se sintió fuerte en Bogotá, ya hicimos un barrido con el IDIGER por una parte, que nos manifiesta que el impacto es moderado en Bogotá. No hay reportados a esta hora ningún daño estructural en la ciudad. Hay grietas en algunas edificaciones que no afectan las estructuras.
Officials are also inspecting construction sites and Bogota's subway system for possible damage. Emergency authorities received calls from residents seeking assistance after the strong tremors, while officials continued checking reports of cracks in buildings.
También tuve reporte del IDU, me manifiestan que preliminarmente no hay afectación en las obras del IDU. Está haciendo el barrido también el metro para verificar que no haya ninguna afectación. Al C4 ha habido llamadas de personas obviamente que por los nervios requiere apoyo, estamos acompañando ese proceso. También ha habido llamadas por grietas en edificaciones, repito que ninguna según el reporte inicial. También hablamos con todos los alcaldes locales, ninguno presenta novedad de daños estructurales.
But in the Choco region, authorities reported injuries and serious damage to buildings, with assessments still underway. The earthquake was also felt across the border in Ecuador, prompting people to evacuate homes and buildings there as well. The powerful tremor comes weeks after two major earthquakes struck neighboring Venezuela, leaving a trail of destruction. Rescue and assessment teams are now working to determine the full extent of the damage from the latest earthquake.
Ukraine's drone warfare chief is warning that strikes against Russian military targets in Crimea could increase sevenfold if Western funding reaches Kyiv faster. Robert Brovdo says Ukraine is currently operating at just 14% of its unmanned systems capacity and wants to make Crimea unusable as a Russian military base.
Ukraine is threatening to dramatically ramp up its drone campaign against Russian military targets in Crimea. The commander of Ukraine's unmanned systems forces says strikes against the peninsula could increase sevenfold if Western funding and equipment reach Kyiv faster.
Легко дістався Путіну в далекому 2014 році, як самий ласий трофей, має стати нецікавим та неможливим для Путіна у якості використання як військовий плацдарм.
Brovdy says the objective is to make Crimea unusable as a staging ground for Russian military operations. He claims Ukraine's drone force is currently operating at only a fraction of its potential capacity.
Можу сьогодні дати реальну цифру застосування, яка знаходиться на відмітці 14% поточної спроможності сил безпілотних систем. Ми за наявності своєчасного партнерського фінансування з метою забезпечення засобів можемо і спроможні наростити нашу присутність ураження по Криму у 7 раз станом на серпень поточного року, без початку сухопутної операції, виключно повітряним шляхом, виключно використанням безпілотників, ударних і розвідувальних безпілотників українського виробництва.
Brovdy says the limiting factor is not Ukraine's ability to produce drones, but the speed at which funding from Western partners reaches the military. Ukraine's campaign has already targeted Russian military infrastructure in Crimea, including rail links, fuel facilities, power infrastructure, and air defense systems.
Результату першої фази, котра ще не закінчилася, результати спецоперації по Криму, вони вже мають відповідні ефекти та наслідки. Якщо ви аналізуватимете принаймні 5 останніх масованих ракетних атак на Україну, то з півострова одиничні випадки запуску ракет при одномоментному залпі ракет.
Brovdy says the campaign is also aimed at disrupting Russia's military logistics and reducing the peninsula's role as a launchpad for attacks on Ukraine. Ukraine is also targeting what Brovdy describes as Russia's maritime logistics and so-called shadow fleet activity around Crimea.
Діяльність тіньового флота після вибиття понад 200 лоханей, котрі використовувалися для транзиту нафти і підвозу його на рейд для вантаження в великі танкери, не те що обмежена, зупинена. В Азовському морі руху немає. Керченська затока закрита на невизначений термін, і ми слідкуватимемо за тим, щоб вона раптом не почала працювати навіть перебіжками в інтересах фінансування війни чи використання Путіним як транзитних шляхів.
Brovdi says Ukraine's drone campaign will continue as an open-ended operation while Russia works to counter the Ukrainian advantage with electronic warfare and satellite communications. He also warns that Russia is increasing its use of jet-powered Shahid drones and expanding its ballistic missile capacity. Ukraine, meanwhile, is facing shortages of Patriot interceptor missiles, leaving its air defenses under growing pressure during large-scale Russian attacks. Brovdi argues that weakening Russia's ability to launch those attacks will require deeper strikes against the infrastructure supporting its missile and drone campaign. A sevenfold expansion of Ukraine's Crimea drone campaign could now depend on how quickly Western funding and military support reach Kyiv.
All right, viewers, now let's move on and get you all the top international developments now in international wraps. President Donald Trump has hit back at Iran's demand for war reparations, saying Tehran should instead compensate the US for the damage they have done over a 50-year period. Separately, in a Truth Social post, Trump said he would seek compensation for what he described as decades of Iranian actions. This comes as Iran has demanded compensation for damage caused during the 5-month conflict, along with the lifting of sanctions, release of frozen assets, and an end to the US blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. A Houthi attack on the Red Sea port town of Mocha has killed 7 people and wounded 30 others, according to Yemen's defense ministry. 4 military personnel and 3 civilians were killed in the attack, which damaged boats, warehouses and other infrastructure at the port. The strike is among the largest waves of Houthi attacks on the positions held by Yemen's Saudi-backed government since a 22 truce. Now, the attack comes as renewed tensions around the Strait of Hormuz draw attention to the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandab shipping route. Japan's space agency successfully launched a navigation satellite aboard its flagship H-3 rocket. The rocket lifted off from the Tanegashima Space Center with its solid rocket boosters separating as planned. The Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency said the rocket remained on course after liftoff. Firefighters are battling a wildfire in eastern Spain that has burned around 810 hectares since breaking out last Friday. More than 300 personnel and 21 aircrafts are involved in the operation, with crews using direct attacks and controlled burning to contain the blaze. Authorities said efforts to stop its advance were making progress, but cautioned that thunderstorms forecast could bring strong winds and complicate firefighting operations. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place as firefighters battle the buckfire in Nevada's Washoe County. Now, the wildfire has burned around 15,000 acres, with flames spreading across hills and thick smoke visible in the area. Fire crews, including helicopter support, are continuing efforts to contain the blaze as nearby residents remain under evacuation orders. Tropical storm Dolphin has triggered widespread flooding across eastern China after making landfall in Zhejiang as a typhoon. Heavy rain has inundated parts of Zhejiang and Shanghai, with authorities warning of the risk of further flooding and landslides. Now, more than 3 lakh people were evacuated ahead of the storm, while Shanghai saw over 1,300 flights cancelled.
Tropical storm Dolphin has battered eastern China with heavy rains, triggering flooding across parts of Zhejiang and Shanghai. The storm made landfall in Zhejiang on Sunday evening as a typhoon, packing winds of around 151 kilometers per hour. By Monday, Dolphin had weakened but continued to dump heavy rain across the region. Authorities have warned of the risk of severe flooding and landslides as storm moves further inland. In Yuqing and Zhejiang, rescue teams searched flooded homes for people who may have been trapped, while crews cleared debris and broken branches from roads. More than 3 lakh people were evacuated before the storm made landfall as authorities moved to limit risk to residents. Shanghai also felt the impact, with city's 2 airports cancelling more than 1,300 flights ahead of the storm. China's meteorological administration says Dolphin is moving northwest and weakening, with the storm expected to eventually dissipate. But with heavy rainfall continuing, authorities remain on alert for fresh flooding and landslides across the eastern China.
Now, China's Long March 7A rocket exploded shortly after liftoff from the Wenchang space launch site, now in a major setback for Beijing's space program. Now, the rocket broke apart less than 90 seconds into the flight, with the payload apparently lost. The cause of the failure is still being investigated. Watch this report.
Dramatic scenes over China's Weichang space launch site as a Long March 7A rocket breaks apart shortly after liftoff. The rocket exploded less than 90 seconds into the flight, bringing the launch mission to an abrupt end. The Long March 7A had lifted off from Weichang in southern China, carrying the ChinaSat 4B communications satellite. Footage shows the rocket climbing normally before appearing to break apart in the early phase of the flight. The satellite was intended for communications but appears to have been lost in the failed launch. The exact cause of the failure has not yet been established officially, with investigators expected to examine the rocket and launch sequence. The incident marks a setback for China's rapidly expanding space program and comes after a long run of successful Long March 7A missions. The Long March family remains central to China's satellite launch program, with Beijing pursuing an increasingly ambitious space agenda.
Time to slip into a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, more details on the cloud burst in Chamoli, Uttarakhand, which has caused flash floods. Bridge vehicles swept away by overflowing Tamak River.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Reigning Wimbledon champion Jannik Sinner has withdrawn from the Cincinnati Open with a right knee injury. The tournament's official X-handle confirmed the development, leaving the event without two of the modern era's brightest young stars, Sinner and his rival Carlos Alcaraz. Premier League champions Arsenal endured another flat pre-season outing, failing to Borussia Dortmund for a second straight defeat. Slack defending cost them the Emirates Cup on home soil. Aston Villa has confirmed that defender Lucas Digne has completed a permanent move to PSG. Now signed from Everton in January 22, Digne went on to make 182 appearances for Villa, contributing 4 goals and 24 assists during his spell at Villa Park. India batting coach Sitanshu Kotak hailed the team's warm-up win over Sri Lanka, calling it a highly productive outing ahead of the 2-test series starting August 15. India sealed a 6-wicket victory in their only practice fixture, with both batters and bowlers gaining valuable game time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday hosted India's Commonwealth Games 2026 medalists at his residence, lauding their dedication, hard work and role in bringing glory to the nation. During the interaction, he noted that athletes have been among the most frequent visitors to his home and praised the consistent efforts over the years in achieving success for India. Indian boxer Narendra Berwal, silver medalist in the men's 90-plus kilogram category at the 26th Commonwealth Games, shared an anecdote from his career while meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New Delhi. Berwal recalled defeating a Pakistani opponent at 2015 World Military Games, noting that the rival was struck by how often the name Narendra appeared in his life. Indian batter Sarfaraz Khan has joined the Team India camp in Colombo ahead of the first test against Sri Lanka in Galle starting August 15. The opener of the two-match series will mark his return after Sai Sudarshan was ruled out with a right toe stress reaction, paving the way for Sarfaraz's inclusion. Now, he marked the occasion by posting a selfie in Indian colours on Instagram. Sumit Nagal and Yuki Bhamri have been named in India's tennis squad for next month's second-round Davis Cup 26 qualifiers against South Korea. The tie will be played on hard courts at Seoul's Olympic Tennis Center on September 18-19, with the winner advancing to the final 8 stage in Bologna, Italy this November. Time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, more details on the Congress's inhumane treatment. Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters, subjected to lathi charge and brutality after assembly to march to assembly.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला I wake up wearing someone else again Don't let it slip I'm losing I don't wanna be safe anymore Underneath there's a finding myself That's my moment of Sarah
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
अंदर
और निश्चित रूप से
तबीयत तो दादा कल जब डॉक्टर आए हैं तो शुगर बीपी सब लो हो गया है और जो है सो डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं पानी लीजिए। लेकिन हमें लगता है कि अब इस राज्य के लिए, इस मुल्क के लिए हम अपने आप को त्याग कर दें, अपने जान को, अपने जिस्म को त्याग कर दें, क्योंकि सरकार जाग नहीं रही है। एक टीम भी बुलाई तो उधर से बुलाई, इधर इस मंच से बुलाई ही नहीं। आज मैसेज किया है कि जो है सो इधर से भी बुलाएंगे। अब बताइए कल क्यों नहीं बुलाए? हम लोग दो गुट में नहीं है दादा। ये 25 तारीख को ये यहाँ से देवेंद्र नाथ बाबू जो है उनकी अगुवाई में बापू वाटिका से ये आंदोलन शुरुआत होती है। आप देख लीजिए बैनर में भी लिखा हुआ 25 जुलाई से। और ये जिस तरह से उलूल जुलूल बात किया जा रहा है आपके चैनल पे, मैं बता दूं कि बता दिया जा रहा है कि जो है सो सीएम साहब से बात नहीं होगी, उनके मंत्रियों से बात होगी। मैं सीएम साहब को कहना चाह रहा हूं कि आप बिल्कुल ही ये आंदोलन को और लंबा करना चाह रहे हैं। आपसे मैं पहले भी बोला था, आप ही के चैनल पे बोला था कि सीएम साहब आपसे डायरेक्ट बात करना चाहते हैं, वो भी उसमें भी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग के साथ बात करना चाहते हैं। नेशनल न्यूज, इंटरनेशनल न्यूज और राज्य का न्यूज, सभी न्यूज के सामने बात करना चाहते हैं और बंद कमरे में नहीं, खुला मैदान में बात करना चाहते हैं। हाँ, टीम के द्वारा तो सूचना मिला है कि आज 10 बजे सर्किट हाउस में वार्ता के लिए जाएंगे। हमने तो कहा था कि बाकी जो छात्र गए थे और सरकार मान जाती तो और जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं था। सरकार देखिए, जाने का कौन जा रहा है, नहीं जा रहा है, 2 को जा रहा है, 5 को जा रहा है, 10 को जा रहा है, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात नहीं है। दोनों का मांग सेम है, मांग पूरी होना चाहिए।
छात्रों की मांग उन्होंने भी सार्वजनिक की है और वही बात, उन्हीं बातों को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एक्सप्लेन करते हुए उन्होंने रखा है। कुछ बातें आई जिस पर हम लोगों ने उन लोगों से लिखित मांगा है, संभवतः कल तक आएगा और हम लोगों ने उनकी बातों को सही तरीके से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के भी सामने रखा। जल्द समाधान होगा, आप लोग परेशान हो, घर जाइए, बारिश बहुत हो रही है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla. Now, this Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave, an Independence Day special. It's a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who have served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride. The conclave brings you powerful conversations on courage, service and patriotism. It is a day to remember those who put themselves after the nation, and in fact it was nation first for them. The Nationalist Collective Conclave is a sacrifice. It is our freedom and it is only available on Republic TV. So here's looking out for this episode. Well, right now it's time for the headlines. Let's delve in. Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters subjected to lathi charge and brutality after assembly march. Face of Jharkhand protest, Devendra Mato, hospitalized after deteriorating health conditions during the protest, was on a hunger strike for the last 9 days. Cloudburst in Chamoli, Uttarakhand causes flash floods, bridge, vehicles, all of them swept away by the overflowing Tamak River. Powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador. At least 132 dead in a massive earthquake in western Colombia. Several remain trapped under the rubble. Search and rescue operations are underway. China's Long March 7A rocket explodes 85 seconds after liftoff, losing its payload. Rocket was on its 18th mission. Viewers, giving you the first breaking news of the hour, where US President Donald Trump has indicated that any discussions on the repatriations which are related to Iran would be reciprocal. Now, Trump also flew out on a secret plane from Turkey, where he switched planes amid an Iranian threat. This is the breaking news that we're bringing you for this hour. This is coming in where how Donald Trump evaded the Iranian threat, how Trump escaped the Iranian plot, how Trump's secret escape plan took him out of Turkey amidst a threat from the Iranian side. He used Air Force One as a decoy, but instead he boarded and dodged the Iranian threat by getting on the C-32A plane and flew out of Turkey. Now, this is when the NATO discussions were on in Turkey. This is amidst the threat that he received from the Iranian side, and he used the Air Force One as a decoy to protect himself and instead boarded the C-32A and flew off to the United States. Now, this was a secret military jet that he used, and this was amidst the Iranian threat that triggered the secret Trump flight switch. Now, Trump's secret Turkey exit revealed a security ruse, and also Air Force One was used as a decoy as Trump took to C-32A. He boarded the military jet to evade this threat that was coming in from the Iranian side, and Trump this Iranian threat had sparkled an extraordinary Trump security operation. I have Mr. Deepak Vora, who's a former diplomat, joining in for a conversation right now. Mr. Vora, this feels like a spy movie. You know, Donald Trump was actually taken out from in the middle of this NATO summit that was happening, and he was flown out of Turkey on a C-32A plane amidst this threat. What do you understand of this situation? You know, the Air Force One was used as a decoy.
Well, thank you very much. It appears that someone in the United States has been looking at Safed Sagar on Netflix and decided to do some funny things. Now, let me tell you, Beta, I've been in this business for many, many years, and using a decoy as either a car or a plane or any other, or even a ship, this is quite normal. I remember that when I was posted in Washington, D.C., and then subsequently when I went there and the Prime Minister of India was visiting, there would be several motorcades because we were under threat. We all know this, from the Khalistanis and the jihadis. And we would have several motorcades. No one knew which car the Prime Minister was in. The others were decoys. So one would take route X, one would take route Y, one would go route B, etc. And the Prime Minister would probably, I'm not being serious, would probably take a Uber cab and go to wherever he had to with his internal, his close security detail. So this is quite normal. However, what this tells us is that the Iranians were determined to eliminate President Donald Trump, and the Turks, they play their own game, which is that Donald Trump doesn't like Turkey. He doesn't like Erdogan, which is very clear, because in his first term when Erdogan was trying to hit the Kurds after the Americans had pulled out of northern Syria, Donald Trump said, if in my infinite judgment, recall that tweet if you can see it, if in my infinite judgment I think that Turkey is misbehaving, I will obliterate their economy. I've done that before. And the Turkish leader collapsed after he tweeted. So Erdogan went rushing to the White House, fell at his feet and said, please forgive me. Now, he doesn't like the Turks at all. He doesn't like Islam, Beta. Let's be very clear about it. And he does not like the Turks. He doesn't like the kinds of games that they are playing in the region. Now they have this tripartite deal, as you know, the defense agreement between Jihadistan of Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. If anybody thinks it's a kind of defense alliance, it is all nonsense. It's there because Trump wants to leave, and these three will be his chowkidars over there. Plus, all the others will join slowly, and it will become Syria will join, Iraq will join, and then they'll all sign Abraham Accords with with Israel, and therefore Iran gets totally isolated. So this game, the Iranians probably understood what he was doing. Now Iran is surrounded on all sides. Turkey land border, Jihadistan land border, Saudi Arabia across the sea. So that's what they are worried about. They wanted this guy to go. That's my understanding. I'm glad he survived. The American people, many of them, think of him very highly. Others don't like him. But he is, after all, the President of the United States, and you can't eliminate him on foreign soil.
Absolutely. Mr. Vora, this is exactly my question. He is the President of the United States, and such an interesting mission unfolded, right behind the curtains. What is your understanding of this mission that actually took place? He quietly used the Air Force One as a decoy, and then he boarded into a catering van and then took off in a military plane. It was so systematic that it's now weeks later that we understand of the situation.
Well, we do this all the time, Beta. All countries that are concerned about the safety and security of their leadership, we always do this. When Prime Minister of India travels, there's always another aircraft. You know it better than I do. And nobody knows which plane the Prime Minister is. It doesn't have to be Air India One. It could be somewhere else. So the idea is, when there is a threat perception, and for President Donald Trump, who has faced several assassination attempts.
But the threat was so real, Mr. Vora, that is what I'm talking about. When the Iranians actually called out and said that they would kill Donald Trump.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Nobody has accused the Iranians of being smart. And they go around saying, we'll kill you and we'll do this and we'll do that. That's arrant nonsense. But the fact that the Secret Service, the uniform division of the Secret Service that protects, there's nothing to do with the CIA. CIA would have provided the information, but it's the security detail that said Mr. President. There was an attack on him also in some hotel where he was attending a convention, and they bundled him out. So this was in Washington, I think, at one of the hotels. I don't remember the name. So the uniform division of the Secret Service and the Secret Service that protects the president, they get the input and then they take action. They are trained. Do whatever you can, but save the number one citizen of the United States.
Right, Mr. Vora, thank you so much for joining us for the conversation and giving us your insights on the matter. Appreciate your time. Right now, we are shifting our focus to another story with what began as a peaceful student protest in Ranchi has now taken a dramatic turn. Job aspirants, student leaders marching towards the Jharkhand's assembly over the irregularities in JPSC and JSSC examination have faced water cannons, they faced lathi charges, they faced tear gases from the Jharkhand security and the police forces. We have all the details in this report. Take a look.
After the talks failed between the protesters and authorities, job aspirants and student union members in Ranchi announced peaceful march to Jharkhand Assembly. Yesterday, security was tightened across the JPSC, JSSC aspirants' call to Vidhan Sabha Gherao. Section 163 was imposed near Jharkhand Assembly. Several BJP leaders supported JPSC students and got detained while protesting outside CM Hemant Soren's residence. Student leader Devendra Nath Mahato, while in critical health condition, joined the Vidhan Sabha Gherao march. The situation took a dramatic turn when peaceful protests escalated into violence when Congress government unleashed water cannons to stop students from protesting. Later, Jharkhand police and security forces showed brutality and resorted to lathi charge and tear gas against the protesters.
हेमंत सोरेन जी, आपको ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। शांतिपूर्वक हम लोग आंदोलन कर रहे थे, हम लोग कोई शब्द भी नहीं बोले हैं। अचानक पीछे से पुलिस आती है, लाठीचार्ज करती है। ये अच्छा नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई ये अच्छा बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहे हैं। मेरा नाम विक्रम कुमार हुआ, हजारीबाग से।
BJP raised how Congress failed the student protesters and questioned Rahul Gandhi's absence from the Ranchi protest.
राहुल गांधी को झारखंड रांची के छात्रों की गूंज सुनाई नहीं पड़ रही है। बताइए, जो जाके दहाड़ते और चिंगाड़ते थे कोटा से लेके और प्रयागराज तक, वो रांची पे मिमियाते हुए भी नजर नहीं आ रहे हैं। यह दर्शाता है कि उनका उद्देश्य छात्र हितों की बात करना नहीं, अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थों की पूर्ति करना है।
Under the cover of night, security forces attacked the students, leaving many of them severely injured.
हम सभी अंदर में बैठे थे, हम सभी शांतिपूर्ण धरना दे रहे थे, हम लोग का पीछे आगे पूरा लाठीचार्ज किया गया शाम के आड़े में। ये तानाशाही सरकार है, ये हम सभी गरीब बच्चों का सबका भी अन्याय कर रही है। देखिए किधर, देखिए।
Union Minister JP Nadda slammed Rahul Gandhi, questioning his support for the students of Jharkhand and accusing him of misleading the people over the protests in Jantar Mantar.
आज जब इस बात पर चर्चा होकर के तय हुआ कि जंतर मंतर के विषय पर चर्चा होगी, तो वह अब लोगों को गुमराह कर रहे हैं और गुमराह देश को कर रहे हैं कि संसद में जंतर मंतर में गोली चली, बल्कि वहां कोई गोली नहीं चली। आज उनको झारखंड में छात्रों की आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है क्या? आज उनको, और मेरी जानकारी बताती है कि उनके इशारे पर वहां कटीली तारें लगाई गई हैं। उनके इशारे पर जो सरकार के पार्ट एंड पार्सल हैं, वो सरकार वहां चला रहे हैं। क्या उनको छात्रों की आवाज वहां सुनाई नहीं दे रही है?
Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju said the government was ready for a discussion on the students' protest, with Home Minister Amit Shah prepared to respond in Parliament.
सरकार का तरफ से बहुत ही साफ शब्दों में कह दिया है कि छात्र का आंदोलन और उसके गतिविधि जुड़े हुए जो भी चीज पूरा डिटेल में चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है। मैंने बीएससी में भी बता दिया कि छात्र आंदोलन पर स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, युवाओं के लिए पूरा डिटेल में चर्चा दिल्ली में और देश भर में जो भी छात्र से संबंधित अभी जो भी आंदोलन चल रहे हैं उसका चर्चा हो सकते हैं।
Meanwhile, back in Ranchi, Devendra Mato was taken to the hospital after the police unleashed lathis on the protesters. Visuals later emerged of the student leader hospitalized, where he had to be put on oxygen support. Following this, the ABVP and student protesters announced they remain committed to continue their Vidhan Sabha Gherao march today. Meanwhile, the BJP has called for a Jharkhand-wide Bandh today. Ranchi remains on the boil. After the violence that took place yesterday, the situation is only expected to intensify in the coming days.
Viewers, a political controversy has erupted over claims that Congress leader Sonia Gandhi was intervened in 2004 in a government investigation involving Tehelka and its financiers, First Global. BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi has alleged that Gandhi sought relief for Tehelka and urged the then Finance Minister P. Chidambaram to resolve the matter on priority. Now, with this, after which a ministerial group was formed and investigation was dropped, when the BJP is now questioning the Congress leader's silence over the issue and the support extended by Tarun Tejpal over the many years. We have all the details in this report. Take a look.
उमर खालिद जेल में बैठा है 6 साल से। आपको पता है शर्जील इमाम बैठा है, आपको पता है सुरेंद्र गैडलिंग बैठा है जेल में अलग अलग केसों में। भाई इतने नहीं है, कई दर्जनों लोग हैं, तो मैं भी उनमें से एक हूँ।
For decades, he was the darling of the lieutenant's elite and the ruling class of the Congress. Sonia Gandhi was a fan of Tejpal, so much that she even intervened for him in 2004 to stop an investigation against the company that funded Tehelka. Sonia Gandhi wrote another letter to the then finance minister.
2021 में तरुण तेजपाल ने जब वो लोअर कोर्ट से बरी होने में सफल हो गए थे और हाई कोर्ट ने उस निर्णय को पलट दिया है, कांग्रेस पार्टी को धन्यवाद दिया था कि उन्होंने इस रेप केस में उनकी बहुत मदद की। अब मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूछना चाहती है कि आप स्पष्ट रूप से बताएं कि आप दोनों के बीच में ये क्या संबंध था।
To ensure no harassment to Tehelka and its financiers.
श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी जो यूपीए के समय में सुप्रीम लीडर थी, उन्होंने 25 से 27 सितंबर 2004 को तत्कालीन वित्त मंत्री पी चिदम्बरम साहब को पत्र लिखा कि साहब तहलका और इसके फाइनेंसर्स की किसी प्रकार की प्रताड़ना नहीं होनी चाहिए, उनके साथ सकारात्मक व्यवहार होना चाहिए। तो मैं आज कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपकी सरकार थी, आपको लग रहा था कि आपकी सरकार अनफेयर ट्रीटमेंट कर रही है कि 2010 में तत्कालीन लॉ मिनिस्टर वीरप्पा मोइली साहब ने इनको जर्नलिज्म में एक्सीलेंस का अवार्ड दिया। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहते हैं कि आपकी सरकार ने जिसको एक्सीलेंस ऑफ जर्नलिज्म का अवार्ड दिया, उसकी आज यह स्थिति है और आपके मुंह से इसके ऊपर एक शब्द नहीं निकल रहा है।
Cut to 2014. The Lutyens media bagged him, began shaming the victim when the scandal broke out. Today, the same Lutyens media is giving these articles a platform of Tejpal's daughter claiming her rapist father was a political victim. Those who defended Tejpal, shamed the victim and defended rape are now nowhere to be seen. But they must be called out.
Viewers, with this, let's move on to our next segment where we tell you everything that's making waves internationally with international wraps. Take a look. Security has been intensified across Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the Independence Day celebration. Security forces are conducting vehicle checks, frisking and verification at multiple checkpoints across Srinagar and other sensitive areas. Similar measures are underway in Baramulla, Kupwara, Kulgam and Anantnag, as well as Jammu, Samba, Rajouri and Poonch. Enhanced surveillance is also in place along the Jammu-Srinagar highway and frontier areas. 9 people, including children, died after an Omni van carrying 11 passengers was swept away by strong currents in the swollen Jhiri stream near Padana in Rajgarh district. 2 people were rescued while search is underway for the 11th passenger. Rescue teams recovered the bodies while the district administration is assisting the families. The Chief Minister has also announced financial assistance for the bereaved families. Police have seized 44 illegal weapons, including 22 swords, 15 daggers and 4 choppers in Jalna. Acting on a tip-off, police arrested the accused. Sheikh Majid was recovered with weapons reportedly around 1.3 lakh rupees. Investigators are now searching for the other accused Imran and Ima and are probing the alleged supply network, including the source of the weapons and their intended destination. More than 500 devotees have begun a 151-kilometer-long Bol Bum Kanwar Yatra from Amarkantak to Bhoramdeo temple. Now, this is led by the BJP MLA Bhavna Bora, and the devotees are collecting water from the Narmada and beginning their journey through the forest, through hilly terrains and also to natural streams. The yatra is in its second year and will conclude on the 16th of August. Ahead of the Independence Day, Tiranga rallies are held in Ramban and Kolkata under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. In Ramban, the district administration organized a Tiranga rally and patriotic activities in Sanasar, promoting national pride and unity and also patriotism. In Kolkata, West Bengal Chief Minister Subhendu Adhikari also participated in the Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra. Students and activists across groups in Manipur held protests demanding that the National Register of Citizens should be updated before the census exercise begins in the state. The group said that the NRC, based on the 1951 baseline, is necessary to address concerns over illegal immigration. Protesters say that they have been raising the demands for around 1.5 years and are willing to hold talks through proper channels. Viewers, fresh developments have emerged in the investigation into the Air India Phuket-Delhi flight that suffered a sudden 300-foot altitude drop. DGCA sources say that the pilot in command initially toxicologically his screening was done, but the report were negative and a confirmatory laboratory report is still awaited. Now, both the pilots have been removed from the flying duties as the investigation continues. But at the same time, Republic has learned from the Indira Gandhi International Airport sources that 9 technical snags were recorded in the aircraft's automated post-flight maintenance report. But DGCA sources caution that the toxicology finding alone does not establish impairment or prove that it was the reason for the cause of the altitude drop that took place in the first place. Here's everything that we know in this report. Take a look.
The latest development in the Air India flight probe centers on the pilot in command's toxicology screening. DGCA sources say the initial screening was reported as not negative, with the confirmatory laboratory report still awaited. While both pilots have been removed from flying duties until the investigation concludes. But a DGCA source makes an important distinction. A toxicology finding does not by itself establish that a pilot was impaired while operating the aircraft. Impairment has to be assessed separately to determine whether any substance affected the pilot's ability to perform his duties.
The pilot may have failed a drug test, and the pilot may have boarded the aircraft and piloted the aircraft under the influence of some substances. That, if true, is a very serious issue, and that, if true, needs a very serious investigation, very harsh punishment. The airline certainly must be pulled up, and certainly the authorities, and particularly the DGCA, which is the regulator, must keep improving. I always believe that even if you're very good, there's always scope to keep improving.
The toxicology finding, therefore, cannot be treated automatically as the cause of the sudden 300-foot altitude drop. Separately, Republic has learned from IGI sources that 9 technical snags were recorded on Air India flight AI2379. The information comes from the aircraft's automated post-flight maintenance report, which records technical alerts, system faults, and operational abnormalities during the flight. The Airbus A320 suffered the sudden altitude drop on the 4th of August while flying from Phuket to Delhi, reportedly throwing passengers and crew around the cabin. 17 people were injured in the incident, including 13 passengers and 4 crew members.
Viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan. Coming up after a short break, powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes Western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors are felt in Venezuela and Ecuador. After a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters, subjected to lathi charge and brutality after assembly march. The face of Jharkhand protest, Devendra Mato hospitalized after deteriorating health conditions during the protest. He was on a hunger strike for the last 9 days. Cloudburst in Chamoli, Uttarakhand causes flash flood. Bridge vehicles swept away by overflowing Tamak River. Powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador as well. At least 132 dead in massive earthquake. Death toll expected to climb. Several remain trapped under rubble. Search and rescue underway. China's Long March 7A rocket explodes 85 seconds after liftoff, losing its payload. Rocket was on its 18th mission. All right, viewers, good morning. This is Karun Seth on Republic on Live This Morning. Starting with our headlines today, a powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck western Colombia that left at least 111 dead and several others trapped under the debris. Now, shaking parts of Ecuador and sending residents running out of their homes and buildings, the tremor was strongly felt in the Colombian capital, Bogota, where authorities say the impact was moderate and no structural damage has been reported so far. But officials in the worst hit Choco region are assessing reports of injuries and serious damage.
A powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake has struck western Colombia. Setting strong tremors across the country and into neighboring Ecuador. The epicenter was reported near San Jose Del Palmar in Colombia's Choco region, around 400 kilometers west of the capital, Bogota. The earthquake struck at a depth of around 107 kilometers, according to the US Geological Survey. In Bogota, residents rushed out of buildings as the powerful tremor shook the capital.
Es un temblor muy fuerte. Nos sorprendió y pues hombre, evacuamos lo más rápido que se pudo.
Mucho tiempo sin esto, ¿no?
No, bastante tiempo. No. Recuerdo que hace aproximadamente unos 3 años quizás. Pero no se había sentido tan fuerte aquí en Bogotá como por lo menos en este sector.
¿Tu reacción, tu primera reacción?
No, pues no, yo estaba despierto y mi primera reacción fue mi esposa sintió el movimiento. Y ya pues llamamos a nuestros familiares para estar en calma, pero realmente fue algo que nos motivó a salir porque no sabíamos qué iba a pasar. Además, pues por lo que pasó en nuestro vecino país, siempre es muy preocupante.
Bogota Mayor Carlos Fernando said the impact on the capital was moderate, with initial assessments finding no structural damage.
Ante el sismo que se presentó cerca de las 7:34 de la mañana en el occidente del país, que se sintió fuerte en Bogotá, ya hicimos un barrido con el IDIGER por una parte, que nos manifiesta que el impacto es moderado en Bogotá. No hay reportados a esta hora ningún daño estructural en la ciudad. Hay grietas en algunas edificaciones que no afectan las estructuras.
Officials are also inspecting construction sites and Bogota's subway system for possible damage. Emergency authorities received calls from residents seeking assistance after the strong tremors, while officials continued checking reports of cracks in buildings.
También tuve reporte del IDU, me manifiestan que preliminarmente no hay afectación en las obras del IDU. Está haciendo el barrido también el metro para verificar que no haya ninguna afectación. Al C4 ha habido llamadas de personas obviamente por Los nervios requiere apoyo, estamos acompañando ese proceso. También ha habido llamadas por grietas en edificaciones, repito que ninguna según el reporte inicial. También hablamos con todos los alcaldes locales, ninguno presenta novedad de daños estructurales.
But in the Choco region, authorities reported injuries and serious damage to buildings, with assessments still underway. The earthquake was also felt across the border in Ecuador, prompting people to evacuate homes and buildings there as well. The powerful tremor comes weeks after two major earthquakes struck neighboring Venezuela, leaving a trail of destruction. Rescue and assessment teams are now working to determine the full extent of the damage from the latest earthquake.
Now, Iran is refusing to declare the Strait of Hormuz safe as long as the United States maintains its naval blockade of Iranian ports. Tehran says the blockade amounts to an act of aggression and is demanding its removal before the key waterway can fully reopen. At the same time, Iran has responded to a new Saudi Arabia-Turkey-Pakistan defense pact, saying regional countries are increasingly looking beyond the US for security. And another significant development, President Masoud Pezeshkian says Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei has called for unity and cohesion amid economic pressure and US sanctions. More in this report.
The Strait of Hormuz remains at the center of the Iran-US standoff, with Tehran now refusing to declare the waterway safe. Iran says the strait will not be safe as long as the US naval blockade of Iranian ports remain in place.
مادامی که محاصره دریایی آمریکا ادامه داشته باشه طبق قطعنامه 3314 مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد، محاصره دریایی از این جنس به مثابه عمل تجاوزکارانه است. مادامی که سایر نقض‌های آمریکا تداوم داشته باشه، خب شرایط لازم برای این که بگیم تنگه هرمز تبدیل به یک آبراه امن شده وجود نخواهد داشت.
Tehran says the blockade amounts to an act of aggression and wants the US to lift the blockade before the waterway can fully reopen. Iran is also demanding compensation for war damage, the lifting of economic sanctions and the release of its frozen assets. Iran is separately discussing transit arrangements with Oman, including a possible temporary shipping corridor, but says reopening the strait depends on talks with Washington. Tehran has also responded to a new NATO-style defense agreement between Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan.
خب دلیلی وجود نداره که همونجور که اشاره کردید دو کشور همسایه ترکیه و پاکستان و همینطور عربستان، سه کشوری که ما باشون دارای پیوندهای عمیق دینی، تاریخی و تمدنی هستیم، نگران باشیم که این پیمان علیه ایران باشه.
Bagai says the pact instead shows that regional countries are seeking their own security arrangements rather than relying on outside powers.
این تحول نشانه مهمی است از اینکه کشورهای منطقه به این نتیجه رسیدند که نمیتوانند به ادعای تأمین امنیت از سوی آمریکا و برخی دیگر از بازیگران خارج از منطقه اتکا بکنن، اعتماد بکنن.
Amid the external pressure, Iran is also signaling the need for unity at home. President Pezeshkian held a 7-hour meeting with Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei on the economy, livelihoods, employment, housing, and the impact of US sanctions. Pezeshkian says Khamenei's key message was that Iran must prevent divisions and maintain unity. From the future of Hormuz to regional defense alliances and calls for unity at home, Iran's latest signals show the war's confrontation is far from over.
All right, let's look at the stories that are making waves across the globe. Moving to our international wrap now. President Donald Trump has hit back at Iran's demand for war reparations, saying Tehran should instead compensate the US for the damage that they have done over a 50-year period. Separately, in a Truth Social post, Trump said he would seek compensation for what he described as decades of Iranian actions. Now, this comes as Iran demanded compensation for damage caused during the 5-month conflict, along with the lifting of sanctions, release of frozen assets, and an end to the US blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. A Houthi attack on the Red Sea port town of Mocha has killed 7 people and wounded 30 others, according to Yemen's defense ministry. 4 military personnel and 3 civilians were killed in the attack, which damaged ports, warehouses, and other infrastructure at the port. The strike is among the largest waves of Houthi attacks on positions held by Yemen's Saudi-backed government since the 2022 truce. The attack comes as renewed tensions around the Strait of Hormuz draw attention to the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb shipping route. Japan's Space Agency successfully launched a navigation satellite aboard its flagship H-3 rocket. The rocket lifted off from the Tanashima Space Center with its solid rocket booster separating as planned. The Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency said the rocket remained on course after liftoff. Firefighters are battling a wildfire in eastern Spain that has burned around 810 hectares since breaking out last Friday. More than 300 personnel and 21 aircraft are involved in the operation, with crews using direct attacks and controlled burning to contain the blaze. Authorities said efforts to stop it at once were making progress, but cautioned that thunderstorms forecast could bring strong winds and complicate firefighting operations. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place as firefighters battle the bug fire in Nevada's Washoe County. The wildfires burned around 15,000 acres, with flames spreading across hills and thick smoke visible in the area. Fire crews, including helicopter support, are continuing efforts to contain the blaze as nearby residents remain under evacuation orders. All right, Ukraine's drone warfare chief is warning that strikes against Russian military targets in Crimea could increase 7-fold if Western funding reaches Kyiv faster. Now, Robert Madyar-Brovdi says Ukraine is currently operating at just 14% of its unmanned systems capacity and wants to make Crimea unusable as a Russian military base.
Ukraine is threatening to dramatically ramp up its drone campaign against Russian military targets in Crimea. The commander of Ukraine's unmanned systems forces says strikes against the peninsula could increase 7-fold if Western funding and equipment reach Kyiv faster.
Легко дістався Путіну в далекому 2014 році, як самий ласий трофей, має стати нецікавим та неможливим для Путіна у якості використання як військовий плацдарм.
Brovdi says the objective is to make Crimea unusable as a staging ground for Russian military operations. He claims Ukraine's drone force is currently operating at only a fraction of its potential capacity.
Можу сьогодні дати реальну цифру застосування, яка знаходиться на відмітці 14% поточної спроможності сил безпілотних систем. Ми за наявності своєчасного партнерського фінансування з метою забезпечення засобів можемо і спроможні наростити нашу присутність ураження по Криму у 7 разів станом на серпень поточного року, без початку сухопутної операції, виключно повітряним шляхом, виключно використанням безпілотників, ударних і розвідувальних безпілотників українського виробництва.
Brovdi says the limiting factor is not Ukraine's ability to produce drones, but the speed at which funding from Western partners reaches the military. Ukraine's campaign has already targeted Russian military infrastructure in Crimea, including rail links, fuel facilities, power infrastructure, and air defense systems.
Результату першої фази, котра ще не закінчилася, результати спецоперації по Криму, вони вже мають відповідні ефекти та наслідки. Якщо ви аналізуватимете принаймні 5 останніх масованих ракетних атак на Україну, то з півострова одиничні випадки запуску ракет при одномоментному залпі ракет.
Brovdi says the campaign is also aimed at disrupting Russia's military logistics and reducing the peninsula's role as a launchpad for attacks on Ukraine. Ukraine is also targeting what Brovdi describes as Russia's maritime logistics and so-called shadow fleet activity around Crimea.
Діяльність тіньового флота після вибиття понад 2 сотень лоханей, котрі використовувалися для транзиту нафти і підвозу його на рейд для вантаження в великі танкери, не те що обмежена, зупинена. В Азовському морі руху немає. Керченська затока закрита на невизначений термін, і ми слідкуватимемо за тим, щоб вона раптом не почала працювати навіть перебіжками в інтересах фінансування війни чи використання Путіним як транзитних шляхів.
Brovdi says Ukraine's drone campaign will continue as an open-ended operation while Russia works to counter the Ukrainian advantage with electronic warfare and satellite communications. He also warns that Russia is increasing its use of jet-powered Shahid drones and expanding its ballistic missile capacity. Ukraine, meanwhile, is facing shortages of Patriot interceptor missiles, leaving its air defenses under growing pressure during large-scale Russian attacks. Brovdi argues that weakening Russia's ability to launch those attacks will require deeper strikes against the infrastructure supporting its missile and drone campaign. A 7-fold expansion of Ukraine's Crimea drone campaign could now depend on how quickly Western funding and military support reach Kyiv.
All right, time to pause for a short break. Coming up on the other side, face of Jharkhand protest, Devendra Mato hospitalized after deteriorating health conditions during the protest. Remember, he was on hunger strike for the last 9 days.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing grip. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
और निश्चित रूप से
तबीयत तो दादा कल जब डॉक्टर आए हैं तो शुगर बीपी सब लो हो गया है और जो है सो डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं पानी लीजिए। लेकिन हमें लगता है कि अब इस राज्य के लिए, इस मुल्क के लिए हम अपने आप को त्याग कर दें, अपने जान को, अपने जिस्म को त्याग कर दें, क्योंकि सरकार जाग नहीं रही है। एक टीम भी बुलाई तो उधर से बुलाई, इधर इस मंच से बुलाई ही नहीं। आज मैसेज किया है कि जो है सो इधर से भी बुलाएंगे। अब बताइए कल क्यों नहीं बुलाए? हम लोग दो गुट में नहीं है दादा। ये 25 तारीख को ये यहाँ से देवेंद्र नाथ बाबू जो है उनकी अगुवाई में बापू वाटिका से ये आंदोलन शुरुआत होती है। आप देख लीजिए बैनर में भी लिखा हुआ 25 जुलाई से। और ये जिस तरह से उलूल जुलूल बात किया जा रहा है आपके चैनल पे, मैं बता दूं कि बता दिया जा रहा है कि जो है सो सीएम साहब से बात नहीं होगी, उनके मंत्रियों से बात होगी। मैं सीएम साहब को कहना चाहता हूँ।
Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju has now challenged Rahul Gandhi to be present in the Parliament during Home Minister Amit Shah's reply. Now remember, yesterday Kiren Rijiju had said that Shah will be giving a detailed reply on the students' issue, and now Rijiju has tweeted saying Rahul Gandhi demanded a response from Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji for days. Now that the Home Minister is ready for answer every point in detail, he must not run away. And now we turn our focus to the world of business. Here are the top business headlines and stories that are making waves today. Over to you, Nitin.
In a big relief for Gautam Adani, a United States judge has officially dismissed the criminal bribery and fraud case against the billionaire Gautam Adani, which was something that came back in 2024. Now, this ruling brings an end to a high-profile legal battle that first began, again, back in 2024. Now, the judge approved a direct request from the US Justice Department to drop all the charges. What the justice official stated was that the case was primarily a foreign issue, difficult to prove and out of step with the current priorities. Now, before dismissing the case, the judge questioned if Adani's $10 billion US investment pledge influenced this move. Now, the Justice Department strongly denied any connection and explanation that the judge ultimately had to accept. However, the judge did express concern over how the dismissal was handled, noting that the original investigators were sidelined. He clarified that dropping the case does not necessarily mean that he agrees with the government's reasoning. Now, taking to X, in a congratulatory post, Gautam Adani welcomed the decision, expressed his respect for the US's judicial process. The Adani Group has consistently, since 2024, denied all allegations of wrongdoing since this case began.
All right, Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters, subjecting them to lathi charge and brutality after the assembly march.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल,
paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
আমাৰ নামখিনি গাই নাই দিয়া মই তালে যাম ন চিনাকি কৰাই দিবা
At least 132 dead in massive earthquake, death toll expected to climb. Several remain trapped under rubble. Search and rescue underway.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
और निश्चित रूप से
तबीयत तो दादा कल जब डॉक्टर आए हैं तो शुगर बीपी सब लो हो गया है और जो है सो डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं पानी लीजिए। लेकिन हमें लगता है कि अब इस राज्य के लिए इस मुल्क के लिए हम अपने आप को त्याग कर दें, अपने जान को अपने जिस्म को त्याग कर दें, क्योंकि सरकार जाग नहीं रही है। एक टीम भी बुलाई तो उधर से बुलाई, इधर इस मंच से बुलाई ही नहीं। आज मैसेज किया है कि जो है सो इधर से भी बुलाएंगे। अब बताइए कल क्यों नहीं बुलाए? हम लोग दो गुट में नहीं है दादा। ये 25 तारीख को ये यहाँ से देवेंद्र नाथ बाबू जो है उनकी अगुवाई में बापू वाटिका से ये आंदोलन शुरुआत होती है। आप देख लीजिए बैनर में भी लिखा हुआ जुलाई से। और ये जिस तरह से उलूल जुलूल बात किया जा रहा है, आपके चैनल पे मैं बता दूं कि बता दिया जा रहा है कि जो है सो सीएम साहब से बात नहीं होगी, उनके मंत्रियों से बात होगी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, as monsoon session of the Parliament inches closer, we are now looking for a parliamentary fierce debate. This comes in as Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju has now challenged the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi to be present in the Parliament when Home Minister Amit Shah makes a detailed statement on the student protest in Delhi. And with that, we'll cut across to the headlines that we're tracking on Republic TV this morning, as now the stage has been set for a fierce parliamentary debate. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Stage set for parliamentary debate on students as Kiren Rijiju now challenges Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul must not run away from debate. Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters, subject them to lathi charge and brutality after assembly march. Day 18 of protest in Jharkhand, students to continue protest march. Meanwhile, student leader Mahato remains hospitalized. More details now emerge of how Donald Trump escaped reported Iran's assassination plot, where Air Force One used as a decoy to protect the US president. Powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake strikes Western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador as well. At least 132 dead in massive earthquake in Western Colombia. Several remain trapped under rubble. Search and rescue operation underway. Welcome viewers, and now we have some major updates coming in related to the Air India flight from Phuket to Delhi that plunged 300 feet and injured about 17 people. Sources are now telling us that the flight suffered 9 technical snags, which included a triple hydraulic failures. Autopilot was also disconnected in AI 2379 flight. Now, US Republic also demanded answers from DGCA, and they in fact did not deny the positive report on the post-flight dope test of pilot in command. Adding to that, they said that toxicology does not prove impairment. So in addition to that, now we understand that the flight that plunged 300 feet also suffered 9 technical snags, including 3 hydraulic failures as well. Now remember viewers, in this incident about 17 people were also injured, including both passengers and crew members. We got some horrifying visuals from that incident in which the flight plunged immediately about 300 feet, which injured about 17 people. And now more details are emerging as to what was the sequence of events, what exactly unfolded in that Air India flight from Phuket to Delhi that plunged 300 feet. And now sources are telling us that the flight suffered 9 technical snags, including triple hydraulic failures as well. Joining us on the broadcast is J. Venkateshwar Rao, aviation expert. Thank you, Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, for joining us on Republic TV. Sir, we're still trying to understand what exactly happened with that Air India flight. And now more and more details are emerging, also showing us that there were about 9 technical snags, including hydraulic failures as well. So please put this into perspective for our viewers, what exactly these technical snags mean and how this could have led to the plunge that happened in that flight.
Now we are in a conundrum. First they said that the pilot was under the influence. Now there are multiple technical snags.
Right.
Technical snags, to be very honest, is nothing new with Air India. We've had multiple issues at many times. We've seen the aircraft not being maintained. In fact, the MRO in Nagpur was complaining the other day that outsiders and contractors were brought in, not their regular employees. So you see, technical snags, they've been carried forward or they've been overlooked at times. But all this occurring simultaneously is really cause for concern. And it also reflects on the DGCA. That means they have not been maintaining a check on this aircraft or the logbook of this aircraft, or even conducted any kind of checks, regular checks. So this is bound to happen.
Right, all right. So you're essentially questioning that the kind of maintenance record that there is with this flight. But I also want to ask you, when you talk about these technical snags, you said that it's not uncommon for Air India. But how do you think this could have led to the plunge that happened? Is there a correlation there? Or do you think, because the medical report is still yet to be confirmed by DGCA about the toxicology report. So do you think there is a link there, or these 9 technical snags can also be correlated to the plunge that happened?
No, it is a coincidence that at the same time there was a triple hydraulic failure, and now with the Airbus team coming in and all these people coming in, we need to wait to see what they are going to be saying, because it has been declared, and there is an accident report that's going to be investigation that's going to be done by the AIB. So let's wait and watch what they say. But at the end of the day, it is the maintenance of the aircraft that is also in question now, apart from what has happened with the pilot. So we'll have to wait and watch what exactly takes place.
Right, so of course we'll have to wait and see what exactly comes out of this report. But Air India's record certainly remains under scrutiny. On that note, Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, thanks so much for joining us and putting this into perspective for our viewers.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now we're focused on another breaking news that we're getting at this hour. A massive joint anti-terror operation has now been launched by Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF in Doda district. This comes after 4 suspected terrorists, including 3 Pakistani nationals and 1 local, was spotted on camera in Ramtund area of Doda. Security forces immediately swung into action following the visual confirmation of the group's presence, which essentially triggered a large-scale search and cordon operation across the region. Now, the joint forces have intensified combing operations in and around Ramtund area and adjoining areas as well of Doda as part of their broader anti-terror drive aiming to track, isolate and neutralize these suspected terrorists. The massive search operation remains underway at the moment, with troops maintaining a heightened security grid in the district. My colleague Gursimran also joins us with more details on this. Gursimran, it's a very concerning news that has come to light that about 4 suspected terrorists have been spotted in Doda. We understand right now that the anti-terror operation is underway. So what more details can we in fact at this time reveal at the moment?
Yes, what we are picking up from our sources in the Indian Army, that a group was spotted yesterday afternoon. It was locals in the area. It is in the Ramtund area of the Bhadrava upper reaches where this group was spotted and captured on the phone by the locals, after which they shared this video with the Indian Army that has launched a massive search operation along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF in the area. What we are told and what we are getting to know from the officials in the Indian Army, that this is believed to be a group of 4 terrorists, which has 1 local terrorist that was in Pakistan, infiltrated back to India, and is one of those who has been instrumental in running this entire chain of terrorism in the upper reaches of Kathua, Udhampur and also in the Doda, Kishtwar. We are told that it has 3 Pakistanis, including 1 that was flagged by the security agencies a couple of days ago, that this terrorist has infiltrated into the Indian territory. Important to mention that this area of the Doda and the Kishtwar has seen the Azrael group of Jaish-e-Mohammed that was infiltrated into the Indian territory under its top commander Saifullah, who was neutralized earlier this year by the Kishtwar police in an operation that they had carried out with the Indian Army, and that was one of the major success in the last 4 to 5 years in the terrorism that is once again trying to shift its base from Kashmir Valley to Jammu region. Now once again a new group has surfaced, and what we are picking up from the sources that this new group is a recently infiltrated group. So that threat also looms large, and as we speak the security forces are carrying out large scale search operations in the Bhadarwa area of the Doda and the nearby areas, because this is in the upper reaches. What we are picking up from the sources on ground, that the inputs that are flowing in suggest that the security forces and the difference between the terrorist location is somewhere 12 to 14 hours, and the forces are mobilizing the troops so that they can cope up with this time and this group can be neutralized.
Right, in fact, and the bigger concern is that this is again a cross-border terror threat, because as you mentioned, this also includes 3 Pakistani nationals. With that, thanks Gursimran for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now here's a quick focus on what is on the cards for Parliament today. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has now challenged Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi to be present in the Parliament during Home Minister Amit Shah's detailed reply on students' protest. Remember, yesterday Kiran Rijiju had said that Shah will be giving a detailed reply on the students' issue, and now Rijiju has also tweeted saying that Rahul Gandhi demanded a response from Home Minister Amit Shah for days, and now that Home Minister is ready to answer every point in detail, he must not run away. So that's a strong statement coming in from Rijiju to opposition at large and to Rahul Gandhi specifically: do not run away from debate. Let's take a listen.
सरकार की तरफ से बहुत साफ शब्दों में लोकसभा में मैंने बयान दिया है कि राहुल गांधी जी कई दिनों से गृह मंत्री अमित शाह का जवाब मांग रहे हैं और सदन में स्टेटमेंट देना चाहिए, ये बार बार कह रहे हैं। अब जब सरकार तैयार है, गृह मंत्री जी डिटेल पूरे घटनाओं का बहुत डिटेल में जवाब देने के तैयार है, फिर राहुल गांधी जी भाग रहे हैं। मैंने इसलिए सदन में कहा कि भागना नहीं है, डरना नहीं है। सरकार की तरफ से बहुत साफ शब्दों में लोकसभा में मैंने बयान दिया है कि राहुल गांधी जी कई दिनों से गृह मंत्री अमित शाह का जवाब मांग रहे हैं और सदन में स्टेटमेंट देना चाहिए, ये बार बार कह रहे हैं। अब जब सरकार तैयार है, गृह मंत्री जी डिटेल पूरे घटनाओं का बहुत डिटेल में जवाब देने के तैयार है, फिर राहुल गांधी जी भाग रहे हैं। मैंने इसलिए सदन में कहा कि भागना नहीं है, डरना नहीं है।
All right, my colleague Chandrakala also joins us with more details on this. Chandrakala, you've been tracking all the parliamentary updates, and this is a very strong message coming in from government to opposition: do not run away from debate. So we have seen the entire monsoon session has been a washout entirely. So what do you think is on the cards for the remaining few days now?
Well, as we know that as Parliament deadlock continues over the opposition's demand on, as far as response from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is concerned. Now, of course, a strong message from the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Of course, we saw yesterday also he has made absolutely clear that the government is ready to respond each and every question. Not only respond, but also, every detail will be discussed as far as the student protest is concerned. But he has also urged the opposition leader, the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, to listen to it and not to run away when the discussion is on. Absolutely made clear yesterday as well as today. We saw a tweet just a while back where he has mentioned that there is no need to run away from what the discussion is all about, and there should be every there should not be any disruption to be created by the opposition, and no ruckus should be created by the opposition when the Union Home Minister Amit Shah responds to each and every question on student protest. Now we know that this might pave the way to end the logjam in the Parliament, and of course, as we know that as the monsoon session began on 20th of July, there is no smooth functioning of the session over the student protest. But yet, amid the protest, the anti-paper leak bill got passed in the Parliament. And today it's expected that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be responding to each and every question as far as the opposition demand is concerned on the student protest. As we know, the opposition has been alleging the use of pellet guns on students was on Shah's order. This will be taken up directly by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and he will be responding to each and every question as far as the student protest is concerned. Also, besides that, of course, two very crucial bills are to be tabled in the Parliament.
All right, the stage is now set for an intense debate in the Parliament. Of course, given that opposition does not run away from debate this time. Thanks, Chandrakala, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And with that, viewers, time to track other headlines which are coming to light from across the nation in our special segment called Bharat in One. Roof of a 3-story hardware shop collapsed in UP's Ghaziabad, leaving 2 injured. The 3 workers were present in the hardware shop when the incident occurred and were buried under the debris. The 3 were taken later to the hospital where 1 was pronounced dead. 2 are still undergoing treatment at Delhi's GTB hospital. The body of head constable Ajay Kumar was found inside the quarter at the police lines in UP Sitapur after a foul order was reported. However, the police say that no evidence of a criminal act was found at the scene. His family has now been informed while an inquest and video recorded post-mortem will follow as further investigation continues. Heavy rains led to severe waterlogging in parts of Puri, Odisha. Visuals from earlier today show several roads and low-lying areas inundated with rainwater, causing disruption for commuters. The weather conditions continue to affect normal life across parts of the city. And now we are shifting focus in a highly unusual security operation triggered by an Iranian threat. President Trump was secretly switched from Air Force One to a military C-332A jet while departing from Turkey. Air Force One was deliberately used as a decoy to mislead potential attackers, while the president was quietly transferred to a smaller, less conspicuous military aircraft for his actual departure. Now, some reports go even further, claiming that he was even smuggled out of the area in a catering truck as part of the elaborate plan designed to protect him. Now, the extraordinary measures highlight the seriousness of the perceived threat that came from Iran and the lengths to which the security detail went to ensure a safe exit from the country. So more details are now emerging about Trump's secret exit from Turkey. Earlier, there were reports saying that he did switch the plane from Air Force One, but now more details coming in that how he left Turkey in a military C-32A jet when he departed from the country. In fact, Air Force One was deliberately used as a decoy to mislead potential attackers, while the president was quietly transferred to a smaller military aircraft for his actual departure. Now, some reports even go further, claiming that he was smuggled out of the area in a catering truck as part of the elaborate plan to protect him. The extraordinary measures now highlight the seriousness of the perceived threat that came from Iran and the lengths to which his security detail went to ensure a safe exit for the president from the country. And now we are shifting focus. More developments coming to light from the US. US President Donald Trump has now indicated that any discussion of reparations related to Iran would be reciprocal, stating that while Iranian officials requested compensation for the kind of damage inflicted by the United States, he countered now that by proposing that Iran should instead pay for the harm it has caused for over 50 years now. He also framed this as a fair approach, saying that if damages are to be addressed at all, leaving the precise next steps deliberately vague with the remark that people will find out. So that's classic Donald Trump for you, taking a U-turn on the compensation that was addressed as part of the negotiations between the two sides. Let's take a listen to his latest statement.
They asked for reparations, you might say, or they asked for money for the damage that we've done. I said, that's a good idea. Well, we're going to ask for money for the damage they've done over a 50-year period. Whether you go SS Cole or whether you go all of the people that were so badly hurt, so badly wounded or killed, many thousands of people, and maybe damages for the 52,000 protesters over the last 4 months that were killed in Iran. We think their family should get damages for killing their person or their child or mother, father that were protesting. It's at least, it was 52,000 a month and a half ago. So now what is it? So if there's damages to be paid, I think Iran should pay those damages.
Donald Trump also asserted that U.S. Navy currently now holds exclusive control over the Strait of Hormuz, describing an infallible blockade as a steel wall that permits vessels to enter and exit only as the U.S. allows, while explicitly barring any ships from proceeding into Iran. He also further emphasized that America maintains 100% control of the vital waterway. This comes in as US's naval blockade continues around Iranian ports, while Iran in fact claims at the moment that Strait of Hormuz is under the control of IRGC. So contradicting Iran's claim, Donald Trump says that Strait of Hormuz is in fact 100% in the control of US Navy. Let's take a listen to his statement.
We're taking a lot of ships. It's open now. Look, the only one that has control of the Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy. We have a blockade that's been infallible. It's a steel wall. And we let people in that we want to let in, and those people come in, and they've been coming in and they're going out. So it's actually open now. We do not let them go into Iran. They're not admitted into the strait to go to Iran. But it's open for others. Now, a little bit complex because they will, on occasion, drop a mine, and we find the mines. You know, we've mine swept the entire strait, as you probably maybe heard, maybe you didn't hear, but we control the strait 100%. Now, can they make trouble? Yeah, they can make trouble. But they're broke. They have no money. You know, Iran is broke, totally broke. And they're not paying their soldiers. They have inflation of 300% as of last night. I heard 309%. So we'll see what happens. But they've been bad for, they say 47, it's actually 50 now. You know, 47, they've been saying it for 3 years. But for 50 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East. What they've done is terrible. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people. They've killed people, they've wounded and maimed people with the legs, the arms, you know, with the roadside bomb is their bomb. They're very proud of it. And now they're paying a price.
All right, viewers, so that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. But don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short commercial break, Day 18 of Jharkhand protest students to continue their march. Meanwhile, student leader Mato remains hospitalized. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
আমাৰ নামখিনি গাই নাই দিয়া মই তালৈ যাম নহয় চিনাকি কৰাই দিবা
Every new day in Ladakh brings with it a different landscape. On day 6, Hero Tiranga Trails and Ghana's Ladakh Odyssey left Karo. Crossed the high altitude routes of Zingral and Changla before concluding the day's journey at Tangsi. The day's ride marked the expedition's gradual transition into eastern Ladakh, where every kilometer presented a new challenge. From the climb beyond Zingral to the ascent of Changla, the journey demanded equal measures of determination, endurance and dependable engineering.
कारू से चांगला आते समय जिंगराल एक इम्पॉर्टेंट हॉल्ट है. उसमें बेसिकली स्पीड से ज़्यादा यहाँ पे डिसिप्लिन मायने रखता है. द वे यू आर राइडिंग, जो फॉर्मेशन में आप राइड कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज आप अगर यहाँ का टेरेन देखेंगे तो काफ़ी हार्श वेदर, अनप्रेडिक्टेबल वेदर है, काफ़ी स्टीप स्लोप्स, रफ ट्रैक्स है. सो डिसिप्लिन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
At Changla, one of Ladakh's most iconic mountain passes, the expedition paused to reflect on the significance of the route ahead. Among those riding are serving personnel, including members whose units served during the Kargil War, led by Major General Arvind Yadav, Vishisht Seva Medal, ADG and Colonel Commandant of the Regiment of Artillery, making the journey not merely an expedition across mountains, but a tribute carried through landscapes deeply connected with India's military history.
हीरो मोटोकॉप की तरफ से गनर्स लद्दाख ओडिसी में हम अभी जिंगराल पे हॉल्ट कर रहे हैं, जिसका ऑल्टीट्यूड 15,543 फीट है. हम अगर पूरी ओवरऑल बाइक राइड की बात करें तो ये हमारे लिए एक एडवेंचर से ज़्यादा टीम स्पिरिट, कमराडरी और रेजिलियंस का भी एक्सपीरियंस है.
Throughout the day, Hero Motocorp continued to power the expedition across changing terrain and extreme conditions. More than supporting mobility, its engineering enabled the riders to remain focused on the purpose of the journey, honoring the bicentenary of the Regiment of Artillery and paying tribute to India's Shaheed soldiers. With Day 6 concluding at Tangsi, Hero Tiranga Trails and Gunners Ladakh Odyssey now prepares for one of its most significant chapters yet. Tomorrow, the expedition heads to Hanli, carrying the journey of remembrance further into the heart of Ladakh.
Welcome back, viewers. And now, two people were shot dead in Chicago, United States. Yet again, serious questions are being raised on the weapons policy in the country. The incident itself has now been reported from an elementary school in Chicago. This is where two adults were found unresponsive and later pronounced dead. Police is yet to ascertain the motive behind this shooting incident. Here's what we know so far.
In a yet another shooting incident reported from the United States, two custodians were found dead in an elementary school in Chicago. The incident occurred at Mark Twain Elementary School, where a 63-year-old man and a 48-year-old woman, identified as custodians in the school, were found unresponsive in the premises. Police found both the custodians had been fatally shot in the head. They were then taken to the hospital where doctors pronounced them brought dead. Police has now reportedly discovered a weapon at the crime scene. However, the cause and the motive behind the shooting is not yet clear. Police is also yet to identify who carried out this assault, as the school was not in session at the time of the incident. Although this incident has again raised questions on the weapons policy in the United States.
All right, viewers, with that, we are slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, stage now set for parliamentary debate on students' issue, as Kiren Rijiju now challenges LP Rahul Gandhi that he must not run away from debate. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
और निश्चित रूप से
तबीयत तो दादा कल जब डॉक्टर आए हैं तो शुगर बीपी सब लो हो गया है और जो है सो डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं पानी लीजिए, लेकिन हमें लगता है कि अब इस राज्य के लिए, इस मुल्क के लिए हम अपने आप को त्याग कर दें, अपने जान को, अपने जिस्म को त्याग कर दें।
All right, viewers, good morning. You're here on Republic Live with me, Karun Seth. Now, yesterday has been a remarkable event. We've seen the students march to the Jharkhand Ranchi Vidhan Sabha, and we've seen the draconian crackdown on the students with police lathi charging, releasing tear gas at the students, where we've seen, unfortunately, the Congress missing, the CJP missing, the AAP missing. And that's what we start our headlines and stories today with. Now, moving on to the headlines for the day.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
State set for parliamentary debate on students. Kiran Rijiju challenges Rahul, says Rahul must not run away from debate. Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters subjected to lathi charge and brutality after the assembly march. Day 18 of the protest in Jharkhand, students to continue protest march. Meanwhile, student leader Mahato remains hospitalized. Now, more details emerge of how Trump escaped reported Iran assassination plot. Air Force One uses a decoy to protect Trump. A powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador as well. At least 132 dead in massive earthquake in western Colombia. Several remain trapped under rubble. Search and rescue underway. Now, the Jharkhand BJP has called for a statewide bandh on Tuesday, which is today, August 11th, to protest against this police action against students during the JPSC, JSSC aspirants Vidhan Sabha Gherao march in Ranchi the previous day. Today marks day 18th of their agitation over alleged irregularities, paper leaks and recruitment scams in exams conducted by the Jharkhand Public Service Commission, which is JPSC, and Jharkhand Staff Selection Commission, which is JSSC, including demands for cancellation of the JSSC CGL exam and a CBI probe. Thousands of job aspirants marched towards the State Assembly, breached multiple barricades and clashed with security forces. Congress unleashed violence on peaceful protesters, with police using water cannons, tear gas and lathi charge to stop them. BJP State President Aditya Sahu and Leader of the Opposition Babulal Marandi announced the Bandh, condemning the Hemant Soren government's repressive and violent response and accusing it of treating students like criminals. Now, the shutdown has drawn party workers onto the streets in support of the aspirants' long-running demands for transparent recruitment reforms. Now remember, today we are on day 18th. We've seen a brutal crackdown yesterday on the students with lathi charge, with tear gas. We've played videos of injured students since morning, where students who were peacefully protesting. Now remember, viewers, it was a total peaceful protest. There have been no reports of any casualties, any injuries or any misbehavior caused towards the police personnel. So the protest here has been completely peaceful, completely democratic. In spite of that, we've seen this inhumane treatment yesterday meted out towards peaceful, innocent Jharkhand protesters. Initially they put out barbed wires on barricades, seemed less like Jharkhand, a scene from Jharkhand Ranchi, seemed more like the LOC, where students were treated like terrorists, in fact, where, you had tear gas, you had lathi charges on innocent students who did not resort to violence. But unfortunately, we've seen, and that's what, the criticism has been about, we've seen the conspicuous absence of the leading government, of the Congress party, of the JMM, both of which together are in collision in Jharkhand. We've seen the conspicuous absence of the CJP.
कल राहुल गांधी का ट्वीट एक आया। राहुल गांधी ट्वीट किए कि छात्रों का ये शांतिपूर्ण आंदोलन चलने दीजिए, छात्रों की मांग जायज़ है। लेकिन फिर जेपीएससी का जो ट्विटर हैंडल है उससे रिप्लाई आता है कि आपने जैसे ट्वीट किया तुरंत लाठी डंडे शुरू हो गए। क्या ये सब कुछ दिखावे के लिए केवल है भाई?
जी बिल्कुल दिखावे के लिए है। लेकिन यहाँ पे वो क्यों नहीं अभी तक आ रहे हैं? छात्र आज 19वां दिन है, हाँ अभी तक वो क्यों नहीं आए और अभी तक छात्रों के साथ क्यों नहीं समझा रहा हूँ।
ये राहुल गांधी का ट्वीट था जिसमें उन्होंने लिखा कि झारखंड में विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे छात्रों के खिलाफ बल का इस्तेमाल गलत है। नीचे लिखते हैं कि छात्रों को शांतिपूर्ण विरोध का अधिकार और बातचीत से ही समाधान निकल सकता है। ठीक है, उसके बाद देखिए आप लोग की तरफ से रिप्लाई था कि नैतिक ज्ञान मत दीजिए, हमारी लोगों को सरकार ने।
सर देखिए, कथनी और करने में अंतर है सर। सरकार को ये समझना चाहिए कि जिस सरकार को हम लोगों ने, हमारे परिवार के लोगों ने, इस झारखंड वासियों ने बनाया है, आज यदि हम अपनी मांग को मांग रहे हैं तो कहाँ से गलत है? यदि हमारे छात्रों को अन्याय नहीं मिलेगा, यहाँ हमें जॉब नहीं मिलेगी तो हमें कहाँ मिलेगी? जब हम लोग दिन रात मेहनत करके पढ़ाई करते हैं उसके हिसाब से हमें परिणाम सरकार देती नहीं है। और सरकार अपने मन मर्जी से सीटें बेचना, नौकरी बेचना, यहाँ के लोगों को धोखा देना, हर विभाग को जैसे तैसे कर देना, तो ये कहाँ तक न्याय है? हमारे झारखंड वासियों ने इस सरकार को बनाया था एक सपने के तौर पर कि हाँ सरकार झारखंड का बनेगी, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की सरकार बनेगी तो यहाँ के लोगों को रोजगार मिलेगा। लेकिन जस्ट इसका उल्टा होता है, यहाँ के लोगों को धोखा दिया जाता है।
कल हमने छात्र एकता देखी, पूरे झारखंड से सभी हर जिलों से छात्र आ गए। कल जो बर्बरता की गई, अब हम उम्मीद करें कि आने वाले समय में जब आप लोग कोई कदम उठाएंगे तो फिर एक साथ एक मंच पर वो एक साथ खड़े रहेंगे।
हाँ उसमें तो रहेंगे। सारे छात्र अपने मन से एक साथ हुए हैं क्योंकि सब परेशान हैं। यहाँ झारखंड के संपूर्ण प्रदेश में जितने भी छात्र हैं सब परेशान हैं सर, इसलिए हमेशा एकजुट रहेंगे। ये किसी सरकार की दलाली और किसी के बहकावे बात में आने वाला नहीं है।
तो देखिए, कल के दिन रांची की सड़कों पर जिस तरह से लोकतंत्र को तार तार किया गया, छात्रों के साथ बर्बरता की गई, वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल किया गया, एक्सपायर्ड आंसू गैस के गोले भी दागे गए। आज छात्रों का कैसा यहाँ पर होगा ऐलान, क्या करेंगे आगे, सब कुछ आपको दिखाएंगे। छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद बने रहे रिपब्लिक भारत।
Now remember, you're seeing on your visuals, you look at your screens, viewers, you're seeing the visuals here of water cannons, deadly water cannons being unleashed on peaceful protesters. Now if you look at your screens, the students are peacefully protesting, they're just standing and they're bearing the brunt of deadly water cannons on them. None of the students have reportedly, or none of the students have actually caused any harm. There's been reports of no violence. Not a single police personnel was even injured in the peaceful protest. The students have been completely democratic. The students have been completely peaceful. The students have been completely disciplined in their protests. Yet you see there on the screens the police lathi charging on those students. You see the students running away. You see the students running away from the brutal police brutality, where the police has been seen beating them with sticks. If you look at the policemen there, they have their shield in one hand, they have sticks in the other hand, and they are brutally beating these students and making the students run away from the site. And this is why the students were just peacefully standing and protesting. They've not thrown anything at the police. There's been no reports of any, unlike the violence in Delhi, remember. Now there's a stark contrast here where you've seen visuals of the violence in Delhi. In Delhi you saw the mob, turning violent and attacking the police personnel, throwing stones at the police personnel. Here you see peaceful protesters who are just standing there. They're democratically protesting in the Vidhan Sabha area. And you look at the screen, you look at the kind of injuries that have been caused to these students. On your screen, you see an injured limb of the student who's been beaten. And you remember, look at some of the visuals. You look at the back of that peaceful protester. The protester has been peacefully protesting, and you see they've been hit on their backs, they've been hit on their legs. Here you see again the police using the tear gas to make the students run away and brutally. And you look at the students' apathy there. The students literally showing the kind of injuries that have been caused to them, the kind of mayhem that's been caused, and the kind of brutality that's been unleashed on the students there. If you see on the screens, students showing what in his hand, the student is showing basically the kind of objects that have been used to dispel the protest, to dispel the peaceful protest, to get the students to run away, to stop them from peacefully protesting. And you see the media reporter speaking to them, and the student in his hand showcasing the kind of violence that's been unleashed. If you look at your screen, the police is using lathi and tear gas at the same time. The poor students are running away from the site. They have no choice but to run away, leave their peaceful protest there. And you look at the police personnel there, they're using tear gas. Now remember, this is where they had decided, this was after more than 20 days of hunger strikes in the stadium where they were peacefully protesting against the irregularities in JPSC and JSSC. And there you see the police barricades, you see the police using lathis, you see the police using tear gas, and the students have been forced to run away from the area. In spite of that, the students' resolve remains strong. The students, in spite of this deadly violence yesterday, the students have decided to continue their protest. And today we are entering day 20th of the protest, where the students have still decided that this brutality will not break their resolve. They will continue to peacefully protest. Their demand for a core CBI probe has still not been met. We still haven't heard from the Congress and JMM coalition government that they will order a CBI probe into this, which is the main demand of the protesting students here. If you see on this, all right, we've got some breaking news coming in. Now, when the Prime Minister enters, all NDA MPs will wave the tricolour. Subsequently, as the MPs march towards the Parliament, they'll carry posters stating that the government wishes to discuss the issues concerning students, a topic the Congress party previously wanted to debate, but is now shying away from. While additionally displaying posters to protest against the Jharkhand government's atrocities against protesting students, this is what we're seeing today. Now remember, today it is the BJP now which is demanding for a debate on the protests against students, which is now ready for a debate in Parliament, which has long been the demand of the Congress, specifically the Rahul Gandhi government, specifically Rahul Gandhi, who's continuously demanded for a discussion in Parliament on atrocities against students. And now it is the BJP which is ready for the debate. So it's the BJP's in a symbolic show. All the BJP MPs today, as the Prime Minister enters Parliament, will actually wave posters asking for discussion. Discussion on student reforms, discussion on atrocities against students, discussion on student protests, which has been the demand of the Congress, which has been the demand by Rahul Gandhi made all along these last couple of days. And now the BJP says, when we are ready to have the discussion, when we are ready to discuss this in Parliament, when we are ready to discuss the atrocities against students, the protests by students, the student reforms, the Congress and the opposition predominantly is shying away, is not actually wanting to do this debate. All right, we've got Chandrakala joining us for more details on this. Chandrakala, now we're seeing visuals on our screen. All the BJP MPs have actually decided to wave the tricolour today to show a symbol that they stand for India. They want discussion in Parliament. They want debate in Parliament. This as a sign to the opposition to come back to issues that demand discussion. Give us more details on this. We see these beautiful visuals on the screen. What's happening there?
Well, yes, absolutely. It's a very crucial day. Of course, just few days left for the monsoon session of Parliament to just get ended. It started on a there has been a continuous deadlock and ruckus in the opposition as far as the student protest is concerned. Now the government of India has made absolutely clear that every question will be answered in the Parliament. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be taking up. He will be responding in the Parliament, and also that it has been made absolutely clear by the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju, urging the opposition to not create any ruckus or any kind of disturbances in the Parliament when the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be responding to each and every question related to the student protest. We know that the opposition has been demanding a response from the government, from the ruling party, of course, and now that Union Home Minister will be coming in the Parliament and giving his detailed discussion is lined up today to be taking place on the student protest. Also, now we see that the NDA leaders from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha has gathered, and there is this meeting, the weekly meeting, which takes place every week. Of course, as far as the meetings between these NDA leaders are concerned, this Mangal Milan meeting. Now the Prime Minister Modi has arrived for the particular meeting. We see a tricolour was waved to welcome Prime Minister Modi. So a very, very important day for this particular entire monsoon session, wherein the government of India is all ready to, is all set up to respond to each and every questions related to the student protest. As we know that the opposition has been demanding and has also alleged that the use of pellet guns against the students was on Shah's order. This will be particularly taken up by Union Home Minister himself. He will be responding to each and every questions, and we are expecting that this will be done. There will be some kind of smooth functioning as far as when it comes to the government's response to these particular protests, because this has created there is this political deadlock that has been taking place in the Parliament since the beginning of the Parliament session. There is no such proper discussion that has taken place as far as the legislative business is concerned, and today we are expecting that a detailed discussion will be taking place, wherein the government of India, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, will be responding to each and every question, each and every query related to the student protest, what led to the student protest and what has exactly happened. This will be taken up in the Parliament. As we know that amid the opposition ruckus, the anti-paper leak bill was finally passed in the Parliament. Now a very, very crucial bill, FCRA, is also awaited, where we can see that there has been criticism coming. Opposition has been creating ruckus as far as the FCRA bill is concerned. So today it's a crucial day as far as the government's response to the student protest is concerned. Also the fact that the meeting, that's Mangal Milan meeting. Why is it important? Because Prime Minister Narendra Modi has held such meetings. We saw last Friday where he he has been holding his meeting with NDA leaders from both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha over breakfast. This meeting was particularly to strategize as far as for the smooth functioning of the parliament, how the session should be conducted, and he has also guided those new NDA leaders that how they should not lose calm as far as presenting their speech in the parliament is concerned. So yes, today we'll have to wait and watch what comes up next week. It's a very crucial day because this has been the demand of the opposition. Now we'll have to wait and watch if the opposition is ready to listen to it and not create any disruption as far as the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's response to this particular protest is concerned. Over to you.
All right, thanks, Chandrakala. Indeed, today is an important day for Parliament. Remember, we've just got 3 days left now. Thursday is when the Parliament monsoon session ends, and indeed, I think important for Parliament to now finally discuss and specifically the Jharkhand protests. All right, moving on, viewers, the political battle over the Jharkhand student protests is intensifying. Now, during the Vidhan Sabha Gherao March, clashes and police action against protesting students have triggered a sharp political confrontation. Now, the question now is whether the protest over recruitment exams and students' demands have escalated into a larger political flashpoint. Take a listen into Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami as he tears into the quiet ecosystem and reveals Congress's brutal assault on the Jharkhand students.
Let me begin by saying that we should all be very concerned at the violence unleashed by Rahul Gandhi on students in Jharkhand. Yes, you heard it right. Rahul Gandhi controls the Jharkhand government, and in Jharkhand he has ordered a massive lathi charge on the students some time back. Students were left bleeding and on the roads. I will show you the visuals, ladies and gentlemen, how police officers of the Rahul Gandhi government are chasing after the protesters with raised lathis in the middle of the night. You will see the protesters with folded hands pleading to the Congress government's police. They are waving the Indian flag. They are saying to the police that please tell Rahul Gandhi not to unleash violence on us. But despite that, the police in this Congress government brutally lathi charged the students. See here, there is no violence being carried out by the students. Nobody's throwing bricks and stones and nobody's doing anything violent, and yet they were lathi charged very, very brutally. This has been one of the worst lathi charges, the most brutal that has been seen in a long time. This is a major crackdown by Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's government. They ran behind the protesters. You can see their visuals of the protesters telling the police not to beat them. In fact, the same video, if you see it from different angles, ladies and gentlemen, it's really troubling. Then there was a massive use of water cannons on the protesters, and a lot of tear gas was also used on the protesters by the Rahul Gandhi government. Viewers, this is such a sharp contrast to what Rahul Gandhi said some time back, that students must be treated sensitively, whereas in his own government, he's unleashed a level of brutality that has not been seen before. There are lots of visuals of injured students, lots of students injured by the Congress government, being loaded into mobile ambulances. You can see protesters with stick injuries on their back, bruises and injuries. There is a video of a protester with a head injury. He got a head injury when the Congress government's police, clearly under instructions of Rahul Gandhi, brutalized the police in a way that was not seen before. All of this is now being contrasted with what Rahul Gandhi and his number one sycophant and chamcha, Yogendra Yadav, was saying some time back. Whereas on the ground, Rahul Gandhi has carried out a level of police brutality that reminds you of the emergency days. In fact, the Rahul Gandhi government in Jharkhand also allowed their police officers to carry pellet guns, whereas Rahul Gandhi says it's very bad. But we have visuals of police officers running with pellet guns in their hand. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right. This is a brutality. And in the middle of all the brutality, the usual suspects are quiet. Sonakshi Sinha has gone hiding. Shabana Azmi has gone back to her massive farmhouse. I think it's a 10-acre farmhouse where she leads a very lavish Marie Antoinette kind of life. Javed Akhtar is quiet, cannot talk. Arundhati Roy did not have time to go. Prakash Raj doesn't give a damn about the students in Jharkhand. And of course, Shekhar Suman, failed actor, newly self-installed comedian, has kept quiet as well. Arundhati Roy has kept quiet. Rahul Gandhi is quiet. Dia Mirza is quiet. The Bollywood Brigade is quiet. And they are quiet because they know. Brinda Karat is quiet. Swara Bhaskar, of course, absolutely quiet. Huma Qureshi, she doesn't even know the proper, meaning of what's going on in Jharkhand. But at least, thankfully, this time she was quiet. And ladies and gentlemen, the quiet brigade is because they have been quietened by their own hypocrisies. They're all a bunch of horrible hypocrites. They were talking about the Jantar Mantar brigade. But those who've gone quietest of all are the CJP. CJP is nowhere to be seen. Saurav Das is fully into politics now. He's busy having high-profile meetings with the completely liability into Indian politics, Aditya Thackeray. And he's doing Jantar Mantar parties. It's been revealed that the CJP brigade is basically a bunch of people in their mid-30s. So they're all in their 30s. They're not Gen Z at all. They're very unhappy after their real ages coming out. I'm not an ageist. No problems with being in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, or 80s if you matter. But you can't claim to be Gen Z. And ladies and gentlemen, while this party goes on, while the drone shots are being prepared for the useless CJP, which is nowhere to be seen, people are asking, why did Rahul Gandhi become so violent? And why did the CJP vanish? It's not a question I'm asking. The nation is asking. And we'll get the answers. Watch the space. We'll get the answers. But the brutalization of students in Jharkhand is not something. The visuals of the terrible midnight and post-midnight brutalities on the students in Jharkhand is not something that we're going to let go. Because their students are peaceful. Unlike the Jantar Mantar brigade, they're not doing perversions, wearing Spider-Man costumes. They're not fake Marvel fans. They're not doing terrible things and abusing in the filthy manner that the Jantar Mantar brigade did. The students in Ranchi are peaceful, organized, and actually students. They're not a bunch of perverts like those in Jantar Mantar. And yet Rahul Gandhi chose to beat the real students and stand with the perverts.
All right, time to pause for a short break. Coming up after, state set for parliamentary debate on students. Kiran Rijiju challenges Rahul, says Rahul must not run away from a debate.
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस ट्रायल लूंगा श्योर वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है स्ट्रॉन्ग है हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग सॉलिड डिफेंस ट्रायल में पास सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
আমাৰ নামখিনি গাই নাই দিয়া মই তালৈ যাম ন চিনাকি কৰাই দিবা
Day 18 of protests in Jharkhand. Students to continue protest march. Meanwhile, student leader Mato remains hospitalized.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. This Independence Day, Republic TV brings to you the National Collective Conclave and Independence Day special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and their ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride, the Conclave brings you powerful conversations of courage, service and much more. A day to remember those who put the nation before self. The Nationalist Collective Conclave, their sacrifice, our freedom, only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The top headlines we're tracking right now. The stage is set for parliamentary debate on students. Kiran Rijiju challenges Rahul, says Rahul must not run for debate. The Jharkhand government unleashes violence at peaceful student protesters subjected to lathi charge and brutality after assembly march. Day 18 of the protest in Jharkhand, students to continue protest march. Meanwhile, student leader Mato remains hospitalized. More details emerge of how Trump escaped reported Iran assassination plot. Air Force One used as a decoy to protect Trump. Powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador. And at least 132 people dead in massive earthquake in western Colombia. Several remain trapped under rubble. Search and rescue is underway. Let's start with a big story we're tracking for you right now. That is right. What is happening in Jharkhand? The Jharkhand BJP has called a statewide bandh, viewers, today to protest the police action against the students during the JPSC, JSSC aspirants Vidhan Sabha Gherav march in Ranchi the previous day. Today marks 18 days of their agitation over alleged irregularities, paper leaks and recruitment scams in exams conducted by the Jharkhand Public Service Commission and the Jharkhand Staff Selection Commission, including demands for cancellation of the JSSC CGL exam and a CBI probe. Thousands of job aspirants marched towards the state assembly, breached multiple barricades and clashed with security forces. The Congress has unleashed violence on peaceful protesters with police using water cannons, tear gas and lathi charge to stop them. The BJP state president Aditya Sahu and leader of the opposition Babu Lal Marandi they've announced the bandh, condemning Hemant Soren's government's repressive and violent response and accusing it of treating students like criminals. The shutdown has drawn party workers onto the streets in support of the aspirants' long-running demands for transparent recruitment reforms. On your screen, viewers, are the big updates coming in. Congress unleashed its forces on the students who were protesting, and today it's day 18 of the protest. The BJP has called a statewide bandh as ED has launched a money laundering probe as well, viewers. So a lot is happening in Ranchi, viewers, and Republic TV has been getting you every angle, every visual. Some of them you're seeing on your screens. And Jharkhand Bharatiya Janata Party BJP President Aditya Sahu launched a sharp attack on the Hemant Soren-led government over the police action during the JPSC, JSSC aspirants protest march, alleging that hundreds of students were injured in the lathi charge and announcing support for the party's call for a statewide bandh, viewers. And I really want to go ahead and play out these reports by my colleague Sagar, who has been on the ground and is getting you all the latest updates.
जब हम लोग वहाँ पे शांति पे बैठे हुए थे, उस समय सब शांत थे। उस समय एकाएक लाइट ऑफ कर दिया गया था और रात के अंधेरे के आड़ में सब बच्चों को कूटा गया, मारा गया। जिस तरह रुई धुनते हैं उस तरह से धुना गया। और उस समय ये नहीं देखा गया कि लड़की है कि लड़का है। और जेंट्स पुलिस आके मारा है, बांस से मारा है, जूता से मारा है, अपनी लात से मारा है, उसको बूट से मारा है। और कोई कहीं नहीं देखा कि कहाँ पे लग रहा, मुंह में लग रहा कि पेट में लग रहा कि प्राइवेट पार्ट में लग रहा। जहाँ मन तहाँ मारा। ये जाहिल है ये सरकार, किस तरह का परिचय दे रहा है ये सरकार? ये बुजदिली का काम है। आप अंधेरे के आड़ में मारते हो बच्चों को। दम होता तो जिस समय दिन में था उस समय मार देते बच्चों को।
अच्छा ठीक है, आप लोग हम लोग को मार रहे हो, भगाना चाहते हो विधानसभा से। अरे तो भगाओ, हम लोग रोड की तरफ भाग रहे तो रोड तरफ से भी 500 पुलिस आ रहे हैं हम लोग को मारने के लिए। दौड़ते दौड़ते मार रहे, और मार भी रहे तो पकड़ पकड़ के, कोई गर्दन चिप के मार रहा है बच्चा का, कोई बाल पकड़ के लाठी से मार रहा है, ऐसे मार रहा है, कोई ऐसे मारा जाता है। चप्पल लेके भाग रहे, एक भैया बोलते भाई मेरा जूता दे दो तो उसको फिर मारते हैं। ये गलत है, बच्चों के साथ ऐसे मत करो।
सरकार को मानना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हम जेन्युइन स्टूडेंट्स हैं। हम लोग अपने अधिकार मांग रहे हैं, उनसे कुछ हम लोग नहीं मांग रहे हैं कि हाँ ये चीज़ हमें दे दो, वो चीज़ हमें दे दो। आपने हमारे अधिकारों का हनन किया है, उस चीज़ को हम लोग मांग रहे हैं। जिस तरह से बर्बरता से पीटा गया, दमनात्मक कार्रवाई की गई हमारे साथियों के साथ, ये बहुत गलत किया गया। इस तरह से नहीं पीटना चाहिए था। बच्चे वहाँ पे बस बैठे हुए थे शांतिपूर्वक। जब वो बैठे हुए थे तो आप लोगों ने अचानक से लाइट ऑफ करके क्यों मारना स्टार्ट कर दिया? ये सारी चीज़ें हुई, बहुत गलत हुई। सारे स्टूडेंट बहुत ज़्यादा निराश भी हैं, हताश भी हैं इस सरकार से कि इस तरह से बर्बरता किया जा रहा है।
कि जब तक हमारी मांगों को पूरा नहीं किया जाएगा, हमारी हड़ताल, भूख हड़ताल भी और प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा। क्योंकि हमारा जो जेन्युइन मुद्दा है, हमारा मुद्दा यही है कि जो भी हमें सिस्टम में रिफॉर्म चाहिए, जैसे CGL और इसमें जितनी धांधलियाँ हुई हैं, इसकी मतलब इसलिए रद्द होना चाहिए इसमें। इसके अलावा जो भी TDPL कंपनी द्वारा कंडक्ट एग्ज़ाम को या फिर अभय तिवारी की संलिप्तता जो भी पाई गई है 14 JPSC, तो हमारी मुद्दा यही है। अगर सरकार हमारी मुद्दा को मान लेती है तो फिर हमें कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है हमें प्रदर्शन करने की।
Viewers, a let's move ahead right now. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju has challenged Rahul Gandhi, saying that Rahul Gandhi should be present in the parliament during Home Minister Amit Shah's reply. Remember that Kiren Rijiju had said that Shah will be giving a detailed reply on the students' issue, and now Rijiju has tweeted saying that Rahul Gandhi demanded a response from Home Minister Amit Shah for days. Now that the Home Minister is ready, Rahul Gandhi should be present. Take a look.
सरकार की तरफ से बहुत साफ शब्दों में लोकसभा में मैंने बयान दिया है कि राहुल गांधी जी कई दिनों से गृह मंत्री अमित शाह का जवाब मांग रहे हैं और सदन में स्टेटमेंट देना चाहिए, ये बार बार कह रहे हैं। अब जब सरकार तैयार है, गृह मंत्री जी डिटेल पूरे घटनाओं का बहुत डिटेल में जवाब देने के लिए तैयार है, फिर राहुल गांधी जी भाग रहे हैं। मैंने इसलिए सदन में कहा कि भागना नहीं है, डरना नहीं है।
Bring some big breaking news coming in after Rijiju. Yogi also warns Rahul Gandhi and says Rahul should not run from debate. UP CM Yogi Adityanath tweeted, "Democracy grants the freedom to ask questions, so it also prescribes a responsibility to listen to the answers." Honorable Home and Cooperation Minister Amit Shah ji is fully prepared to present his side in detail in the House on the issue concerning students. He says it is expected from the Congress and the entire opposition that they confront the facts, uphold the dignity of the House and listen to the answer in full. So Yogi also saying the same thing that the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju said, that Rahul Gandhi should not run away and he should be present when Amit Shah actually responds on the students' issue. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And Yogi Adityanath has also added that in democracy, prestige increases through debate, not by running away. This is a message. So two strong messages coming in, one from Kiren Rijiju and one from Yogi Adityanath. Both of them telling Rahul Gandhi that he should be, I repeat, that he should be present when Amit Shah would be replying to what Congress has been demanding as a reply from the Union Home Minister on the students' issue. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now, let's tell you in context as to what has been happening so far. We have seen that back-to-back updates have come in when Rahul Gandhi has said that Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, must answer for the brutalities against students. So now, both these leaders, these top two leaders, Rijiju and Yogi, are saying that, well, Amit Shah will be answering on the issue and Rahul Gandhi should be ready for that debate, to answer back. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Chandrakala is joining us. Chandrakala, well, we have only a few more days to go before the Parliament monsoon session gets over, Chandrakala. And as we head towards the closing of the Parliament monsoon session, we see that Rijiju and Yogi Adityanath have both challenged Rahul Gandhi that he should be present when Amit Shah replies on the students' issue, Chandrakala.
In fact, stormy session is expected today in the Parliament. Just few days left for the Parliament monsoon session to get over. And today, we are expecting that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be responding to the questions pertaining to the student protest. Now, what we are learning is that after a strong message being put out by Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju, now we can see Yogi Adityanath has also tweeted. He has said that, Rahul Gandhi must not run away and that he should not be running away from the debate and face the facts, uphold Parliament's dignity. This is a strong message coming in from CM Yogi Adityanath. Of course, now what we are expecting that a very a march. MPs, BJP MPs will be marching towards the Parliament's Makar Dwar, where they will be carrying posters where they will be stating the government's wishes to discuss the issues concerning the student protest and also urge the Congress party to not run away from discussion and face the facts and everything related to the student protest, and also the fact that the posters will be also displayed as far as the atrocities being carried out as far as the Jharkhand student protest is also concerned. So yes, a very crucial day in the Parliament today. We have seen multiple meetings had happened as far as this response is concerned by Union Home Minister Amit Shah in the Parliament.
Minister has met Kiran Rijiju as well as the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. So there were multiple meetings. We saw that there is this continuous deadlock that is happening in the Parliament. The deadlock still continues in the Parliament as far as opposition's demand seeking a response from Union Home Minister Amit Shah. But yes, the government has made it clear that they are ready to respond to it, take up each and every, not only response but also give every detail as far as the student protest is concerned.
Chandrakala, hold on, we're breaking something right now for our viewers. NDA MPs will be protesting against Congress atrocities. Now, Chandrakala, the allegations which came from Rahul Gandhi were kind of hypocritical, because when you see what is happening in Jharkhand, it is the Congress themselves, the Congress government, which is in alliance with the JMM, they are going ahead and cracking down on the students themselves, and brutally at that, Chandrakala.
Yes, absolutely. This is a hypocrisy, in fact, that has been exposed of the Congress government, that they have been now, as far as the Jantar Mantar protest is concerned, we have seen the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, has been demanding that the government should be held accountable and should be answerable to all the atrocities being put out, being against the students here as far as the Jantar Mantar protest is concerned. And now they are doing the same in the Jharkhand protest. Of course, we have seen the atrocities in the last few days being happening against the government, that too by the Congress government. So this is a major hypocrisy, of course, that has come to the fore. And today, of course, we are expecting that there will be a massive protest being led by the BJP government, that we are expecting from sometimes now, as the parliament session will be starting by 11 o'clock, and they will be protesting towards Makar Dwar, carrying placards, as I has already mentioned. Of course, criticizing the Congress government. They previously wanted a debate, but now they are not ready to listen to the facts and everything related to the student protest, or the student uprising that is continuing in different parts of the country, of course. And of course, we have seen the atrocities being, atrocities against the students by the Congress government itself. So they are answerable today, and then we have to wait and watch what happens in the parliament. In fact, a stormy session. We are expecting that the monsoon parliament of this monsoon session will be ended on a very stormy session. As it started, of course, we know that there has been continuous logjam, and this particular response by Union Home Minister Amit Shah will pave the way to end this logjam in the parliament, which has not been functioning. There was no legislative business being carried out since July 20th, the day when the monsoon session of parliament began. And of course, today discussion on the Jharkhand protest is also expected, and the opposition is answering.
Okay, getting your pictures coming in right now, viewers, of Prime Minister Modi, and this is just after that very important meeting called the Mangal Milan, which is the strategy meeting held by the NDA parliamentary party, and these sessions bring together all the members to coordinate the legislative plans and respond to what they will do next in terms of the strategy against the opposition. So we're getting these updates coming in, viewers. Prime Minister Modi. And okay, you can see that there is a protest which is happening as well. And we are told you that the NDA MPs would be holding a protest. And there's a big hypocrisy which has been exposed by the Congress. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Chandrakala, pictures coming on our screen. We were discussing this. At the final Mangal Milan of monsoon session which has happened, we see that the NDA MPs are asking a simple question, what about the time when the Congress has been brutally assaulting and lathi charging the students in Jharkhand? Why is Rahul Gandhi such a big hypocrite? This is exactly what they're asking right now. They're holding placards.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as I've already mentioned, that a major hypocrisy of the opposition has now been exposed as far as the student protest is concerned, as far as the student uprising is concerned here in the country. And now that now the opposition is answerable as to what has led to the atrocities, the brutalities against the student in Jharkhand. Because this is the same question that the opposition has been asking the BJP government. Now we can see that the NDA MPs are now holding holding a march towards the Parliament Makar Dwar, where, of course, they are now displaying placards. And there was also a crucial parliamentary meeting that has happened just a while back. This happens weekly. That's a Mangal Milan meeting where we could see the NDA leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and all the NDA leaders gathered in the parliament building, of course. And this meeting was basically aimed to strategize how to carry forward the parliament session today, because a very, very crucial day. Actually, this is the first day wherein both the party will be coming face to face, and the opposition is answerable to each and every question, because they have been demanding that the Union Home Minister should be responding to the student protest as far as the Jantar Mantar protest is concerned. So I think this will be again questioned back by the NDA leaders as well in the parliament, and it is expected that there should be some kind of this is expected that the Union Home Minister will be responding as far as the questions on the student protest is concerned, but they will not leave a chance to question the opposition back. Why this hypocrisy at this point of time? The kind of brutalities we have seen in Jharkhand is something that has, revealed the hypocrisy behind these entire CJP protests or the student protests as far as the anti-paper league bill is concerned. We have seen this constant criticism coming in from the opposition party as far as the anti-paper league bill is concerned, but it has been passed in the parliament finally, but we'll have to wait and watch what happens next in the parliament today.
Okay, I want to show our viewers all these pictures which are coming in, so let's put out those pictures. The NDA MPs are protesting and they're holding placards, and they're asking a very simple question. They're asking that why did the Congress brutally, I repeat, brutally crack down on the students who are in Jharkhand, who are trying, of course, to fight for their rights? Why did they brutally lathi charge students? That in Jharkhand, many students were injured, and the BJP has called a statewide bandh today, launching a sharp attack on the Hemant Soren-led government over the police action on the JPSC, JSSC aspirants protest march in Ranchi. And cut to New Delhi. Cut to the national capital. Pictures coming in of the NDA MPs asking, why is the Congress so hypocritical?
हम सब हर चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं, और उसके बाद भी चर्चा राहुल गांधी नहीं होने दे रहे हैं। हर बार गोल पोस्ट बदल करके पार्लियामेंट को रोके हुए, लोकसभा को रोके हुए, इसलिए हम लोग उसके खिलाफ कर रहे। गृह मंत्री जी जवाब देने को तैयार है। आप आगे सुनो तो सही। झारखंड में जो लाठीचार्ज हो रहा है, राहुल गांधी को जवाब देना चाहिए। वहाँ पर निहत्थे छात्रों पर लाठीचार्ज क्यों हो रहा है, ये राहुल गांधी को जवाब देना होगा। झारखंड में छात्रों पर लाठीचार्ज का राहुल गांधी को जवाब देना चाहिए।
All right, Mr. Nandan Kohli is joining us, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here. Now, the NDA MPs are protesting, and they're holding these placards, and they're asking, and I would like you to go ahead and tell us what the BJP's plan is. They're asking a question to Rahul Gandhi, that Rahul Gandhi do not run away from the debate with Amit Shah later in the day, and answer questions that why did Congress unleash brutality on the students in Jharkhand? Mr. Kohli, your reaction.
As they say in English, the shoe pinches when it's worn on the other foot. Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, for the last several weeks, have been asking for answers and talking about the brutality on students. We all have held that students are dear to us. They have a right to protest. But if there are elements who are taking law into their own hands, if there are criminal elements identified, the police may have acted in regard to that. However, violence shouldn't have taken place. Now, with regard to it, you have an identical situation where peacefully students have been demanding things in Jharkhand. Mr. Rahul Gandhi can't segregate himself from the JMM because they are in coalition together. His party has ministers in that government. So bound by joint accountability and being in a government together, he has to answer. He just can't wash his hands and walk away from the reality that police brutality has taken place against peacefully protesting students in Jharkhand. So it's not a one-way street that what you say will be the right thing and what your party does, which is incorrect, will be ignored by you. Secondly, you can't have a situation where constantly the Congress party will say we want a debate, but then continue with sloganeering and walk away from debate. We have seen that in the earlier sessions also. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, heard all the leaders. When he spoke, there was sloganeering by the Congress and its MPs, by other opposition parties. So this cannot be democracy. Democracy is in danger when the Congress party behaves like this. Democracy is in danger by not letting Parliament function. Democracy is in danger when you say what you have to say in Parliament and don't allow the other side or the ruling party or the Prime Minister or senior ministers to speak. Let them give an assurance and say that they stand for democracy. They would like a debate. They will say what they have to. They will wait for the answer of the Honorable Home Minister. They will not interrupt. They will not shout down. They will not sloganeer. Then one will believe that, yes, they do believe in democracy. Let Mr. Rahul Gandhi and his party stand up and say that we will take action against those who have taken action against the students in Jharkhand. Let him walk away from that government. Let him ask Mr. Soren to resign because he's the chief minister. What has happened to these demands of Rahul Gandhi ji and the Congress party?
Right, sir. Absolutely. We're waiting for that big showdown later on. Thank you, Mr. Kohli, BJP spokesperson. We're getting many reactions right now live. Let's play them out.
मनोज जी क्या कहेंगे? मनोज जी
अमित शाह जी देंगे जवाब, राहुल गांधी भागना मत। अमित शाह जी देंगे जवाब, राहुल गांधी भागना मत।
बदल रहे हैं, 3 मांगे आ गई हैं।
हाँ, जब ये सारे मुद्दे हैं, झारखंड में छात्रों पर हुए अन्याय पर राहुल गांधी जवाब दो। बाकी अमित शाह जी जवाब देंगे, आप राहुल गांधी भागना मत आप लोग। ये हमारी बातें हैं और राहुल गांधी शर्म करो। झारखंड में छात्रों के ऊपर इतनी बर्बरता हुई है, राहुल गांधी शर्म करो। राहुल गांधी शर्म करो।
राजेश जी क्या कहेंगे? उधर पीछे।
All right, getting you all these live reactions coming in, viewers, and NDA MPs are protesting. They're saying that, number one, why did the Congress unleash brutality on the students in Jharkhand? If the Congress has done that, by the way, this is the same Congress which questioned the BJP over what happened in the protests in Jantar Mantar. So why is Congress being so hypocritical? That's the question that the BJP is asking, the NDA MPs are asking, and they're saying that do not run away from the debate with Amit Shah. Amit Shah would be replying back to Rahul Gandhi in the Parliament monsoon session. Remember, there are only few days left before the Parliament monsoon session gets over, and we can expect a big showdown in the Parliament.
डॉक्टर गोप चले लोग को आगे रखो।
इसका जवाब जो है
देखिए
चर्चा करो चर्चा की अच्छा आएगा थोड़ा सा आगे से। ये देखो आ रहा है एमपी सर लोग आगे निकल दो।
All right, viewers, getting to these pictures coming in, viewers, and as we count down for the big showdown in the parliament later on, we can expect a lot of debate, a lot coming out from the parliament. The NDA MPs all ready. They are saying that we are ready for a debate with Rahul Gandhi on the issue of student crackdowns, and they are holding multiple placards. In the meanwhile, in Jharkhand itself, the BJP has called a statewide band today and launching a sharp attack on the Hemant Soren-led government over the police action during the JPSC JSSC aspirants protest. They have said that hundreds of students have been injured in Jharkhand.
चर्चा चाहते ही नहीं किसी भी बात का, उनको सिर्फ बस हल्ला करना होता है अंदर से। ठीक।
All right, so we're getting reactions as they come in. You can see that the NDA MPs are holding placards and they're asking Rahul Gandhi for an answer. Many of them asking Rahul Gandhi for an answer. They're saying that Rahul Gandhi should answer on the brutality on the students in Jharkhand who are just protesting and asking for their rights. This is many questions being raised to Rahul Gandhi, and like we were speaking to some of the BJP spokesperson, they are saying that this is the hypocrisy which has been exposed yet again. The Congress saying something and doing something else. Okay, we have some reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
This is the first time we are doing it with that sequence. The sequence is that he arrives.
तमाम सांसद यहाँ पर मार्च निकाल रहे हैं, इनके हाथों में पोस्टर है, इस पोस्टर में लिखा हुआ है झारखंड के छात्रों पर हुई बर्बरता पर राहुल गांधी जवाब दो। इस तरीके के तमाम पोस्टर लिखे हैं, राहुल गांधी छात्रों की करतूत का कब किस तरीके से जवाब देखो। और यहाँ पर तमाम एनडीए के सांसद एक तरीके से मार्च निकाल रहे हैं, इनके हाथों में जिस तरीके से पोस्टर बैनर है। और देखिए तमाम यहाँ पर सांसद बड़ी संख्या में जितने एनडीए के सांसद सभी सांसद इस मार्च में इकट्ठा हो रखे हैं और देख सकते हैं।
All right, well, those live reactions are coming in, viewers, and there you can see the big message on your screen. Greh Mantri se charcha se Rahul Gandhi bhago mat. They're saying that do not run away from a debate with the Home Minister.
विषय हैं, जनहित के विषय हैं जिन्हें उठाया जा सकता था और सरकार ने सत्र के पहले से ही निरंतर इस बात पे कायम रही है कि हम हर विषय पर चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। पेपर लीक को लेकर भी जो तमाम बातें हुई, सरकार ने हर मांग को स्वीकार किया, एक नया कड़ा कानून बनाया। गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य को लेकर लगातार ये मांग करते रहे हैं और हमारी सरकार ने स्पष्ट किया है। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी सदन के अंदर अपने चर्चा भी करना चाहते हैं, अपनी बात भी रखना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, चर्चा में भाग लेने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। इसी से इनके जो मंसूबे हैं, इनकी जो मंशा है वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो जाती है। इनका एक ही मकसद है कि सदन को बाधित करना है, सदन में गतिरोध उत्पन्न करना है, सदन में हंगामा खड़ा करना है और किसी भी प्रकार की जनहित की चर्चा से दूर भागना है, क्योंकि जब चर्चा होगी तो देश की जनता के सामने सच आएगा और ये सिर्फ झूठ के किले खड़े करके लोकतंत्र के अंदर अपनी राजनीति को जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं।
आए थे, नेटवर्क से उनका डेटा इकट्ठा किया जा रहा है, तो भविष्य में सरकार पता नहीं क्या करे। इसलिए दोनों मुद्दे एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए हैं, या समझिए एक सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं। बीजेपी और उनके संगी साथी दोनों इस मुद्दे से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं। जब ये प्रभु श्री राम को आगे नहीं बैठा रहे, बताओ आप, प्रभु श्री राम जी का स्थान क्या होना चाहिए? अगर मैं सामान्य और आपसे एक सवाल करूं कि प्रभु श्री राम का स्थान कौन सा होना चाहिए? आपने देखा भगवान हनुमान जी को कैसे उनके साथ व्यवहार हुआ था बीजेपी के कार्यक्रम में, और सुनने में आया कि वो जो भुगतान होता है, सम्मान राशि है, वो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नहीं दी। तो इनसे क्या उम्मीद करोगे आप?
आकाश आनंद ने आपको
पॉलिटिक्स करना चाह रहे हैं? देखिए, ये कोई बहस का मुद्दा नहीं है और हमारे संबंध बहुतों से बहुत अच्छे रहे हैं, इसलिए कुछ मत कहलवाओ तो ही अच्छा है। और अच्छा, देश को लड़ाई किससे है? जिसकी सरकार दिल्ली में है, जिसकी सरकार यूपी में है, संघर्ष लड़ाई तो उससे है ना। शिक्षा संस्थाएं कौन चलवा रहा है, किसके माध्यम से चल रहे हैं, आरक्षण की कितनी लूट हो रही, परीक्षाएं कितनी नहीं हो पा रही हैं, तो मुद्दे तो वो हैं आज।
यूपी में गोमूत्र
मुद्दा अंकल नहीं है।
हम सब पास होल्डर आज दिखे।
All right, viewers, we are getting the live visuals of the protest that is happening right now, the protest march that is being done. And this is from NDA. This is NDA's march towards the parliament in protest against the atrocities in Jharkhand against the students who were protesting peacefully. And now they're asking Rahul Gandhi to not run from the debate in the parliament when it comes to debating with Amit Shah. Now, that's a clear warning, a clear message to the Congress party and the coalition in Jharkhand. We're getting reactions.
अन्य एनडीए के बंधुओं से झारखंड के लिए राहुल गांधी कौन है? बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न राहुल गांधी जी को है। देखिए, इस तरह की पात्रांतर नीति का अवलंबन नहीं होना चाहिए। जब झारखंड में छात्रों पर प्रहार किया जा रहा है, जब रात तक छात्र इधर उधर भटक रहे हैं, लाठियां बरसाई जा रही हैं और छात्र त्रस्त हैं, उस समय राहुल गांधी जी चुप क्यों हैं? इस मौन व्रत का कारण क्या है? इस तरह की जो पात्रांतर नीति का अवलंबन का हम घोर विरोध करते हैं। राहुल गांधी जी को जवाब देना ही होगा, यह हम सब की गुजारिश है और हम सब का आग्रह है। तो ये देखिए तमाम आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, झारखंड के युवाओं के साथ न्याय हो। उनके जिस तरह से लाठियां मारी गई, उनके ऊपर अत्याचार किया गया, ये राहुल गांधी जी की सोच दिखती है कि उनके समर्थक राज्य कैसे युवाओं के साथ अत्याचार कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ न्याय नहीं कर रहे। लेकिन दूसरी ओर वो गृह मंत्री से जवाब मांगते हैं और खुद सदन में नहीं आते। गृह मंत्री जवाब देने के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी केवल सुर्खियों में बने रहने के लिए झूठ की दुकान अनाप शनाप बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं।
झारखंड के छात्रों को इंसाफ दो, राहुल गांधी जवाब दो। जब गृह मंत्री बोलने को तैयार है तो तुम भाग क्यों रहे हो? राहुल गांधी इसका जवाब दो, राहुल गांधी जवाब दो।
All right, viewers, we're getting live visuals of the protests which are happening right now. This is in the Parliament complex that we are getting the visuals from, with the placards in their hands and protesting against the brutality, the police brutality in Jharkhand against innocent protesters. More reactions.
जवाब दो, राहुल गांधी सदन पे मत भागो।
दोहरा मापदंड राहुल गांधी का, राहुल गांधी जवाब दो, राहुल गांधी जवाब दो।
उनको हाउस चलाना नहीं है, उनको झारखंड पे कुछ बोलना नहीं है। अब जब होम मिनिस्टर तैयार हो गए हैं, पूरा सरकार तैयार है जवाब देने के लिए। इनको जो चर्चा चाहिए थी स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट पर भी चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है पूरी तरीके से, लेकिन इनकी मंशा जो है हाउस को चलने नहीं देना है और ये यही करेंगे मुझे लगता है। अरे क्या भैया मैं क्या
All right, viewers, so this is all right, more reactions. Yeah.
विपक्ष हो, अगर वो छात्रों के हितों की बात करता है, उनसे जवाब मांगता है, तो उस जंतर मंतर रांची में जिस तरह से उनकी सरकार है और जिस तरह से उन्होंने लाठीचार्ज पुलिस ने किया है, वाटर कैनन किया है, लोगों को चोट आई है और आज उनकी चुप्पी है और यहाँ पे हंगामा है। ये आज हम लोग सत्तारूढ़ दल के लोग अगर मार्च कर रहे हैं या ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो इस पे उनकी चुप्पी से वो बेनकाब हो रहे हैं देश के सामने कि ये केवल राजनीति कर रहे हैं और ये उनका दोहरा चरित्र।
राहुल गांधी झारखंड पे नहीं बोल रहे हैं। पहले उन्होंने कहा कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह बोले, अब बोलने के लिए तैयार हुए तो वो चुप हो गए।
नहीं, चुप नहीं हो गए और आगे मुद्दा बढ़ाते हैं कि वो दान वाला में चोरी हुआ उसके बारे में कहें। तो इन लोगों को तो मुद्दा कुछ नहीं है, भटकते रहते हैं, अपना गिरवा में देखते नहीं है, दूसरे की बात देखते हैं। तो ये लोग तो कोई पॉलिटिक्स है नहीं, मुद्दा है नहीं, झूठ मूठ करके असामाजिक तत्वों के मेल से कुछ अस्थिरता पैदा करना चाहते हैं।
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री को भी आकर के माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
माफी किस बात की? माफी किस बात की? इतना कड़ा कानून बना दिया गया जो उसके फेरा में आ रहा है उसको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दी जा रही है। कार्रवाई नहीं की गई होती तब ना। चलिए
जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी लगातार बोल रहे हैं कि अमित शाह को सदन में आकर जवाब देना चाहिए, झारखंड वाले मुद्दे देखा आपने किस तरह छात्रों पर लाठीचार्ज, जो आप लोगों ने प्रोटेस्ट भी किया, क्या कहें?
देखिए, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण रवैया रहा है माननीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी जी का इस पूरे के पूरे सत्र में। वो गोल पोस्ट चेंज करते रहते हैं, क्रिमिनल वेस्टेज ऑफ द टैक्स पेयर्स मनी हो रहा है, सदन चलने नहीं दे रहे। जबकि कल माननीय मंत्री किरण रिजिजू जी ने बार बार बोला कि माननीय गृह मंत्री आकर सदन में पूरे के पूरे देश के सामने अपना पक्ष रखना चाहते हैं, लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी चाहते ही नहीं, वो केवल और केवल उपद्रव करना चाहते हैं। दूसरा मुद्दा है झारखंड का। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं आपके माध्यम से, राहुल गांधी जी आपके सिद्धांत सरकार का रंग देखकर बदल कैसे जाते हैं? अभी तक जो आप इतने क्रोकोडाइल टीयर्स शेड कर रहे थे स्टूडेंट्स के प्रोटेस्ट के लिए, वो केवल जंतर मंतर तक ही सीमित था क्या? झारखंड के स्टूडेंट्स क्या देश के स्टूडेंट्स नहीं है? आपको याद कराना चाहूंगी कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की साझेदारी है सरकार में, और स्टूडेंट से आपसे अपेक्षा है कि किसी प्रकार की कार्रवाई होगी। या तो आप मौन साध लेते हैं, या फिर जब बोलते हैं तो इतना ज्यादा ग्लॉस्ड ओवर बयान देते हैं जिसका ना सर होता है ना पैर। राहुल गांधी जी, बयानबाजी में मत उलझिए, कार्रवाई करवाइए। धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, so these are the BJP leaders targeting straight at Rahul Gandhi, targeting Rahul Gandhi and asking him to come to the debate and have a debate in the parliament with Amit Shah and do not run from the debate. So that's the accusation. Also, because there was brutality that was done in Jharkhand, in Ranchi, against the peaceful protesters, and there was lathi charge that we did, the police did in Jharkhand, Ranchi. And because of that brutality today, the NDA is protesting. All right, our correspondent spoke to Anurag Thakur. Let's go across to that conversation.
जी, आप लोग मार्च कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं झारखंड के लिए राहुल गांधी मौन है।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच यहीं से पता चलती है कि जब कांग्रेस के राज्यों में पेपर लीक होते, वहां पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती, और राजस्थान में जब उनकी सरकार के समय 17 पेपर लीक हुए, उसी मंत्री को कांग्रेस का प्रदेशाध्यक्ष बना दिया था। और अब जब झारखंड में युवा सड़कों पर उतरे हैं तो उनके ऊपर लाठियां चलाई जा रही है और राहुल गांधी मौन है, उनके मुंह में दही जम गया है।
तारे तक लगाई जाती बैरिकेड,
यहाँ तक कि कंटीली तारे, और रात्रि को युवाओं के ऊपर जिस तरह से अत्याचार किया गया, लाठियां मारी गई, कई
तो जवाब दो, जवाब दो। क्या झारखंड के सरकार से राहुल जी आप इस्तीफा मांगेंगे? जवाब दो, जवाब दो, जवाब दो। राहुल गांधी जवाब दो, जवाब दो, जवाब दो। झारखंड में हो रही बर्बरता पर जवाब दो, जवाब दो, जवाब दो। गोल पोस्ट चेंज कर रहे हैं राहुल गांधी, जवाब दो, जवाब दो, जवाब दो। संसद में चर्चा से भाग रहे राहुल गांधी, जवाब दो, जवाब दो, जवाब दो। विपक्ष ने अपनी रणनीति अचानक से क्यों बदली?
देखिए, विपक्ष लगातार मॉनसून सत्र को चलने देना नहीं चाहता है। जब से मॉनसून सत्र शुरू हुआ है तब से विपक्ष अपनी गोल पोस्ट को बार बार बदल रहा है। सबसे पहले विपक्ष ने कहा नीट के ऊपर चर्चा होनी चाहिए। हमारे पार्टी ने, एनडीए ने और संसद ने तय किया कि चर्चा होगी, नया कानून बनेगा। नया कानून भी बना। उसके बाद राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने गोल पोस्ट चेंज करते हुए ये कहा कि 20 तारीख को सदन चलो यात्रा जो हुआ था उस विषय में माननीय गृह मंत्री जी अपना बयान रखे। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी पूरी तैयारी के साथ और पूरे फैक्ट्स के साथ अपने विषय को रखने के लिए जब उन्होंने प्रस्ताव कल दिया तो राहुल गांधी सदन से भाग खड़े हुए हैं और सदन के सामने आकर बहस के लिए तैयार नहीं हो रहे हैं। आज पुनः गोल पोस्ट चेंज कर रहे हैं और कल पूरे दिन झारखंड में जिस प्रकार से बच्चों के ऊपर, जेनजी के ऊपर, छात्रों के ऊपर बर्बरता की गई है और खास करके महिलाओं के ऊपर, छात्राओं के ऊपर, लड़कियां जिस प्रकार बिलख बिलख कर रो रही हैं, जिस प्रकार से गुहार लगा रही है, जवाब कौन देगा? क्या राहुल गांधी जो झारखंड के सरकार में शामिल है उनकी हिम्मत है कि वो समर्थन वापस लेंगे? आज हम जानना चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी, यदि आप कल्पेबल हैं
आपके आधार पर लाठी चार्ज हुआ है झारखंड में, आपके कहने पर बर्बरता हुई है झारखंड में, तो आप आज झारखंड से, अब सरकार से अपनी समर्थन को वापस लीजिए।
तो होने दो, मुझे क्या सर, आपको लगता है मैम, लगता है क्या राहुल जी डर रहे हैं? शर्म करो, शर्म करो, राहुल गांधी शर्म करो, शर्म करो, शर्म करो। राहुल जी ने झारखंड जाइए आप, छात्रों झारखंड क्यों नहीं गए? झारखंड क्यों नहीं गए? राहुल गांधी शर्म करो, माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो, राहुल गांधी माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो। सर, प्रियंका जी ने आपको क्या कहा कान में? राहुल जी झारखंड कहाँ गए? कौन के बीच में जो विपक्ष के नेता कूट के भाग रहे थे, वो मुल्ला।
All right, viewers, so these are the live visuals of the protest which is happening. A short while ago, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also, while she was in the parliamentary complex.
जो मैंने सुनाई दिया, राहुल गांधी, प्रियंका जी बोले कि राहुल गांधी तो कर रहे हैं, मगर राहुल गांधी झारखंड क्यों नहीं गए? कौन को फिर जॉब नहीं दिया, जॉब बिना दिए चले गई, क्योंकि वो झारखंड नहीं गए हैं। कौन के बीच में जाए, जॉब दे दिया, जॉब नहीं दिया। आपका क्या नाम है? मुकेश दलाल, सूरत सांसद। तो होने दो, मुझे क्या सर, आपको लगता है मैम, लगता है क्या राहुल जी डर रहे हैं? शर्म करो, शर्म करो, राहुल गांधी शर्म करो, शर्म करो, शर्म करो। राहुल जी ने झारखंड
बंगाल, छत्तीसगढ़ और यूपी से बुला करके
कल जो हंगामा हुआ,
आप लोग गिराव अपराध किए।
मैं कह रहा हूँ कि कल जो लड़के लोग विरोध कर रहे थे वो सामान्यतया सभी दलों से जुड़े हुए रहे होंगे, ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई किसी एक दल से जुड़े होंगे। जो कि हम लोग कोई पार्टी का कार्यक्रम तो था नहीं, हमारी पार्टी उसके आंदोलन को कर रही थी, मजबूती प्रदान कर रही थी कि हम सब लोग भी आपके मांगों के साथ हैं, सदन में भी आवाज उठाएंगे, सदन के बाहर भी हम लोग इस आवाज।
कई पत्रकारों को भी डिटेन किया गया।
देखिए, ये तो आप सब लोगों को समझना होगा ना कि भाई किस प्रकार से सरकार वास्तविकता को छुपाना चाहती है। आखिर जो भी पत्रकार विषय को रखना चाहते हैं, विषय को पूछताछ कर रहे हैं, तो उसको भी डिटेन करते हैं, तो उनके ऊपर भी केस कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब है सरकार सच्चों को ही छुपाना चाहती है, उसको मिटाना चाहती है।
सर, आप लोगों को भी 8 सब्जेक्ट के डिटेन किया गया है। हमारे भोले भाले और शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे छात्रों पर बल प्रयोग किया गया, ये निंदनीय है।
All right, viewers, so these are slogans that are being raised by the NDA MPs who are protesting in the parliament complex, and they are saying Rahul Gandhi Bhagomat, that is Rahul Gandhi, don't run away from a debate in the parliament, because the opposition is behaving in a way that they are adamant on not letting the parliament function. Let's listen into a conversation, exclusive conversation our correspondent had with Jagdambika Pal.
एनडीए के तमाम सांसद झारखंड को लेकर जिस तरीके से छात्रों पर अत्याचार हुआ प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। जगदम्बिका पाल है, झारखंड में छात्र प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, अत्याचार, राहुल गांधी कुछ बोल नहीं रहे हैं।
उसी चुप्पी के खिलाफ ये प्रोटेस्ट है। उसी जिस तरह से कल रांची में उन छात्रों का शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन केवल झारखंड सर्विस कमीशन के पर्चा लीक को कैंसिल करना, उसकी निष्पक्ष जांच के लिए सीबीआई की मांग करना, और उसमें लाठीचार्ज हुआ
बैरिकेड पे कंटीले तार लगाए गए।
कंटीले तार लगाए गए। जिस तरह से छात्र जो मतलब गैर राजनीतिक ढंग से शांतिपूर्ण कर रहे थे, उन पे जिस तरह से चोटें आई, उस पे चुप्पी है।
छात्रों के लिए दोहरा मापदंड होगा।
दोहरा मापदंड, चेहरा उनका राहुल गांधी का बेनकाब हो गया कि उनकी सरकार, इसलिए वहाँ चुप्पी है और यहाँ हंगामा कर रहे हैं, यहाँ सवाल, यहाँ जवाब मांग रहे हैं।
जंतर मंतर से लेकर पीएम कार्यालय तक हो गए प्रदर्शन करने, लेकिन झारखंड को लेकर मौन है।
इसलिए इससे साफ हो गया कि उनको छात्र युवाओं के हितों की चिंता नहीं है, केवल राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
क्या कहेंगे राहुल गांधी झारखंड के लिए चुप है? अन्ना क्या कहेंगे राहुल गांधी झारखंड के लिए चुप है पूरी तरीके से?
राहुल गांधी से आज जो है हम जवाब मांग रहे हैं कि झारखंड में जो बच्चों पर हिंसा हो रही है,
लेकिन झारखंड के लिए चुप है पूरी तरीके से। झारखंड के लिए क्यों नहीं बोलते?
राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहिए।
All right, so that was an exclusive conversation with Jagdambika Pal and also with Kangana Ranaut for the protests that are happening in Jharkhand, also, and the brutality, the police brutality, the brutality of the government in Jharkhand against the innocent protesters, and the way they tried to instigate the peaceful protesters by doing lathi charge against the peaceful protesters. All right, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's Parliament showdown happening and the NDA MPs are protesting against the police brutality, Congress's brutality in Jharkhand against innocent peaceful protesters, the students. Coming up after a short commercial break, more details.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है? सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
আমার নামখিনি গাই নাই দিয়া তো তালে যাম না চিনাকি কৰাই দিবা।
Every new day in Ladakh brings with it a different landscape. On day 6, Hero Tiranga Trails and Ghana's Ladakh Odyssey left Karo. Crossed the high altitude routes of Zingral and Changla before concluding the day's journey at Tangsi. The day's ride marked the expedition's gradual transition into eastern Ladakh, where every kilometer presented a new challenge. From the climb beyond Zingral to the ascent of Changla, the journey demanded equal measures of determination, endurance and dependable engineering.
कारू से चांगला आते समय जिंगराल एक इम्पॉर्टेंट हॉल्ट है। उसमें बेसिकली स्पीड से ज़्यादा यहाँ पे डिसिप्लिन मायने रखता है। द वे यू आर राइडिंग, जो फॉर्मेशन में आप राइड कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज आप अगर यहाँ का टेरेन देखेंगे तो काफ़ी हार्श वेदर, अनप्रेडिक्टेबल वेदर है, काफ़ी स्टीप स्लोप्स, रफ ट्रैक्स है। सो डिसिप्लिन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
At Changla, one of Ladakh's most iconic mountain passes, the expedition paused to reflect on the significance of the route ahead. Among those riding are serving personnel, including members whose units served during the Kargil War, led by Major General Arvind Yadav, Vishisht Seva Medal, ADG and Colonel Commandant of the Regiment of Artillery, making the journey not merely an expedition across mountains, but a tribute carried through landscapes deeply connected with India's military history.
हीरो मोटोकॉप की तरफ से गनर्स लद्दाख ओडिसी में हम अभी जिंगराल पे हॉल्ट कर रहे हैं, जिसका ऑल्टीट्यूड 15,543 फीट है। हम अगर पूरी ओवरऑल बाइक राइड की बात करें तो ये हमारे लिए एक एडवेंचर से ज़्यादा टीम स्पिरिट, कमराडरी और रेजिलियंस का भी एक्सपीरियंस है।
Throughout the day, Hero MotoCorp continued to power the expedition across changing terrain and extreme conditions. More than supporting mobility, its engineering enabled the riders to remain focused on the purpose of the journey, honoring the bicentenary of the Regiment of Artillery and paying tribute to India's Shaheed soldiers. With Day 6 concluding at Tangsi, Hero Tiranga Trails and Gunners Ladakh Odyssey now prepares for one of its most significant chapters yet. Tomorrow, the expedition heads to Hanli, carrying the journey of remembrance further into the heart of Ladakh.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we are continuing our coverage of the protests which are happening right now in the Parliament complex. And this is a protest by the NDA MPs against the police brutality in Ranchi in Jharkhand. Even today, the BJP is protesting against the brutality against students in Ranchi, Jharkhand. Now, let's listen to an exclusive conversation that we had with the NDA MP, with the BJP MP, Bansuri Swaraj.
जिस तरीके से राहुल गांधी झारखंड को लेकर मौन है, उन छात्रों के लिए कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, वहाँ अत्याचार हो रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल, आप ये देखिए कि कहीं ना कहीं राहुल गांधी जी स्टूडेंट्स के मुद्दे पे केवल क्रोकोडाइल टीयर्स शेड करते हैं, मौन साधे हुए हैं, और जब बोलते हैं तो
दोहरी मापदंड करेंगे। वो
दोहरी मापदंड तो है। मैं आपके माध्यम से एक बात और पूछना चाहती हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी, आपके सिद्धांत सरकार का रंग देख के बदल क्यों जाते हैं? और कहीं ना कहीं मैं ये भी आप याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ, झारखंड की सरकार में कांग्रेस पार्टी की साझेदारी है। स्टूडेंट्स की आपसे कार्रवाई की अपेक्षा है, केवल ग्लॉस्ड ओवर बयान
में जंतर मंतर से लेकर पीएम आवास तक पहुंच जाते हैं, लेकिन झारखंड को लेकर कुछ नहीं।
देखिए, ऐसा है, केवल और केवल पॉलिटिकल अपॉर्चुनिज्म यानी राजनीतिक अवसरवाद को चेज कर रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स के हितों को नहीं साध रहे।
पे कटीले तार लगाए दिए जाते हैं।
कल आपने देखा।
But we have time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up after the break, the NDA protest against Congress.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अंदर
और निश्चित रूप से
तबीयत तो दादा कल जब डॉक्टर आए हैं तो शुगर बीपी सब लो हो गया है।
Welcome back, viewers. We'll continue our coverage on the NDA MP's protest. Now, let's listen into the reaction of Sudhanshu Trivedi.
विपक्ष के पास कोई रणनीति नहीं है, उनके पास सिर्फ खड़मंडल नीति है। उनका उद्देश्य सार्थक बहस सदन के पटल पर करना नहीं है, उनका उद्देश्य सिर्फ अराजकता और अव्यवस्था उत्पन्न करना है। इसीलिए जब गृह मंत्री जी जवाब देने को तैयार है तब वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं। राहुल गांधी को सदन में आके सुनना चाहिए और रांची जाना चाहिए। न वो रांची जा रहे हैं, न सदन में सुन रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं उनसे कहना चाहूंगा, उनकी स्थिति ये है, जब जो बात मांग ली जाती है वो उस बिगड़े दिल शहजादे की तरह है जिसे कोई बात सुननी नहीं है। तो उनके लिए, राहुल गांधी के लिए मैं कहना चाहूंगा, होंगे राजे राजकुंवर, ये बिगड़े दिल शहजादे, और पीएम एचएम जब जब आए तब ये सदन से भागे।
And this is NDA questioning Rahul Gandhi. Why did you not go to Jharkhand and why are you running away from debate in the parliament? Coming up next, more details on that.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to rupees 300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
আমাৰ নামখিনি গাই নাই দিয়া মই তালে যাম ন চিনাকি কৰাই দিবা পানী বাইছিলে কমিছে পানী বাকি আছে
District Commissioners, Senior IT.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Republic. This is Karan Seth bringing you the latest stories and headlines for today. Now, this Independence Day, Republic TV brings you the Nationalist Collective Conclave, an Independence Day special, a powerful tribute to the extraordinary men and women who served India with courage, pride, and unwavering devotion. From the stories of our brave hearts and the ultimate sacrifice to the families who continue to carry their legacy with strength and pride, the Conclave brings you powerful conversations of courage, service, and patriotism. A day to remember those who put the nation before self. While the Nationalist Collective Conclave, their sacrifice of freedom, only on Republic TV.
सरकार की जवाबदेही तय होती है, कार्यपालिका में पारदर्शिता भी आती है और कई माननीय सदस्य मुझे व्यक्तिगत रूप से मिले और उन्होंने आग्रह किया, मैंने पहले भी व्यवस्था दे रखी है, चाहे सत्ता पक्ष हो चाहे प्रतिपक्ष हो, प्रश्नकाल के अंदर केवल प्रश्नकाल ही होगा और इसीलिए प्रश्नकाल चलने में सहयोग करें। कई बार इस विषय पे मैंने व्यक्तिगत रूप से सदन के अंदर आग्रह किया और देश की जनता भी चाहती है सदन चले। कल बीएससी की मीटिंग के अंदर भी सभी दलों से मैंने आग्रह किया था सदन चले, सदन में चर्चा हो, प्रश्नकाल हो और महत्वपूर्ण विधेयकों पर चर्चा होना चाहिए। ये विधेयक देश और राष्ट्र के साथ बहुत बड़े परिवर्तन लाने के विधेयक होते हैं, इस पे अच्छी चर्चा संवाद होना चाहिए। लेकिन कल बीएससी की मीटिंग में भी आग्रह किया, आज फिर आग्रह कर रहा हूं कि जिस विषय पर आप छात्रों के विषय पर मांग कर रहे थे, सरकार संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने कल बीएससी की बैठक में स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि गृह मंत्री इस बात पर जवाब देने को तैयार हैं, सदन सरकार चलाए, सरकार और प्रतिपक्ष दोनों मिलकर सहमति बनाओ, सदन चलना चाहिए। आपकी जो प्रमुख बातें थी, प्रमुख मुद्दा था छात्रों की मांग और गृह मंत्री जवाब दे या चर्चा में भाग ले, सरकार ने इसमें सहमति दर्ज कराई है। अब आप चलाएं और मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा होगी, लेकिन एक एक मुद्दों पर सदन तो चले ना। आप सहयोग करो, ये संसदीय मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं है सदन के अंदर तख्तियां बैनर लेकर आना। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र भारत है, मेरा आग्रह पूर्वक रहता है कि तख्तियां लेना बंद करें, चर्चा और संवाद करें, बातचीत करें, आप सहयोग करें, मेरा आपसे आग्रह है सदन चलाने में सहयोग करें। मेरी हमेशा कोशिश, मेरा मन व्यथित दुखी होता है सदन न चलने से। देश की जनता भी सदन में चर्चा संवाद देखना चाहती है। आप सहयोग करें, आप सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते, सदन बाधित करना चाहते हैं, सदन की कार्रवाई आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
There you see the Parliament, there you see the Lok Sabha Speaker, Mr. Om Birla, actually dissolving the Parliament till 2 p.m. today. Now this among uproar and protests in Parliament, where you see both sides. You saw outside the Parliament complex, you had the BJP and NDA MPs demanding and protesting against the student protest and irregularities in the JPSC and JSSC, demanding Rahul Gandhi to actually come and take action, protesting against now the Congress and specifically the JMM alliance government in Jharkhand against the brutal crackdown that happened over the last 2-3 days, specifically yesterday, protesting against the irregularities in the exam, demanding CBI inquiry, just like the students have been demanding, as well as protesting against the brutal crackdown against the students yesterday. Now, inside Parliament again, you had literal ruckus where you saw both sides, the opposition as well as the ruling government, specifically the opposition raising slogans, amid which you saw the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla requesting them not to disrupt proceedings, stating that their demands specifically of the Home Minister coming in Lok Sabha and addressing the Lok Sabha with respect to the issues raised has been met, and that the government was willing to discuss the issues in Lok Sabha with specifically the Home Minister Amit Shah. Now specifically you saw him requesting the opposition parties that both of your demands asking the Home Minister to come to Lok Sabha and address the Lok Sabha has been met. The government is willing to discuss and debate the key issues in question, requesting them not to create ruckus and to allow the Lok Sabha to function, allow the Parliament to function, allow debates and discussions to happen. However, in spite of that, in spite of repeated requests from the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, you saw the opposition still raising slogans, you saw a lot of noise, you saw a lot of ruckus, and given the current circumstances where practically it wasn't possible to convene a Lok Sabha session, the Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 p.m. today amid ruckus by the opposition parties. Now this comes after, in the morning, since morning we've seen that the Jharkhand protests, like you see on the screen on the left side, viewers, the Jharkhand protests have actually reached the parliament now. Now our reporter Chandrakala is actually joining us with more updates on this live. Chandrakala, we've seen that the Jharkhand protests now actually reached parliament with the NDA MPs protesting outside. Inside, however, you still see the same show again, the opposition not allowing Lok Sabha to function. We heard a lot of noise, we heard a lot of ruckus inside Parliament, and we repeatedly heard the Speaker Om Birla requesting and appealing to the opposition parties to allow the Lok Sabha to function. However, yet again, we see another waste of the Lok Sabha time, and the Lok Sabha being adjourned again till 2 p.m. today.
Yes, in fact, after multiple appeals being made by, the Speaker, Om Birla, of course, we now are learning is that the House has been adjourned, of course, till 2 p.m. And this particular, there has been no functioning of the Parliament since 20th July. It's very unfortunate to see that the Parliament session is on and there is no such legislative business has taken place, and just a day left for the Parliament session to get over. Of course, we are expecting that a very, very stormy session. As far as Union Home Minister Amit Shah's response on the protest is concerned. Now, we also saw just a while back a massive showdown outside the Parliament, wherein the NDA MPs have carried out a protest, where we could see placards displaying.
ये केवल सुर्खियों में बने रहना चाहते थे। आज देश ने इनका असली चेहरा देखा है कि जब कांग्रेस शासित राज्यों में पेपर लीक होता है तो उन मंत्रियों को सम्मानित कर दिया जाता है, पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बना दिया जाता है, और दूसरी ओर युवाओं के ऊपर लाठियां बरसाई जाती जहां कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों की सरकारें।
सर, राहुल गांधी, आपको क्या लगता है राहुल गांधी और हेमंत सोरेन की मिली भगत है या राहुल गांधी को हेमंत सोरेन से कुछ डर है?
मैं इतना कहता हूं कि राहुल गांधी जी ने हेमंत सोरेन को निर्देश दिए होंगे कि झारखंड के युवाओं की आवाज बंद कर दो, चाहे कंटीली तारें लगाई जाएं, चाहे लाठियां बरसाई जाएं, चाहे आंसू गैस के गोले चलाए जाएं, हर तरह का अत्याचार झारखंड के युवाओं पर किया, उसका दोषी कोई है तो हेमंत सोरेन और राहुल गांधी है।
All right, Chandrakala, there again we saw the reaction from Anurag Thakur. We see continuous protests in the morning by the NDA MPs, but yet again, now the challenge is that, this monsoon session we've almost seen, I think, across all 16 days, literally the question hour has been adjourned due to continuous ruckus and sloganeering by the opposition MPs, literally bringing Lok Sabha to a halt. So it's been a complete waste, because of this continuous sloganeering. We only have now practically 2.5 days left, with the day after Thursday being the last day of the monsoon session. What do you make of the entire situation now?
Well, in fact, as I have already mentioned, it's very unfortunate to look at, of course, when a monsoon session of Parliament is underway in this, and now that today is just 2 days left for the monsoon session of Parliament to end, and today it's a very, very crucial day because the opposition has been demanding, there has been ruckus and complete disruptions as far as the proceedings is concerned in the Parliament. They have been demanding response as far as the student protest is concerned at Jantar Mantar. Now that the government is ready to respond, they are not ready to face the reality. They are not ready to face the questions and the facts as far as the student protest is concerned. And the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has himself, is ready to respond to each and every question, not only respond, to take up each and every issues pertaining to the student protest, and also the fact that we have seen the kind of atrocities and brutalities being carried out against the students in Jharkhand, which absolutely exposes the kind of hypocrisy and the double standards of the opposition parties. There has been, there will be a real face-off today in the parliament. A very heated argument is expected. But now that we are again, just as the parliament proceedings have begun at 11 o'clock, it has been now again adjourned. The opposition is not ready to carry out any kind of debate or discussion as far as the student protest is concerned. They themselves have been demanding for it. Now that the government has come out clearly that they are ready to answer, and they should, and urging the opposition to not disrupt the parliament proceedings and carry forward the discussion on the student protest. But yet the opposition continues to create ruckus in the parliament. We saw a massive protest now being carried out by the NDA MPs. We have seen all the top cabinet ministers who have taken part in the protest demanding answers as far as the Jharkhand protest is concerned. We also know that BJP has asked to withdraw any support to the Hemant Soren government in Jharkhand, but there is no response. And now today, of course, they will be, demanding answers from the leader of opposition, who himself has been demanding answers as far as the Jantar Mantar protest is concerned. So we'll have to wait and watch if the proceedings actually continues today. It's very, of course, to July 20th was when the monsoon session of Parliament began. Of course, there was no such smooth functioning of the Parliament over the CJP protest, and also multiple links have come out as far as the CJP protest is concerned. And now that we have seen that the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has said clearly that the government is ready to take up this in the parliament, respond to each and every questions, but the opposition should be, should have the guts to listen to each and every facts and, any kind of responses that would be given out by the Union Home Minister. But yet the ruckus continues in the parliament. Currently, the House has been adjourned till 2 o'clock. Let's see what happens after that, if any kind of discussion takes place as far as the student protest, as far as the student uprising is concerned over the NEET paper leak issue is all about. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Chandrakala, for giving us more details on that. Unfortunate day again, as opposition parties sloganeering disruption, again bringing legislative business to a halt and literally paralyzing the Lok Sabha. Let's get into some of the reactions that are coming into what's happening there in Lok Sabha today.
जी आप लोग मार्च कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं झारखंड के लिए राहुल गांधी मौन है।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच यहीं से पता चलती है कि जब कांग्रेस के राज्यों में पेपर लीक होते वहां पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती, और राजस्थान में जब उनकी सरकार के समय 17 पेपर लीक हुए, उसी मंत्री को कांग्रेस का प्रदेशाध्यक्ष बना दिया था। और अब जब झारखंड में युवा सड़कों पर उतरे हैं तो उनके ऊपर लाठियां चलाई जा रही है और राहुल गांधी मौन है, उनके मुंह में दही जम गया है।
तारे तक लगाई जाती है बैरिकेड,
यहाँ तक कि कंटीली तारे, और रात्रि को युवाओं के ऊपर जिस तरह से अत्याचार किया गया, लाठियां मारी गई, कई युवा घायल भी हो गए। ये दिखाता है कांग्रेस की सोच क्या है।
ये देखिए, तमाम एनडीए के सांसद यहाँ पर मार्च निकाल रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी झारखंड को लेकर पूरी तरीके से मौन है। एनडीए के तमाम सांसद झारखंड को लेकर जिस तरीके से छात्रों पर अत्याचार हुआ प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। जगदम्बिका पाल है, झारखंड में छात्र प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, अत्याचार, राहुल गांधी कुछ बोल नहीं रहे हैं।
उसी चुप्पी के खिलाफ ये प्रोटेस्ट है। उसी जिस तरह से कल रांची में उन छात्रों का शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन, केवल झारखंड सर्विस कमीशन के पर्चा लीक को कैंसिल करना, उसकी निष्पक्ष जांच के लिए सीबीआई की मांग करना, और उसमें लाठीचार्ज हुआ, उसमें
बैरिकेड पे कंटीले तार
लगाए गए। जिस तरह से छात्र जो मतलब गैर राजनीतिक ढंग से शांतिपूर्ण करे थे, उन पे जिस तरह से चोटें आई, उस पे चुप्पी है।
छात्रों के लिए दोहरा मापदंड होगा।
दोहरा मापदंड, चेहरा उनका राहुल गांधी का बेनकाब हो गया कि उनकी सरकार, इसलिए वहाँ चुप्पी है और यहाँ हंगामा कर रहे हैं, यहाँ सवाल, यहाँ जवाब मांग रहे हैं।
जंतर मंतर से लेकर पीएम कार्यालय तक हो गए प्रदर्शन करने, लेकिन झारखंड को लेकर मौन है।
इसलिए इससे साफ हो गया कि उनको छात्र युवाओं के हितों की चिंता नहीं है, केवल राजनीति कर।
क्या कहेंगे राहुल गांधी झारखंड के लिए चुप है? हमने क्या कहेंगे राहुल गांधी झारखंड के लिए चुप है पूरी तरीके से?
राहुल गांधी से आज जो है हम जवाब मांग रहे हैं कि झारखंड में जो बच्चों पर हिंसा हो रही है,
लेकिन झारखंड के लिए वो चुप है पूरी तरीके से। झारखंड के लिए
नहीं बोलते, राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहिए।
जिस तरीके से राहुल गांधी झारखंड को लेकर मौन है, उन छात्रों के लिए कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, वहाँ अत्याचार हो रहा है इस पे।
जी बिल्कुल, आप ये देखिए कि कहीं ना कहीं राहुल गांधी जी स्टूडेंट्स के मुद्दे पे केवल क्रोकोडाइल टीयर्स शेड करते हैं, मौन साधे हुए हैं, और जब बोलते हैं तो
दोहरी मापदंड करेंगे वो।
दोहरी मापदंड तो है। मैं आपके माध्यम से एक बात और पूछना चाहती हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी आपके सिद्धांत सरकार का रंग देख के बदल क्यों जाते हैं? और कहीं ना कहीं मैं ये भी आप याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ, झारखंड की सरकार में कांग्रेस पार्टी की साझेदारी है, स्टूडेंट्स की आपसे कार्रवाई की अपेक्षा है, केवल ग्लॉस्ड ओवर बयान
में जंतर मंतर से लेकर पीएम आवास तक पहुंच जाते हैं, लेकिन झारखंड को लेकर कुछ नहीं।
देखिए ऐसा है, केवल और केवल पॉलिटिकल अपॉर्चुनिज्म यानी राजनीतिक अवसरवाद को चेज कर रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स के हितों को नहीं साध रहे।
कटीले तार लगाए दिए जाते हैं।
कल आपने देखा कि किस प्रकार वहां पर लाठीचार्ज भी हो। मैं वही तो उनसे पूछना चाह रही हूँ, आप बयानबाजी और वो भी ग्लॉस्ड ओवर बयानबाजी से अपनी जवाबदेही से भाग कैसे रहे?
विपक्ष के पास कोई रणनीति नहीं है, उनके पास सिर्फ खड़मंडल नीति है। उनका उद्देश्य सार्थक बहस सदन के पटल पर करना नहीं है, उनका उद्देश्य सिर्फ अराजकता और अव्यवस्था उत्पन्न करना है। इसीलिए जब गृह मंत्री जी जवाब देने को तैयार है तब वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं। राहुल गांधी को सदन में आके सुनना चाहिए और रांची जाना चाहिए। न वो रांची जा रहे हैं न सदन में सुन रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं उनसे कहना चाहूंगा, उनकी स्थिति ये है, जब जो बात मांग ली जाती है वो उस बिगड़े दिल शहजादे की तरह है जिसे कोई बात सुननी नहीं है। तो उनके लिए, राहुल गांधी के लिए मैं कहना चाहूंगा, होंगे राजे राजकुंवर ये बिगड़े दिल शहजादे, और पीएम एचएम जब जब आए तब ये सदन से भागे।
चौदहवीं जेपीएससी का पीटी रद्द किया जाए, जेपीएससी में जो भी परीक्षा में धांधली हुई है उसको रद्द किया जाए, जेएसएससी सीजीएल की परीक्षा में जो धांधली हुई है उसको रद्द किया जाए, जेपीएससी और जेएसएससी को पूरा रिफॉर्म किया जाए, और जो परीक्षा में 4 ऑप्शन दिया जाता है, एक 5वां ऑप्शन भी ऐड किया जाए, ताकि जो विद्यार्थी कॉलम छोड़ के परीक्षा में धांधली कराते हैं पैसा देके और बाहरी राज्य के लोग मोटा मोटा माल देकर यहाँ नौकरी लेते हैं, उनको ऐसा ना किया जाए। और जो विद्यार्थियों के साथ कल आंदोलन कर रहे थे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से, वो अपनी मांगों को रख रहे थे, वो तो यहाँ कुछ गलत करने नहीं आए थे, वो आतंकवादी नहीं थे जो इतना मोटा तार लगा दिया सरकार ने, उनके ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया, और रात लाइट को बुता के रात के अंधेरे में महिला पुलिस ना होने के बावजूद उन्होंने महिलाओं जो छात्राओं पर लाठीचार्ज किया। तो आने वाले चुनाव में झारखंड के विद्यार्थी हेमंत सोरेन को झारखंड से उखाड़ के फेंकने का काम करेंगे, और यह आंदोलन विद्यार्थी परिषद जब तक विद्यार्थियों की मांग पूरी नहीं होती है चरणबद्ध तरीके से पूरे झारखंड में करने का काम करेगा।
तो हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार तो यही कहती है कि भैया हम तो युवाओं के हित में ही काम करते हैं।
अगर हेमंत सोरेन जी अगर युवाओं और छात्रों के हित में अगर कार्य करते हैं तो कल गुंडा की तरह विद्यार्थियों को नहीं मारते हैं, क्योंकि छात्र छात्रा को लाइट बंद करके विधानसभा के अंदर मारे हैं, जैसे कि वहां लगता है।
So there you see on the screen on your right, students continuing their protests and demand in Jharkhand against the irregularities in the Jharkhand JPSC and JSSC exams. Students here, in fact, these are not, just random protests. If you listen to what the students are saying, viewers, they are addressing specific irregularities in the exams. You saw one of the student protesters mentioning that some of the aspirants, which are wrongdoers, in fact, intentionally leave some questions unanswered, which is then a way to later use to actually give them and mark correct answers in their OMR sheets. Now on your screens you see again, this is live from Ranchi, Jharkhand, which is the capital. You see the protesters again, along with a lot of BJP protesters as well, still continuing their protest. They demand a CBI probe into the irregularities in the JPSC and JSSC exams. Now remember, the BJP now, which is the opposition party in Jharkhand, has called for a nationwide bandh. A lot of public schools, colleges, etc. are also impacted. You see on your screens, protesters have actually taken on to the streets. They are burning effigies and protesting against the Hemant Soren-led Jharkhand government, where the Congress and JMM are in power. The students have been very specific in their demands. While the Congress government and the JMM government have said that we've met 98% of the student demands, the students, however, remain committed on their demand for a CBI probe, which is where we have a deadlock. The question obviously to ask is, why is the government not allowing a CBI probe? What is the government's reservation against ordering and letting the CBI to probe the investigation. What is the major issue? What's stopping the government from getting a CBI probe done? The students here have been now cutting to Sagar now. We see Sagar who's joining us live from Ranchi.
थी वो ठीक तैयारी आज भी है, यानी कि देखिए अभी जो पूरे हालात हैं झारखंड के अंदर, रांची के अंदर, वो संवेदनशील बने हुए हैं, इसीलिए नहीं चाहती कि
I think we've lost Sagar there, but if you see on your screens, viewers, the protest continues. Now remember, the students' complaints are not just about one single exam. The agitation has broadened into a deeper demand, a wider demand for a complete reform of the JPSC and JSSC recruitment system. Obviously, the immediate flashpoint was the 14th JPSC Combined Civil Services exam. What are the students alleging? Well, they're alleging irregularities in the 14th JPSC prelims. They are demanding that the exam be cancelled and investigation. They have alleged paper leaks and malpractices around examination integrity. That's part of the major agitation. They've alleged irregularities across JPSC and JSSC exams, and they're saying rather than just one test, they're demanding a broader examination system overhaul. They've demanded, and they continue to demand, an independent investigation, specifically a CBI probe, and transparency and accountability in recruitment.
सर आओ कि छात्र एक बार फिर धावा बोल दें विधानसभा की तरफ, क्योंकि छात्रों पर कल के दिन बर्बरता की गई, लाठीचार्ज किया गया, बल प्रयोग किया गया, वाटर कैनन की गाड़ियों से देखिए वहां पर उनके ऊपर बौछार तक की गई पानी की। हालांकि छात्रों ने देखिए उस लम्हे का आनंद तो लिया, लेकिन कई छात्रों को चोट आई जब वहां पर लाठी डंडों से उन्हें पीटा गया। अब आप देखिए आज के दिन भी पुलिस की तैयारी ठीक वैसे ही है। कटीले तार आपको दिखाई देंगे, पूरा बैरिकेड आपको दिखाई देगा, इधर आपको भारी संख्या में पुलिस बल की मुस्तैदी आपको दिखाई देगी। पुलिस अपने देखिए दल बल के साथ पूरे प्रिकॉशन के साथ यहाँ पर मौजूद है, ताकि अगर कुछ भी हो तो कैसे उसको कंट्रोल किया जाए। इधर आप देखिए, इधर भी पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ जो लगातार जब हिंसाग्रस्त इलाकों में जब हालात बिगड़ते हैं, जो गाड़ियाँ इस्तेमाल की जाती हैं राहत और बचाव के लिए, वहाँ पर हालात को कंट्रोल करने के लिए, वो सब कुछ यहाँ पर तैनाती आपको दिखाई देगी। विकास अपने पीछे एक बार जब आप जूम करेंगे तो देखिए 3 से 4 जगहों पर जहाँ पर कल छात्रों को रोका जा रहा था, वो सारे बैरिकेड आपको अभी भी देखिए यहाँ पर नज़र आएंगे। देखिए आपको हर 2-4 कदमों पर आपको बैरिकेड दिखेगा। ये हमसे थोड़ी दूरी पर है, जो आप जूम में तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं। तो ऐसे ही 7-8 जगहों पर रास्तों को जहाँ पर ब्लॉक किया जा सके, रोका जा सके, फिर अगर हालात बिगड़ें तो उसकी भी तैयारी यहाँ पर की गई है। ट्रैफिक पुलिस की भी यहाँ पर तैनाती है। हालात को देखिए, अगर बिगड़ते हैं तो कैसे वहाँ पर डाइवर्ट किया जाए। पुलिस की टीमें आज भी देखिए अपने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट के साथ, डंडों के साथ और कैसे शील्ड के साथ यहाँ पर भी देखिए पूरे तैयार है कि अगर थोड़े से भी हालात अगर आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल हो तो उसे निपटा जाए। यहाँ पर आने से जो भी प्रदर्शनकारी आज के दिन भी उन्हें रोका जाए। तो ऐसे में तैयारियाँ बेहतर यहाँ पर की गई हैं, जो कल हमने तस्वीरें देखी आज के दिन भी। तो ऐसे में आगे कुछ भी यहाँ पर होना इसकी तरफ इसलिए प्रशासन पूरी तरह से तैयार है। लेकिन कल जो छात्रों पर बर्बरता हुई, इसको लगातार छात्र अब उसकी निंदा भी कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था। लोकतंत्र की जो खूबसूरत तस्वीर हमने दिखाई थी शांतिपूर्ण आंदोलन की, उसको यहाँ पर तार तार किया गया प्रशासन की तरफ से। विजय विकास के साथ सागर मिश्रा, रिपब्लिक भारत, रांची।
झारखंड के उन नौजवानों को, आंदोलनरत उन छात्रों को देनी चाहिए जो छात्रा गेट पर आकर के रुके और अंदर नहीं घुसे। तो ये झारखंड की छात्र अनुशासित भी है और अपनी हक के लिए लड़ना भी जानते हैं। तो इसलिए बधाई तो वो छात्र है उसके पात्र। सरकार ने तो भरसक कोशिश की थी, डंडे चलाए, पानी का बौछार छोड़ा गया, आंसू गैस भी छोड़ा गया, और उससे अधिक क्या करती सरकार? उससे अधिक तो एक ही बचा हुआ था, गोली चलाने का। तो इसीलिए अगर लड़कों ने संयम का काम दिखाया तो वास्तव में उन बच्चों को सैल्यूट करनी चाहिए सरकार को।
आज भी ठीक वैसे ही यहाँ पर की गई हैं। आप देखेंगे, देखिए जगह जगह बैरिकेड, ये कटीले तार, इधर विकास फोकस करिए, ये आज भी आपको नजर आएगा। हर जगह इसकी तैयारी नए सिरे से कर दी गई है। कल के दिन देखिए जो तार मुड़ गए थे, जो यहाँ पर देखिए क्षतिग्रस्त हो गए।
There you see, viewers on the screen, you had the reaction coming in from the opposition leader in the Jharkhand Legislative Assembly, Babulal Marandi, who's from the BJP, of course, ex-chief minister, saying that we should in fact salute the students for their determination and strongly condemning the violent action of the police against the students. You've seen our reporter Sagar live from the location as you see the protests continuing, the protesters burning effigies and protesting against the police brutality and the irregularities in the JPSC and JSSC exams. Sagar, in fact, just showed you the heavy police preparation. Police is in fact in a riot control mode with water cannons deployed, with heightened security presence, with police armed with shields and lathis and barricades reinforced ahead of apprehending any repeated protest. You had a large police contingent that has been deployed, and we continue to monitor the situation in Jharkhand for you. Now we'll pause for a short break here now, and coming up after the break, the stage is set for the parliamentary debate on students. The BJP has dared Rahul Gandhi, saying Rahul must not run away from a debate in Lok Sabha today.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
All right, day 18 of protest in Jharkhand. Students to continue protest march. Meanwhile, student leader Mato remains hospitalized.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
शर्म करो। राहुल जी ने झारखंड के छात्रों से मिले। झारखंड क्यों नहीं गए?
Viewers, top headlines. NDA MPs protest against police action on students in Jharkhand. NDA protests with poster slogans raising the messages against the Congress.
झारखंड में छात्रों पर हुए अन्याय पर राहुल गांधी जवाब दो, बाकी अमित शाह जी जवाब देंगे। आप राहुल गांधी भागना मत आप लोग।
The stage is set for parliamentary debate on students. BJP dares Rahul Gandhi and says Rahul must not run from the debate. Day 18 of protests in Jharkhand. Students to continue protest march. Meanwhile, student leader Mahato remains hospitalized. More details emerge of how Trump escaped the reported Iran assassination plot. Air Force One used as a decoy to protect Trump, the president of US. Powerful 7.4 earthquake strikes western Colombia, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Tremors felt in Venezuela and Ecuador. At least 132 people are dead. Hello viewers, we're getting you the biggest updates coming in. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you some updates because the NDA MPs are holding a massive protest. A short while back, they held a big protest, and this is against the atrocities by the Congress government in Jharkhand. It's heavy sloganeering and posters which could be seen. This comes as Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to address the Parliament on students. We're getting you a lot of live updates coming in as we speak. So the NDA MPs are protesting. And this is coming as we are waiting for a big showdown in the Parliament today. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. And Lok Sabha has already been adjourned till 2 p.m. today because of ruckus. Parliament monsoon session has begun. A short while back, 11 a.m. onwards is when it had begun. But what we can expect today would be a stormy session as the opposition plans to continue protest demanding Union Home Minister Amit Shah's statement. But at the same time, the NDA MPs have said that Rahul Gandhi should not run away because Amit Shah would be going ahead and answering every question that the opposition had asked him. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
जी आप लोग मार्च कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं झारखंड के लिए राहुल गांधी मौन है।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच यहीं से पता चलती है कि जब कांग्रेस के राज्यों में पेपर लीक होते वहां पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती, और राजस्थान में जब उनकी सरकार के समय 17 पेपर लीक हुए, उसी मंत्री को कांग्रेस का प्रदेशाध्यक्ष बना दिया था। और अब जब झारखंड में युवा सड़कों पर उतरे हैं तो उनके ऊपर लाठियां चलाई जा रही है और राहुल गांधी मौन है, उनके मुंह में दही जम गया है।
तारे तक लगाई जाती है बैरिकेड,
यहाँ तक की कंटीली तारे, और रात्रि को युवाओं के ऊपर जिस तरह से अत्याचार किया गया, लाठियां मारी गई, कई युवा घायल भी हो गए। ये दिखाता है कांग्रेस की सोच क्या है।
ये देखिए, तमाम एनडीए के सांसद यहाँ पर मार्च निकाल रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी झारखंड को लेकर पूरी तरीके से मौन है। एनडीए के तमाम सांसद झारखंड को लेकर जिस तरीके से छात्रों पर अत्याचार हुआ प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। जगदम्बिका पाल है, झारखंड में छात्र प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, अत्याचार, राहुल गांधी बोल नहीं रहे हैं।
उसी चुप्पी के खिलाफ ये प्रोटेस्ट है। उसी जिस तरह से कल रांची में उन छात्रों का शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन केवल झारखंड सर्विस कमीशन के पर्चा लीक को कैंसिल करना, उसकी निष्पक्ष जांच के लिए सीबीआई की मांग करना, और उसमें लाठीचार्ज हुआ, उसमें
बैरिकेड में कंटीले तार लगाए गए।
जिस तरह से छात्र जो मतलब गैर राजनीतिक ढंग से शांतिपूर्ण कर रहे थे, उन पे जिस तरह से चोटें आई, उस पे चुप्पी है।
छात्रों के लिए दोहरा मापदंड होगा।
दोहरा मापदंड, चेहरा उनका राहुल गांधी का बेनकाब हो गया कि उनकी सरकार, इसलिए वहाँ चुप्पी है और यहाँ हंगामा कर रहे हैं, यहाँ सवाल, यहाँ जवाब मांग रहे हैं।
जंतर मंतर से लेकर पीएम कार्यालय तक हो गए प्रदर्शन करने, लेकिन झारखंड को लेकर मौन है।
इसलिए इससे साफ हो गया कि उनको छात्र युवाओं के हितों की चिंता नहीं है, केवल राजनीति है।
कि जिस प्रकार से जेपीएससी और जेएसएससी में महा घोटाला हुआ है, उसकी तत्काल प्रभाव से सीबीआई जांच करा के दोषियों पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाए। साथ ही जेपीएससी की जो परीक्षा रद्द की गई है, जेएसएससी सीजीएल की भी परीक्षा को तत्काल प्रभाव से।
उन्होंने ये भी बोला, जो वहां पर डटे हुए थे कल विधानसभा के सामने, रात में लाइटें बंद करके दोनों तरफ से पुलिस ने घेर लिया, उनको वहां से भगाया। वो बड़े चुपचाप शांति से बैठे हुए थे, अंदर जाने का प्रयास भी वो नहीं कर रहे थे।
ये क्या है भाई साहब कि हमें लगता है कि जो मुख्यमंत्री झारखंड का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं, झारखंड का मुख्यमंत्री है। आप कल रात को देखे होंगे किस तरह से बर्बरतापूर्वक लाठीचार्ज किया गया है। छात्र को, जो छात्राओं के ऊपर भी बर्बरतापूर्वक लाठीचार्ज किया गया है। किसी का सर फटा, किसी का ओंठ में चोट लगा, किसी का पैर में चोट लगा। ये क्या है कि झारखंड का मुख्यमंत्री अपने आप को आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री बोलने वाले या आदिवासी पर भी लाठीचार्ज कर रहा है। ये क्या ठीक है? क्या हम आतंकवादी हैं? क्या बैरिकेड लगा रहे हैं, 4, 5, 10 बैरिकेड लगा रहे हैं, आंसू गैस कर रहे हैं? ये कहीं से मुझे नहीं लगता है कि हेमंत सोरेन जी अपने आप को बोलते हैं कि हम युवा मुख्यमंत्री हैं, जायज नहीं है। लेकिन ठीक है, आंदोलन करना हमारा मांग है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप पत्थरबाजी कर दें। आप
आगे क्या आप लोग बड़ी तैयारी करेंगे? कल का जो जन आंदोलन था बड़े विशाल स्तर पे था, अब आगे कैसे छात्रों को एकजुट किया जाएगा? उनकी मांगों को मनवाने के लिए आप लोग क्या समर्थन अब करने वाले हैं?
आज अखिल भारतीय विद्यार्थी परिषद झारखंड के तमाम युवा साथियों, छात्र बंधुओं के साथ है। आज उन्हीं के जिस प्रकार से कल उनके ऊपर कायरतापूर्वक, बर्बरतापूर्वक हमला लाठीचार्ज किया गया, उन्हीं के विरोध में आज हम लोग विधानसभा घेराव का आह्वान किए थे। लेकिन इसी दौरान आज झारखंड के रांची के विभिन्न चौक चौराहों पर ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को रोका जा रहा है। लेकिन इस तरह कब तक रोका जाएगा? एबीवीपी के कार्यकर्ता अब लगातार अपना आंदोलन तेज करेगी और आने वाले समय में जब चुनाव होगी, यहाँ के युवा हेमंत सोरेन जी को सबक सिखाएगी।
That's right, viewers. We're getting many reactions coming in, and on the left side of your screen, live from Ranchi, the student protests continue. Let us tell you that we can expect a very fiery Lok Sabha session from 2 p.m. onwards, and the reason for that is very simple. The reason is that the NDA MPs have asked Rahul Gandhi that Rahul Gandhi should not run away and face Amit Shah when Amit Shah speaks on all the issues that the opposition had challenged him for. So that is something to look out for. As you can clearly see on your screen on the right hand, the NDA MPs are holding a protest and they're targeting Rahul Gandhi over the Jharkhand police action, the way that the Congress cracked down on the students in Jharkhand. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. We have some more reactions coming in. Let's play them out for you.
क्या कहेंगे राहुल गांधी झारखंड के लिए चुप हैं? हमने क्या कहेंगे राहुल गांधी झारखंड के लिए चुप है पूरी तरीके से?
राहुल गांधी से आज जो है हम जवाब मांग रहे हैं कि झारखंड में जो बच्चों पर हिंसा हो रही है,
लेकिन झारखंड के लिए चुप है पूरी तरीके से। झारखंड के लिए क्यों नहीं बोलते?
राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहिए।
इस तरीके से राहुल गांधी झारखंड को लेकर मौन है, उन छात्रों के लिए कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, वहाँ अत्याचार हो रहा है इस पे।
जी बिल्कुल, आप ये देखिए कि कहीं ना कहीं राहुल गांधी जी स्टूडेंट्स के मुद्दे पे केवल क्रोकोडाइल टीयर्स शेड करते हैं, मौन साधे हुए हैं, और जब बोलते हैं तो
दोहरी मापदंड करेंगे। वो दोहरी
मापदंड तो है। मैं आपके माध्यम से एक बात और पूछना चाहती हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी, आपके सिद्धांत सरकार का रंग देख के बदल क्यों जाते हैं? और कहीं ना कहीं मैं ये भी आप याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ, झारखंड की सरकार में कांग्रेस पार्टी की साझेदारी है। स्टूडेंट्स की आपसे कार्रवाई की अपेक्षा है, केवल ग्लॉस्ड ओवर बयान
में जंतर मंतर से लेकर पीएम आवास तक पहुंच जाते हैं, लेकिन झारखंड को लेकर कुछ नहीं।
देखिए ऐसा है, केवल और केवल पॉलिटिकल अपॉर्चुनिज्म यानी राजनीतिक अवसरवाद को चेज कर रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स के हितों को नहीं साध रहे।
कटीले तार लगाए दिए जाते हैं।
कल आपने देखा कि किस प्रकार वहां पर लाठीचार्ज भी हो। मैं वही तो उनसे पूछना चाह रही हूँ, आप बयानबाजी और वो भी ग्लॉस्ड ओवर बयानबाजी से अपनी जवाबदेही से भाग कैसे रहे?
विपक्ष के पास कोई रणनीति नहीं है, उनके पास सिर्फ खड़मंडल नीति है। उनका उद्देश्य सार्थक बहस सदन के पटल पर करना नहीं है, उनका उद्देश्य सिर्फ अराजकता और अव्यवस्था उत्पन्न करना है। इसीलिए जब गृह मंत्री जी जवाब देने को तैयार है तब वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं। राहुल गांधी को सदन में आके सुनना चाहिए और रांची जाना चाहिए। न वो रांची जा रहे हैं न सदन में सुन रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं उनसे कहना चाहूंगा, उनकी स्थिति ये है, जब जो बात मांग ली जाती है वो उस बिगड़े दिल शहजादे की तरह है जिसे कोई बात सुननी नहीं है। तो उनके लिए, राहुल गांधी के लिए मैं कहना चाहूंगा, होंगे राजे राजकुंवर ये बिगड़े दिल शहजादे, और पीएम एचएम जब जब आए तब ये सदन से भागे।
And viewers, Lok Sabha has been adjourned and Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju had already challenged Rahul Gandhi to be present in the parliament during Home Minister Amit Shah's reply. Remember that Kiren Rijiju had said that Shah will be giving a detailed reply on the students' issue, and now Rijiju has tweeted saying Rahul Gandhi demanded a response from Home Minister Amit Shah, and now that the Home Minister is ready to answer every point in detail, he must not run away.
सरकार की तरफ से बहुत साफ शब्दों में लोकसभा में मैंने बयान दिया है कि राहुल गांधी जी कई दिनों से गृह मंत्री अमित शाह का जवाब मांग रहे हैं और सदन में स्टेटमेंट देना चाहिए, ये बार बार कह रहे हैं। अब जब सरकार तैयार है, गृह मंत्री जी डिटेल पूरे घटनाओं का बहुत डिटेल में जवाब देने के तैयार है, फिर राहुल गांधी जी भाग रहे हैं। मैंने इसलिए सदन में कहा कि भागना नहीं है, डरना नहीं है। सरकार की तरफ से बहुत साफ शब्दों में लोकसभा में मैंने बयान दिया है कि राहुल गांधी जी कई दिनों से गृह मंत्री अमित शाह का जवाब मांग रहे हैं और सदन में स्टेटमेंट देना चाहिए, ये बार बार कह रहे हैं। अब जब सरकार तैयार है, गृह मंत्री जी डिटेल पूरे घटनाओं का बहुत डिटेल में जवाब देने के तैयार है, फिर राहुल गांधी जी भाग रहे हैं। मैंने इसलिए सदन में कहा कि भागना नहीं है, डरना नहीं है।
And viewers, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. Roof of a three-story hardware shop collapsed in UP's Ghaziabad, leaving 2 injured. 3 workers were present in the hardware shop when the incident occurred and were buried under the debris. The 3 were taken to the hospital, where 1 was pronounced dead. 2 are still undergoing treatment at Delhi's GTB hospital. The body of a head constable, Ajay Kumar, was found inside his quarter at the police lines in UP's Sitapur after foul odor was reported. However, the police said that no evidence of a criminal act was found at the scene. His family has been informed, while an inquest and a video-recorded post-mortem will follow as further investigation continues. Heavy rains have led to severe waterlogging in the parts of Puri and Odisha. Visuals from earlier today show many roads and low-lying areas inundated with rainwater, causing disruption for commuters. The weather conditions continue to affect normal life across parts of the city. Everyone's getting you some big breaking news coming in. Big controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu after the State Assembly Speaker and TVK MLA JCD Prabhakar participated in an anti-abortion rally conducted in Chennai by Catholic groups. Participating in the rally, Prabhakar insisted that it is important to protect the life and every life matters and spoke against abortion. He also stated that in the past, families had 10 children. Later, on population basis, it was reduced to 2 and 1. And now in this era, married couples need time to have a child and said that the practice should not be allowed. TVK MLA's anti-abortion stand is triggering a big controversy, viewers, in Tamil Nadu. And this is the big update coming in as TVK MLA has joined Catholic anti-abortion rally in Chennai. So back-to-back updates coming in. We'll try to go across to my colleague Sharda in a short while from now to really understand what has happened. But this is JCD Prabhakar's appearance in the National March of Her Life rally brings the argument of anti-abortion into the Tamil Nadu's political arena. And these are the big updates coming in on Republic TV, viewers. To understand why this issue has become that big, we will go across to my colleague in a short while from now. Sharda, the Speaker of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly, JCD Prabhakar, joined a Catholic anti-abortion gathering in Chennai and declared that life begins at conception. And this is coming in and it's created a huge row. We'll go across to Sharda in a short while to really understand what has happened. But let's tell you that this is coming in as a Prabhakar, who is from the TVK. was addressing the 5th National March for Life organized at Stella Maris College under the Catholic Bishops' Conference of India. I really want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Sharda is joining us. Sharda, I'm coming across to you. And what I want to ask you right now, that the appearance of the TVK leader at this anti-abortion rally has created a big row. What has happened, Sharda?
Well, JCD Prabhakar, who is a Tamil Nadu speaker as well as a TVK MLA, recently attended an anti-abortion rally that was held by Catholic Church groups. Along with this, with a group where he had spoken, addressing the speech, he's mentioned about how abortion is actually a female infanticide and is not allowed, and saying that the population is reduced over the ages from people having 10 children to 2 to 1 to now not having anything. And he made a very controversial comment stating that abortion should not be allowed according to Christianity. While the question now arises from the BJP that the TVK is now trying to impose Christianity in the state of Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, the comments made by Prabhakaran has not been harshful on women or about any shameful act against women, but just about the religion of Christianity does not allow abortion and been promoting that.
That's right. Well, Shraddha, also take our viewers through exactly what happened, because the Tamil Nadu speaker said a couple of things at that anti-abortion rally, the Catholic anti-abortion rally. For example, he says life begins at conception. And this is coming in as we see that there's a connection which was being made between the rights of reproducing and religious lines. So there was a big blur which happened there. And that is the reason perhaps this has raised a lot of concerns.
Well, the first line was about saying that life begins at conception, and that he also made a statement saying that a kid's life does not start only after it's born, but it's when it's conceived, which was a remark made by JCD Prabhakar in the TVK MLA. Now, the BJP has a question pointing here saying that with the TVK, with its Christianity promoting, because JCD Prabhakar, apart from being a TVK MLA, is also the Speaker of the State Assembly. A strong statement coming from the Speaker in itself will create a lot of questions about whether the state of Tamil Nadu, which agrees for legal abortion, will now question, and this will also lead to multiple people using for illegal abortion methods, which is not safe, which will also lead the life of a woman in danger, is the question that the BJP is now putting out. So apart from the rally that was conducted on anti-abortion, the question comes whether the rally which was conducted by a Christian mission with at least 15 to 17 Catholic churches coming together for the rally now puts a question whether the TVK is creating a Christian religious force in the state of Tamil Nadu.
That's right. Well, Shraddha, I wanted to hold on for a second there. We're getting another big breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. Now, what happened was Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Mary Wilson, responding to criticism of his Tamil usage in the assembly, declared that his Christian faith has taught him the language of love, compassion, peace and silence, values that many would fail to grasp no matter how extensively they study Tamil, while affirming that he is a born Christian who reads the Bible. So what happened, viewers, this is the Tamil Nadu minister, and he spoke poor Tamil. It triggered a big storm in Tamil Nadu with both the DMK and the BJP attacking him. And I want to go across to Shraddha on this. Shraddha, DMK has targeted Tamil Nadu minister in Tamil Nadu Assembly. And now we see that the minister has gone ahead and given a message back. He says that Christianity has taught me one language, that is love and empathy. This is what he's saying after being criticized for his bad Tamil. Yes, Shraddha.
கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி போங்க, நல்லா பின்னாடி.
All right, we'll go back to Shraddha in a short while from now. But the big story tracking right now that is breaking is that the finance minister, Mary Wilson, faced criticism for his poor Tamil in a speech. And we see that DMK has urged Wilson to speak in impeccable Tamil in future presentations. So he's got a lot of brickbats for his bad Tamil. And now we see that Wilson has defended his Tamil, and he said that very clearly saying that it is all about empathy. Now, I really want to go ahead and play out what Mary Wilson had to say.
அன்பு மொழி, அமைதி மொழி, இரக்கத்தின் மொழி. இது பாதி பேருக்கு எவ்வளவு தமிழ் படிச்சாலும் தெரியாது. நான் பைபிள்ல படிச்சிருக்கேன். born Christian. உங்களுக்கு அந்த மொழி of the entire effort of the ministry. அதை விட்டுட்டு அதெல்லாம் பார்க்காம நான் உங்களுக்கு அட்வைஸ் கொடுக்குறேன், நீங்க தமிழ்ல இப்படி பேசி, எனக்கு யூனிக் இப்படி தான் பேச முடியும். அக்செப்ட் பண்ணுங்க. நான் உங்களுக்கோசம் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிக்க முடியாது. நான் இப்படிதான் பேசுவேன். மக்கள் புரிந்து கொள்ளுகிற வகையில் நீங்கள் நன்றாக தான் பேசினீர்கள். அதோட பிரச்சனை முடித்து அதான் சொல்றேன். மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்கள் ரொம்ப லைட்டர் வெயின்ல எடுத்துக்கோங்க. இல்ல பெரிய பிரச்சனை கைடன்ஸ் பண்ற மாதிரி பண்ணக்கூடாது. என் ஸ்டைல் இதுதான். அவருக்கோசம் நான் மாத்திக்க முடியாது. எல்லாருக்கும் நான் மாத்திக்க முடியாது. இல்ல மாண்பு உறுப்பினர் உட்காருங்க. மாண்பு அமைச்சர் கேலி பண்றீங்களா? மாண்பு
Getting a big updates coming in, viewers. This is huge coming in. Once again, the Tamil Nadu Assembly is set to pass a resolution urging the cancellation of the NEET exam today, with Health Minister expected to move the government resolution and addressing the House, reflecting the state's long-standing opposition shared by both the DMK and the AIADMK. The move continues Tamil Nadu's repeated efforts to scrap the National Medical Entrance Test, which it argues undermines social justice, disadvantages rural and Tamil medium students, and promotes costly coaching over school curriculum. So huge updates, viewers, coming in on Republic TV. And let's go straight across to Sharda. Sharda, we have seen that Tamil Nadu has opposed NEET, pushing for a complete ban and return to class 12 mark-based medical admission. So today is going to be a very important day, because I believe that they will be making some moves on that regard.
Well, Shivangi, this is not the first time that the Tamil Nadu Assembly is parting a NEET resolution. Last time during the DMK as well, the NEET ban was brought in. Previously, in 2017, after the NEET came in, the AIADMK, which was then in power, also passed the NEET ban resolution. So this is the third resolution. If we see that the TVK party is going to be passing on the NEET ban in the state. The last few months, while we saw a fair NEET protest all over the country, whereas Tamil Nadu is fighting for a banned NEET, where the question arises that the last 12 years, the students go through the tough times where they have to study for the public examination, and is now Mr. Arun Raj, the health minister of the TVK, is pointing out, telling that the 12th examination public should be taken into consideration for the marks for the entrance exam for the medical universities, and not a special eligibility test that's conducted. He also pointed out, telling that the state, which has been focusing on social equality and also people behind the bars who comes from the caste reservation side, which also includes from the people from backward classes and people below the poverty lines who are not able to afford NEET coaching, might lose out on a seat in getting a medical counselling exam done. In that case, the Tamil Nadu has been focusing on NEET ban for almost 10 years now, since its introduction by the centre. That time when the DMK and the Congress were in power, though the NEET bill was passed, it was during the AIADMK is when the NEET exams came in. So now the particular bill that is being passed as a resolution by the TVK ministry is that the Tamil Nadu will not accept ban, and the NEET ban should be imposed for the state of Tamil Nadu, because the public examination should be considered for the final marks for the entrance as an entrance examination for the medical schools.
That's right, Sharda. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Sharda, getting us up to date with all the developments from Tamil Nadu. I'm taking a short break. Viewers, do not go anywhere. We will be right back. The stage is set for parliamentary debate on students. BJP dares Rahul Gandhi and says Rahul must not run from the debate. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Welcome back, viewers. Ola Electric has posted a Q1 financial year 2027 net loss of around 336 crore rupees, narrowing its losses sequentially and year-on-year. But while cost-cutting and restructuring are helping, revenue has plunged 45% year-on-year, now raising questions over demand, market share and long-term scale. Here's a closer look at the numbers.
Ola Electric's Q1 FY27 net loss narrowed to Rs 336 crore, an improvement from the Rs 428 crore loss a year ago, and down significantly from Rs 500 crore in the previous quarter. Management attributes the margin recovery to operational restructuring and lower overheads. However, the drop in revenue shows persistent pressure. Top-line revenue plummeted 45% year-on-year, pointing to ongoing headwinds in vehicle demand and market share retention. The quarterly numbers are in line with the company's full-year trajectory. For financial year 26, Ola Electric reported a net loss of Rs 1,829 crore, down from Rs 2,276 crore in FY25. Yet, annual revenue was nearly halved, falling from Rs 4,514 crore to Rs 2,253 crore. While spending cuts are stabilizing bottom-line losses, the top line points to the challenge of sustaining business scale in an increasingly competitive EV market. As legacy automakers and EV rivals ramp up competition, Ola Electric is moving from cost containment to sustainable revenue growth.
In a short break, do not go anywhere. NDA MPs protest against police action on students in Jharkhand. The NDA protest with posters, with slogans raised against the Congress. This is one of the biggest stories we're tracking here. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
Much coming up, state set for parliamentary debate on students. The BJP dares Rahul Gandhi and says Rahul must not run from the debate.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic. चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
আমার নামখিনি গাই নাই দিয়া মই তালে যাম ন চিনাকি কৰাই দিবা পানী বাইছিলে কমিছে পানী বাকি আছে বাইছে
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
NDA MPs protest against police brutality on students in Jharkhand. NDA protests with posters, slogans raised against Congress.
झारखंड में छात्रों पर हुए अन्याय पर राहुल गांधी जवाब दो। बाकी अमित शाह जी जवाब देंगे। आप राहुल गांधी भागना मत आप लोग।
State set for parliamentary debate on students. BJP dares Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul must not run from debate.